The Beast Master banished from the hero's party is on a journey to meet Beast Girls. Volume 3, by Miyama Suzu. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Let's buy a house. Congratulations. When we visited the Adventurers Guild, after being told there was something they wanted to discuss, Natalie-san greeted us with a warm smile. It was so soft and fluffy, just looking at her made you feel happy. Congratulations? What's that about? Hey, what is it? Why the congratulations? Is there something to celebrate? Maybe it's about getting a reward for what happened the other day. That seems like the most likely reason. Kanade and Tania both chimed in with their guesses. Oh no, today's matter isn't about that. But regarding the incident the other day, of course there will be a reward. We're still calculating it right now, so we'll hand it over as soon as it's ready. We're getting a reward. But we didn't take on a guild request or anything, we just acted on our own. Assisting in the arrest of a corrupt lord and defeating a demon. If the guild gave you nothing after such achievements, it would call its entire purpose into question. You'll be properly compensated, so please rest easy. Hey, Rain, are we getting lots of money? Enough to buy some fish? Kanade's eyes sparkled. It seemed she hadn't given up on her dream of eating fish. Maybe it's a weird thing to ask, but how much are we talking? This time the reward is 30 gold coins. It was a considerable amount of money. As long as we didn't live too extravagantly, it was enough to survive for several years without working. The unexpected income was nice, but it was so sudden that it didn't really feel real. Is that the reason we were called to the guild? My apologies, I got a little off track. Let's move on to the main topic. Natalie-san stepped into the back for a moment. A short while later, she returned holding a document. Congratulations. Repeating the same words, Natalie-san smiled brightly. While we stared at her blankly, she held up the document, bearing what looked like the guild master's signature, and announced with a cheerful grin, Rain Shroud-san, your adventurer rank has officially been promoted to C. Everyone looked surprised. I'm probably making the same kind of face right now. Wait, a rank up? Is that really true? Yes, of course I wouldn't lie about something like this. But didn't I just get promoted to E rank not too long ago? And what about D rank? Naya, you skipped one. A fast-track promotion. Kanade and Sora offered their guesses. Natalie-san nodded, as if to say exactly. Normally, this kind of thing wouldn't be allowed, but this time, an exception was made. Why's that? Your help in arresting the Lord, plus defeating a demon of A-rank class. It's no exaggeration to say you saved the town. Leaving you at E rank after all that wouldn't be right, but just moving you to D rank also wouldn't reflect your accomplishments properly. So after a lot of discussion, we decided to make an exception and promote you straight to C rank. Whoa, I don't really get it, but Rain, that's awesome. Hey, as expected of my master. I couldn't be prouder. Shall we celebrate? Sora suggested. I want to eat hot dogs, they're delicious. Let's have a hot dog party. Congratulations, Rain. Everyone offered their congratulations in their own way. The promotion made me happy, sure, but more than that, their words meant the most to me. Thanks, it's all thanks to you guys. Naya, I'm really glad I got to meet everyone. If I'd been alone, if I hadn't met them, just thinking about it is terrifying. I might not even be standing here right now. Once you reach C rank, the number of requests you can take on increases dramatically. We're looking forward to seeing what you'll do next, Shroud-san. Yeah, thank you. I'll do my best to live up to those expectations. By the way, Natalie-san stared intently at Nina. Noticing the gaze, Nina quickly hid behind me. Then, cautiously peeking out, she looked back at Natalie-san. It seemed she was a bit shy around strangers. Another new face, I see. She just joined us the other day. This is Nina. Look. I nudged Nina forward to introduce herself. Kind of felt like a dad for a moment. Hello, I'm Nina. Oh my, how cute. Being called cute, Nina turned red. That reaction must have charmed Natalie-san even more, because her smile only grew brighter. Wait a minute, those ears and that tail, could Nina-san be one of the god tribe? Nina gave a small nod. Seeing that, Natalie-san suddenly panicked. And no way, I totally treated Nina-san like a child. She's not going to be mad, is she? And no, I won't. Natalie's a good person. Nice to meet you. Natalie-san looked completely enchanted. She's so cute, I just want to hug her. I want to hug her too, Naya. She's unfairly adorable. Even Kanade and Tania started saying strange things. Is this another one of Nina's special abilities? Probably not. Nina-chan is still so young, but with how cute she is, Shroud-san. Do you prefer smaller girls? What are you talking about? Natalie-san broke. Ahem. I'm sorry, I said something weird. Well, it's fine, I guess. Come to think of it, we didn't come to the guild just for this conversation. I remembered the other reason we were here. By the way, Natalie-san. About that demon from the other day, did you find anything out? Edgar suddenly transformed into a demon. I thought the guild might have uncovered something about the cause. I'm sorry, nothing yet. I see. Given the nature of the incident, we're investigating it thoroughly in cooperation with the knights. But the suspect is in a state of mental collapse and can't be questioned. It's proving difficult. We also searched for the suspicious ring Shroud-san saw, but we haven't been able to find it. I'm really sorry. Natalie-san, there's no need for you to apologize. I found out later, Edgar had survived, but being branded a criminal and completely disgraced had driven him into a deep mental breakdown. It was his own doing, so I didn't feel any sympathy for him, but not being able to question him was a major setback. Where did he get that ring? If we could just find that out, I thought we'd be able to uncover the whole story, but things weren't going that smoothly. The investigation is ongoing. I can't say how it'll go, but I don't think an incident like this will happen again. Demons aren't the kind of thing that just show up out of nowhere. And the guild has already raised the alert level, so please don't worry. I hope you're right. By the way, your party's gotten pretty large, hasn't it, Shroud-san? Me, Kanade, Tania, Sara, Luna, Nina, 6 people in total. Just like Natalie-san said, we'd become quite the group. It was probably time to start thinking about housing. Might as well ask Natalie-san while I'm at it. Can I ask you something? Yes, what is it? As you can see, there's a fair number of us now. It's going to get harder to find space at inns, so we'll need to start thinking about a solution. I was wondering if there's a good option for that. I see. Natalie-san put on a thoughtful expression, then spoke after a short pause. In that case, how about getting a house? A house? Parties of a certain size often establish a base of operations by getting a house of their own. But wouldn't that be expensive? We've saved up some money, sure, but still. If you rent, it shouldn't be a problem. When a party establishes a base, the guild provides subsidies. And if you combine that with your reward from the recent incident, you should be able to cover the rent for quite some time. Of course, the expectation is that you'll continue to take on requests and stay active during that period. Apparently, parties of a certain rank often travel far from town, and sometimes even end up settling elsewhere. To prevent that and retain adventurers, the guild had decided to offer financial support. Or so the explanation went. What do you all think? I couldn't make that kind of decision alone, so I looked at everyone. A house. Our house? Well, it comes with the condition that we base ourselves in this town. I think it sounds great. I like this town, and living in the same house with Rain sounds fun. I mean, I don't really care about living with Rain or anything. But if it's more comfortable than an inn, then I'll vote yes. Sora agrees. Having a base would be useful in many ways. Indeed, I have no objections. In fact, I'm in favor. We shall choose a castle worthy of me. Altogether, always, that makes me happy. A unanimous decision, and so. All right, let's go house hunting. Iluo. Ozu. The 4 shouted energetically, while Nina let out a shy little cheer. Section, Natalie-san agreed to show us some rental houses. Apparently, helping with base hunting also falls under the guild's duties. After we finished the rank up procedures, we all went out to look at properties. Do you have any preferences? Walking beside me, Natalie-san asked the question, holding a clipboard filled with documents. Let's see. I tried to think, but nothing specific came to mind. I'd gotten so used to staying at inns that the question of what kind of house I wanted felt too abstract. Personally, I'd be fine as long as it had a roof, but better hear what everyone else thinks. Kanade, anything come to mind? A yard. A big yard would be great, like, big enough to run around full speed. Maybe her wild instincts were kicking in. A very Kanade-like answer. Tania. Let's see, definitely a clean room, I'd say. I'm not planning on living in some dirty dump. Oh, and a big bed. That's non-negotiable. You want a bed? I thought we were talking about the house. If there's a fluffy bed, I don't care what the house looks like. Of course, it still needs to meet basic standards, okay. I care more about the furniture than the building itself. Have I been making her put up with cramped living conditions all this time? If so, I feel bad. Once we get our base, I'll try to buy her the biggest, comfiest bed I can. Well, depending on our budget anyway. What about you two, Sora and Luna? I'd like it to be wooden. I want to feel the warmth of natural wood. A flower bed would be nice too. Yeah, that sounds good. I want a spacious and easy-to-use kitchen. Huh, you can cook, Luna. What's with that reaction? How rude. I'll have you know I'm quite skilled at cooking, phew haha. If we get a nice kitchen, I'll treat you to some homemade meals, Rain. When that time comes, I'll help too, said Sora. MGH, Sora, you don't have to help, you know. And why not? I'll be helping. I'm your older sister, after all. No way I'd leave it all to my little sister. Well, but the things you make are less like food and more like weapons. I didn't say anything. Rain's the one eating it anyway, so it's fine, right? Maybe I'd get to see the two sisters happily cooking together. Thinking of that, I felt a renewed sense of determination for the house hunt. I feel like I heard some pretty unsettling words, but I'll just ignore that for now. What about you, Nina? My opinion doesn't really matter. Of course it does. You're an important part of the team. I'd never disregard you. Anything at all is fine. Just tell me what kind of house you'd like, even if it's something small. A bath. A bath? If the house had a bath, I'd be happy. Baths feel really nice. I see a bath, huh? At inns, a lot of people use the same facilities, so hygiene can be a concern, and it's not exactly comfortable sharing with strangers. If we had our own private bath, life would definitely be more pleasant. A bath. Yes, I want a bath too. I think it sounds great. Bathing together with everyone might be kind of fun, right? Everyone together, including Rain. F-way. Nina's sudden suggestion made Tania squeak, with a voice that practically flipped. Naya, Rain being there too. That's not B, but maybe that would be an opportunity. I don't mind, you know. It sounds like a great chance to strengthen the bond between master and servant. Everyone started blushing. Please stop saying weird things. Our Rain is off limits. There's no way we'd bathe together, okay. Alright, good that be, just too embarrassing. Ugh. Before I knew it, Natalie-san was staring at me with narrowed eyes. What is it? Oh, nothing at all. She clearly had something on her mind, but I had a feeling asking would only make things worse, so I left it alone. After that, we continued touring properties with Natalie-san while discussing various things. But most places were slightly too small for 6 people, or lacked enough rooms, or they didn't meet any of the preferences we'd talked about. And when we finally found something that checked the boxes, the price was way too high. We just couldn't seem to find a good fit, and before we knew it, the sun was already starting to set. Naya, house hunting is hard, huh? Even Canade, after walking all over town, was worn out. Her ears were drooping. Nina was exhausted too. Tania was giving her a piggyback ride. She was softly snoring. I'm sorry I couldn't show you a better place, Natalie-san said apologetically, bowing her head. No, this isn't your fault, Natalie-san. I think we're just being a little picky. Well, Shroud-san's party is unique in many ways. It's only natural that you'd have some unusual requests. That's really reassuring to hear. Meeting even the most unreasonable demands, that's the role of the Adventurers Guild. It's our duty to provide proper support. And in that sense, I do feel bad about today. Natalie-san really takes her job seriously. I've always relied on her, but now I genuinely respect her too. A guild with people like her is one you can trust. She began checking her paperwork again to see if there were any properties left. There is one place we haven't visited yet, but maybe we should skip it. Why? To be honest, I can't recommend it. Does it not meet our needs? Or is it even more expensive than the others? No, actually, it matches everyone's requests. It's a bit far from the city center, but the price is around here. The number she showed us was far cheaper than anything we'd seen so far. Wow, that's cheap. If it's just this much per month, we can probably manage. This one isn't for rent. Then that means it's being sold at that price. That was an incredible deal. Ooh, what a bargain. If there's a place like that, you should have told us sooner. Canade and Tania seemed excited, but I felt a bit uneasy. It's almost too good to be true. Something about this just feels off. It's definitely a good property, but there is one issue. And that is, well, something appears. Natalie-san held her hands limply in front of her chest and rolled her eyes back. Honestly, it was just plain scary. Nina, who had just groggily woken up, looked at her and jolted with a biku. Appears, you mean? Ghosts. NYAAI. At the word ghost, Canaid reacted with explosive energy. Her tail shot straight up and her ears twitched violently. She clung tightly to my back. You're scared? That's kind of surprising. Ghosts are no good, absolutely no good. How pathetic. You're a member of a strongest race, aren't you? What are you doing being scared of ghosts? But they don't take physical damage. And they can possess you. Ghosts are natural enemies of the Nekore. Despite the word spirit being part of her race's name, she was terrified. But thinking about it, it did make sense. Nekore can't use magic and have low resistance to it, so fighting ghosts would be rough. Just like Canaid said, they really are natural enemies. Canaid's clearly scared. Should we pass on it? But there aren't any other good options, right? Sora doesn't think we should make a decision before at least seeing it. Besides, we are here, the magic experts. Ghosts can be purified. I can use spells for that just fine. That's true, I hadn't considered that. Sora and Luna could probably deal with ghosts easily. Canaid, would it be okay if we at least go take a look? Sora and Luna are here, and I'm here too. If it comes down to it, I'll definitely protect you. Really? Yeah, I promise. Then hold my hand. If you do, it's okay. Like this. I gently held Canaid's hand, which she was anxiously holding out like a lost child. Naya. Her fearful expression faded, replaced with a cheerful smile. Section. The house sat on a hill overlooking the town, a 2-story wooden building. Supposedly, it had more than 10 rooms. It had a bath, a fully equipped kitchen, and even a yard big enough to play sports in. All of that for just 10 gold coins, and it wasn't a rental, it was for purchase. There wasn't a single thing to complain about. Well, except for the ghost. This is the place. Canaid, still holding my hand, looked at the house nervously. She had been smiling earlier, but the closer we got, the more scared she became. Her tail was trembling. Maybe she could sense something unpleasant. It's a nice place, isn't it? In stark contrast, Tania was in high spirits. It's a little far from the city center, it's close to the outskirts. But in this case, isn't that a good thing? Towns are noisy. Plus, the natural surroundings are charming. Yes, this is quite nice. I agree. Being surrounded by nature is a plus in Sora's book too. The yard is lovely. We could even build a flower bed. Maybe even a small vegetable garden. I want a room on the 2nd floor. Since we're on a hill, the view from up there must be amazing. Looks like Sora and Luna were sold on the place. We hadn't even signed anything yet, and they were already talking about room assignments. I couldn't help but smile at their eagerness. What about you, Nina? I think it's nice. Nina was on board too. That just left Canaid. Ew. I'd wait to ask for her vote until after we dealt with the ghost issue. No way she'd be up for it in her current state. We'd take care of the problem first, and then I'd ask her again. This wasn't a personal issue, it concerned all of us. Personally, I thought the house was a great deal, but if Canaid said no, then I'd let it go. No regrets. It's going to be okay, Canaid. Naya, I'm right here with you. Yeah. Canaid smiled, clearly feeling a little more at ease. Yeah, I knew it. Canaid really is cutest when she smiles. Fu Naya, see cute, oh. Something wrong. Of course something's wrong. Geez, Rain, you just say things like that so casually. All right, time to check out the inside of the house. Wait, Natalie-san. As we were about to go in, Natalie-san stepped in front of the door and didn't move. I think I'll sit out the tour, ahaha. Huh, why? Well, the ghost thing is actually true, and if something happens, I'd just get in the way. So I'll wait outside. I see. Well then, take care. It seemed like Natalie-san was genuinely scared. Maybe she'd actually seen the ghost here. If that was the case, then it couldn't be helped. We agreed to let her wait outside. On high alert in case anything happened, we stepped into the house. Whoa, it's spacious. It really is. Doesn't it remind you of that lord's mansion from before? It's not quite as big, but maybe the same architect designed it. Past the front door, we entered a large room. In the back, there was what looked like a kitchen setup. Hallways extended left and right, leading to other rooms. At the far end, staircases to the 2nd floor were visible. Achoo. Nina sneezed adorably. You okay? My nose just tickled. There's a ton of dust, after all. It doesn't look like this place has been cleaned at all. I wonder how long it's been left like this. Even so, the building itself isn't damaged. Look, this pillar only has some minor marks and stains, otherwise it's in great shape. It seems really sturdy. That's a plus. Naya. As we chatted and inspected the house, Canaid suddenly stiffened and her tail shot up. Her ears twitched sharply. What is it, Canaid? Something feels off. Feels off, I don't sense anything. I do, something's coming this way. Everyone, over here. Form a circle around Canaid and stay alert. There was no way I'd doubt Canaid. Nekore have keen instincts and sharp sense for presences. We formed a tight circle with Canaid at the center, scanning in all directions, 360 degrees. Then, we waited, holding our breath. From deep in the room, a dusty chair began to rattle and tremble. What the heck? I didn't do anything. This isn't one of my pranks. Does that mean this is a poltergeist phenomenon? Naira. Chairs began to shake and clatter one after another, and then even the table started to vibrate. Faced with a real supernatural event, Canaid looked like she was about to cry. Get out. Rain, did you just say something? No, wasn't it you, Tania? I didn't say anything either. Me neither. I turned to Sora and Luna. Both of them silently shook their heads, which meant, get out. A voice that sounded like it was crawling up from the depths of the earth. It didn't sound male or female. Just hearing it sent chills down my spine. It echoed throughout the house. Get out. The voice grew louder, and the chairs and table shook more violently. NYAH, it's here. It's really here, yay. Canaid, calm down. Ooh, Rain, my legs are going numb. It's okay, look, I'm right here. I gripped her hand tightly, hoping it would ease her fear even a little. It seemed to work, her legs trembled, but Canaid managed to keep her composure, at least for a moment. Get out. A voice roared, louder than ever. As if in response, the empty air distorted and twisted. White smoke swirled and converged into a single point. Then, a woman appeared, floating in the air. She looked to be a little older than me. Her hair was neatly cut at shoulder length. Her skin was deathly pale, though that was expected of a ghost, and her body was semi-transparent. Her feet faded out into nothingness, lacking any real form. She wore something like a maid uniform, but despite the cute outfit, her expression was monstrous. Eafu. Canaid suddenly collapsed with a sway. It looked like she'd passed out from sheer terror. This was bad. If the ghost did anything now, we wouldn't be able to run. I couldn't just leave Canaid lying there, but I wasn't sure if I'd have time to get her up. Would the ghost even wait? Get out. The ghost's voice, filled with hostility, echoed around us. We didn't have the luxury to hesitate any longer. Sora, Luna, can you purify it? Leave it to me. My destructive magic will obliterate it in one blow. We're not blowing up the house. I said purify it. I know that. I just misspoke, that's all. Let's do this, Luna. Light gathered in Sora and Luna's palms. Holy circle. A magic circle appeared beneath the ghost. It spun rapidly as white light surged upward. The light engulfed the ghost, and when it faded, there was nothing left. Did that do it? No, I didn't feel any resistance. Most likely, it escaped into the astral side just before it hit. Astral side. Ghosts exist between the material and spiritual worlds. They can move between both. If it flees to the spiritual side, we can't reach it with normal means. Can't your magic still do something? There are a few spells that can affect the astral side, but they're all high level, and they pack a punch. I might end up blowing the whole house apart. You still want me to try? Let's hold off for now. I didn't want to destroy the house, unless absolutely necessary. It could be a great base for us, and besides, we hadn't even signed anything yet. We couldn't just do whatever we wanted. Of course, if it came down to protecting everyone, I wouldn't hesitate. But for now, it felt like waiting and watching was the best choice. We stood back to back, keeping an eye on our surroundings. Nina stayed with Canaid, looking after her. All right, come at us if you're coming. Section. 5 minutes passed, still on alert. Get out. The ghost's piercing voice echoed again, but nothing else happened. Hey, Rain. Oh, what is it? I've been thinking, what if that ghost doesn't actually have any way to attack us? And all it can do is try to scare us by shouting. A strange silence filled the air. Get out. It was almost certainly a bullseye. The ghost's voice now wavered, sounding shaken. Sigh, and here I was, all tense over something like this. I'm exhausted now. Anyway, is Canade okay? Yeah, looks like she just hit her head a little. She should wake up soon. That's good. All right, let's wrap this up. Tania released part of her transformation, revealing her wings, which meant she was ready to go semi-serious. Hey, Tania. It's such a pain dealing with ones like this. Sneaking around, hiding, running away. I'll blow the whole house away and be done with it. She inhaled sharply. Wait, that's the stance for a dragon breath. Hey. Here I go, I'll erase the whole place. My breath affects the astral side too, so there's no escaping or hiding. W8, hold up, stop right there. The ghost burst out from the wall in a panic. Its voice was all flustered and completely different from before. Look, in a situation like this, the proper thing to do is just give up and leave, right? Why you gotta go and try to blow everything up? What are you, a musclehead? Few fun, so you can show yourself. You think I'd actually fire off a breath attack in a place like this? Rain said not to wreck the house. That was just a bluff to lure you out. Ew. Nina clapped her hands, looking genuinely impressed. Behind her, Sora and Luna had somewhat conflicted expressions. They looked like they were thinking, you were seriously about to blow up the house, weren't you? Sora, Luna. Either way, we couldn't miss this chance. The two immediately understood my intent and cast the appropriate spell in sync. Sacred Seal. Light burst from their palms, forming a curtain of radiance that covered the floor, walls, and ceiling. We've sealed the room with a barrier. The ghost can't escape to the astral side now. Nor can it pass through the walls. Fuhahaha, behold my power. Nice work, both of you. Afu. Faya. I gave each of them a gentle pat on the head. Both of them looked utterly blissful, as if asking for more. But now wasn't the time for that, so I asked them to bear with it. I turned to face the ghost again. She no longer looked terrifying like before. Her body was still translucent, and her feet were still missing, but everything else seemed normal. She was a bit tall, with a slender build. Odd as it sounded for a ghost, she gave off a strangely healthy impression. Most striking of all were her eyes. They had a hint of playfulness, but more than that, they were bright and kind. Hard to believe this was the same ghost who had just been screaming at us. Well then, should I say nice to meet you? GRRDHHH. How about we talk for a bit? You don't really seem like a bad person, well, a bad ghost. I don't think you're the type to hurt people for no reason. So I'd really like to have a proper conversation. If that's how it is, then I'll just possess you. The ghost, now desperate, lunged at me. She was probably trying to possess my body. Rain. I heard someone scream. But a reckless charge like that wouldn't work on me. Stop. At my forceful command, the ghost froze midair. What? Wow, what the heck is this? My body, ugh, I can't move. She glared at me like she was trying to ask, what did you just do? I'm a beast tamer. So what? What's that got to do with anything? Well, it's not just that. Back in my hometown, I studied some phantom tamer techniques. Phantom tamer? Wait, Rain, what the heck is that? I've never heard of it. It's basically the ghost version of a beast tamer. Like the name suggests, it lets you tame and command spirits. No way controlling ghosts. That can't be real, can it? It was a rare, no, practically unheard of profession. I'd traveled all over until now, but aside from the old guy who lived next door back home, I'd never met another person who had it. What? You mean to tell me you can control ghosts? I've been doing this ghost thing for 30 years, and I've never heard of that before. It's real, though I haven't mastered it completely, so my control's a little rough around the edges. GRN and GHH still can't move. Most ghosts don't retain intelligence. They can't hold a conversation right. But you're different. You've got a clear personality, full awareness. You're more like a human than a ghost. That's why even my incomplete technique works on you. As I explained, I caught sight of the others, Tania and the rest, looking at me with a mix of awe and exasperation. There it is again. Another of Rain's ridiculous abilities. You say it's rough, but you tamed a ghost. That's insane. Normal people can't even think of doing that. Phantom taming, I must admit I'm shocked. I don't know much about human practices, but I can tell that's something extremely rare. You really are incredible, Rain. Indeed, as expected of Rain, that's my master, Fun. I'm proud to have formed a contract with someone like you. Ew. Please stop looking at me like I'm some kind of exotic animal. GRGH, I've been a ghost for 30 years. I won't give up just yet. Stop. Jaya. With the second command, the ghost flopped over midair like a dropped puppet. Even then, she still had some fight left, wriggling and flailing in an attempt to escape. Don't move. GGH. The third command, that finally did it. The ghost stopped moving completely. Put your hands behind you. You're not allowed to move. You're not allowed to harm any of us either. With everything sealed, the ghost finally said, "It's all right, I give up." Her shoulders slumped in defeat. "I surrender, do whatever you want, tie me up, burn me, whatever. I'm not going to do any of that." Hi. I told you, I just want to talk. Wait, you were serious about that? I said I was, didn't I? I wouldn't lie about something like this. You're a weird one, huh? Like something had literally been lifted off her, the ghost's expression lightened and she let out a small laugh. Do as you like, I'm the loser here. I'll go along with whatever you all say. Section, we called Natalie-san inside so we could all talk in the living room. Since this was about the house, we needed her here or things wouldn't move forward. Let's start with introductions. I'm Rain Shroud. I'm an adventurer, and like I said earlier, my class is Beast Tamer. I'm Canade of the Nekore. Canade had woken up not long ago. She wasn't fainting anymore, but she was still scared of the ghost and clung tightly to my back. I'm Tania, proud member of the Dragon Tribe. I'm Sora from the Spirit Tribe. I am Luna. Few fun, feel free to worship me. I'm Nina, technically a member of the God Tribe. I'm Natalie. I work for the Adventurers Guild. After everyone had introduced themselves, the ghost finally spoke. A party full of high-tier species, I picked one hell of a group to mess with. Anyway, I'm Tina Holly. I used to work as a maid somewhere else, but, well, I died 30 years ago over a little incident. Been doing the ghost thing ever since. She had a distinctive way of talking. She didn't look that different in age from us, but if you added the time she'd spent as a ghost, she had to be in her 50s or so. That gave her a certain mature composure. Tina, have you been here all this time? Nah, not really. I only moved in recently. I'm not a bound spirit, so I'm free to wander between places. Could it be? There was a recent case of a creepy figure appearing around town. Was that your doing, Holly-san? Well, yeah, that might have been me. In response to Natalie-san's question, Tina admitted it without resistance. Given how awkward she looked, it probably wasn't intentional. The place I used to live got torn down, you see? So I went wandering, looking for a new place to stay. If I scared anyone, I'm sorry about that. Really, I didn't mean to. Well, no one was hurt, so we can overlook that, but squatting in this house is another matter. Because you took up residence here, this house's value plummeted. No one wants to buy a haunted house. We can't just ignore that issue. Yeah, I really am sorry about that. Tina drooped apologetically. Her behavior was strikingly human. Ghosts aren't supposed to retain their sense of self. They don't have bodies, and without a brain, they shouldn't be able to think. So they shouldn't have egos or personalities, at least that's the theory. But Tina clearly seemed like an exception. She could talk just fine, express emotions like joy, anger, and sorrow, and even show remorse. Apparently, she's been a ghost for 30 years, so maybe she evolved over time. Why did you become a ghost, Tina? Curious about her background, I decided to ask. Ain't much of a story. Still, I'd like to hear it if you don't mind. Well, I guess it's fine. I owe ya after all, Rain. Tina grinned. It was a bright, pleasant smile, once again, not what you'd expect from a ghost. I was, as you can see, a maid. 30 years ago, I worked at some noble's estate, but the master of the house was an absolute scumbag. Womanizer to the extreme and worse, a sadist who was into torture. Back then, I didn't know any of that. I worked there, clueless, and ended up getting killed by him without even knowing why. It suddenly turned into a heavy story. Since I was the one who asked, I felt pretty awkward. But Tina just laughed it off like it was nothing. Haha, no need to feel bad, Rain. It was 30 years ago, I barely even remember it. Even so, sorry. I brought up something painful. I said not to worry, didn't I? Sure, I died and turned into a ghost, but it's not all bad. I've been enjoying the slow life as a spirit ever since. I see. That's honestly a relief to hear. You're a strange one, you know that, apologizing to a ghost. You think so? Yeah, Rain's definitely weird. Very weird. Canade and Tania chimed in. Looking over, I saw Sora and Luna nodding in agreement too. And not weird, I think. Nina tried to defend me, but it felt more like she was being considerate than genuinely disagreeing. Am I really that weird? I sulked a little. Just to confirm, Holly-san, you're not a bound spirit, correct? Natalie-san asked with a stern look. From the guild's perspective, they couldn't just ignore Tina's presence. A ghost living in a guild-managed property was a serious issue. That's right, I just drifted here. I'm not anchored to this building or anything like that. Then, could you leave? Because you're here, no one wants to sign a contract for this place. The value dropped, people are doubting the guild's ability to manage its properties. Honestly, we'd love to sue for damages. I don't have any money though. I know, so we won't pursue that, but we can't let this continue. Please leave. That's so cruel. I finally found a nice place to get out of the wind and rain. Even ghosts need homes, apparently. Tina looked genuinely troubled. Hey, Canaid. I quietly spoke to Canaid, still clinging to my back. Are you still scared of Tina? Ew. She seemed to understand what I was getting at. Canaid let out a vague, conflicted sound. I am scared. I see. But I'm scared, yeah, but maybe we could become friends. Tina seems kind of fun, so I don't mind if she stays. I'm really glad to hear that. Thanks, Canaid. Naya fu. I gently patted her head, and she smiled softly, looking more relaxed. Natalie-san, I've got a question. Yes, what is it? If Tina leaves, would this house regain its value? Well, it was true that the house on the hill really did have a ghost. Once a rumor like that takes hold, it's incredibly difficult to dispel. And this one had already spread far and wide, it'd be even harder to shake off now. Even if Tina left, there was no way to prove it. This house would continue to be known as haunted. Natalie-san seemed to understand that too, letting her shoulders slump with a sigh. It won't go back to normal. Once a house gets a reputation for being haunted, it's nearly impossible to shake it. Still, we can't leave things as they are. Maybe, just maybe, someone out there won't mind buying it anyway. In that case, we need Tina-san to vacate the house. You're looking at that someone right now. I want to buy the house. Tina can stay. Are you sure? Really okay with that? Natalie-san and Tina tilted their heads in unison. Their mirrored expressions almost made me laugh. Feels like this is the best way to solve everything, doesn't it? Tina didn't want to leave the place she'd finally found. Natalie-san wanted to resolve the issue with the haunted house. So the best solution was for me to make the purchase and accept Tina as part of the package. I had a feeling that if not for guild obligations, Natalie-san wouldn't want to kick Tina out either. She'd clearly been concerned for her, and she seemed like a kind person. I suppose. Natalie-san brought a hand to her chin, pausing to think. After a moment, she gave a small, wry smile. I suppose this really is the best outcome. Then the deal's done. Shroud-san, you're quite the negotiator. To come up with the perfect compromise like this, just like that. Just luck. Still, not many people would be willing to accept a ghost as part of the deal. I'd say that's pretty impressive. Natalie-san handed over the paperwork. Just sign here. Also, do you have 10 gold coins on hand? That includes the fees and all. No problem. I signed the contract as instructed and handed over the 10 gold coins. All right, with that, the deal is complete. As of today, this house belongs to you and your party. As for Tina-san, her situation is now in your hands. I'll be off then. Natalie-san gave a polite bow and left the house. Tina stood there blinking, looking stunned, so I held out my hand to her. So, is it okay if we stay here with you from now on? Oh, of course. I should be the one leaving, but you're letting me stay instead. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. Naya, looking forward to living with you. Just don't go phasing through walls, okay? You'll scare me. We're counting on you. Since you used to be a maid, does that mean you can cook? If so, could you teach Sora? I'm counting on you, but you don't need to teach Sora how to cook, all right. Looking forward to it. Everyone gave their greetings in turn. Nice to meet y'all. Tina smiled brightly and reached for my hand. It passed through mine, of course, but somehow I still felt a trace of warmth. Section. Since night had already fallen, we returned to the inn for the evening. The contract had been signed, but we hadn't cleaned the place yet, so it wasn't ready to live in just yet. The next morning, from early in the day, we all worked together to clean the house. We scrubbed every corner with a determination that wouldn't let a single speck of dust escape, and once we were done, we brought in furniture we'd bought in town. The move was officially complete. Oh. Tina let out a voice of awe as she looked around at the transformed house. I didn't know this place could look this good. You lived here before us, how'd you not know? Well, I was all by myself. See, and being a ghost, it's kind of hard to move things. Not impossible, but tiring. So I only cleaned the bare minimum. Yeah, that'd be tough to keep up alone. From now on, we'll all share the work. You're not alone anymore. You're right. Tina gave a wide, beaming smile. That night, our first in the new home, we gathered around the table for dinner. Food's ready. Tonight's meal is a masterpiece, it is. Tina and Luna carried the dishes to the table. By the way, Tina used the same technique she'd used to cause her poltergeist activity, channeling her magic into telekinesis, to serve the food. Since the two of them had said they were confident in their cooking, we left dinner in their hands. W.O. Naira. Canade's eyes sparkled with joy. From that reaction alone, it was clear how amazing the food must be. This is amazing, this is amazing. Wait, Tina and Luna really made all of this. Yup, sure did. Indeed. It is the result of our glorious collaboration. Wow, and it smells so good too. It's making me really hungry. It all looks so delicious. Just this morning, Canade had still been nervous around Tina. But now, she was chatting with her like they were old friends. The power of food really is something. Or maybe Canade is just that simple. Honestly, probably both. What's wrong, Rain? Not eating. Don't worry, Sora hasn't touched anything. Luna, what exactly do you mean by that? That's a secret. Well then, let's dig in before it gets cold. You two sit down too. Tina couldn't eat, being a ghost, but she still wanted to spend time with us, so we had her take a seat. Once Tina and Luna were seated, we all put our hands together. Together, we said itadakamasu and then reached for our food. Ooh, this is. I tried the soup in front of me first. The flavor of the vegetables came through beautifully, gentle, soothing, and comforting. Who made this soup? Oh, that was me. It's really good. Not just tasty, but something about it is calming. Feels like a home-cooked meal. I could drink this forever. Really? Oh, well, that's embarrassing. This meat. Who made this meat? Canade's face was smeared with sauce as she asked. Her ears twitched, and her tail swayed happily. She was clearly in high spirits. That was me too. The trick is marinating it in my special sauce and then slow roasting it to bring out the flavor. Whoa, I see. It's so good, munch munch, yep, delicious. Haha, thanks. Oh, my rice is gone, hey, is there more? There is, here you go. With a little flick of Tina's wrist, a rice bowl floated up from the kitchen and hovered over. Canade twitched at the sight, but her appetite won out over fear. She quickly reached for the bowl and started eating happily. I'd been a bit worried about how the two of them would get along, but from the looks of it, there was no issue at all. Wow, this salad is really good. I've never tasted a dressing like this before. Wait, did you make this one, Luna? Indeed, this is my special salad. What did you use? I'd love to know for future reference. Mainly wild berries. I added some seasonings and adjusted it to make it easier to eat. Raw, they're quite bitter. Wow, you're really good at cooking. I'm kind of jealous. We Spirit Tribe mainly eat vegetables. When it comes to salads, none can rival me. Meat dishes, on the other hand, I don't make those often. But if I really try, I can make something decent. Few fun. I see, that makes sense. While Tania and Luna were chatting cheerfully, Nina's hands had come to a stop. What's wrong? Way. Is there something you don't like? Really? HMPH. Picky eating is no good. You won't grow up big and strong like me. Luna, I don't think you count as big. Sora, you're the last person I want to hear that from. That's not it. I was just thinking how strange it feels. Nina spoke hesitantly, like she was talking to something dazzling. It's been so long since I had such a fun meal like this. It's a weird feeling. I don't dislike it. I'm happy. I'm really happy, but it doesn't feel real somehow. I'd given up on this kind of thing before. I see. Sorry. I'm just rambling. There's nothing to apologize for. She's right, no need to worry about that. Sora, sitting beside her, gently pulled Nina into a hug. Nina's tail wagged softly, clearly happy. Sometimes I think. Think what? I'm really glad I got to meet everyone. I feel so happy. Sora's glad too. I'm so happy we met, Nina. I feel the same. Me too. Same here. It hadn't been that long since we met Nina. But time didn't matter. We'd gone through so much together already. I truly believed that we were bound by a strong bond. Nina, I understand how you feel, Sora said softly. Really? In a way, I think Luna and I are a bit like you. We were saved by Rain too, and he brought us out into the world. That part's the same. In many ways, Rain has helped us. Who we are now, it's all thanks to him. Just thinking about what might have happened if we'd never met him, it's terrifying. I see, hee, then we're the same. Taking in their words, Nina smiled warmly. To see her smiling like that, it made me feel proud, almost as if it were my own happiness. Hey, Rain. Yeah. Thank you. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Nina spoke shyly. Because of you, I can smile again like this, so, really, thank you. I didn't do anything special. You became stronger on your own. No, I really think I couldn't have done it without you, so, I'm just really grateful. Thank you. You're welcome. Faced with her sincere gratitude, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Rain, Sora wants to thank you too. I second that. You too. Not just for saving us, but for making us part of your group. That makes us happy. And thanks to you, we've been able to learn about the outside world. If we had stayed cooped up in that forest, we'd still be nothing more than small, timid creatures. Luna, please don't call it cooped up. It's the truth. Anyway, we're grateful. Hearing Nina talk made us realize we hadn't said it properly. So, thank you. Thank you indeed. Yeah, I hear you, both of you. Between Nina, Sora, and Luna, I felt a strong bond. It wasn't something you could see, but it was definitely there. What a beautiful moment. Think I could be like that too someday. With food that good, you've already got what it takes. Okay, and what kind of logic is that? My intuition. That's so random. Then instinct. That's the same thing. As Canade and Tania exchanged playful jabs, everyone burst into laughter. The lively night continued on, and for a while there wasn't a single moment without a smile. Another side. After dinner, Sora and Luna were relaxing in their room. It was a cozy space filled with the warmth and scent of wood, reminiscent of their village in the Spirit Tribe's forest. The soft, springy bed bounced gently beneath them, cradling their small frames. Ah, this bed is amazing. So comfy. Completely different from the ones back in the village. We'll be sleeping like royalty tonight. Sora and Luna shared a room. There were more than enough available for everyone to have their own, but the two had chosen to stay together. They'd been together since birth, practically inseparable. For them, sharing a room wasn't even a question. It was simply how things had always been. Today was really fun. We made food ourselves, and everyone got to eat it. I don't really know how to explain it, but it made me super happy. That's going to become our normal from now on. Phew, I can't stop grinning. Luna rolled around on the bed happily, and Sora, watching her, smiled with sisterly warmth. Knock, knock. Just then there was a soft knock at the door. Yes, come in. Sorry to bother you. Their unexpected visitor was Nina. Sora and Luna exchanged curious glances before sitting up side by side on the bed. Come, Nina, sit between us, Luna offered cheerfully. Okay, thank you. Prompted by Luna, Nina sat between the two of them. I was wondering about something. Since your Spirit Tribe, I thought maybe you'd know a lot about this kind of thing. Oh ho, you've chosen wisely. We Spirit Tribe possess not only powerful magic, but also vast knowledge. We don't know much about humans, what with being cut off from them and all, but aside from that, ask away. We know a lot of things, like how to refine magic power, modify spell formulas, and even ancient relic lore. Luna said with a hint of pride. Both she and Sora wore slightly smug expressions. Until recently, Sora and Luna had been the youngest members of the party. But with Nina joining, they'd become the older ones. It was only natural they'd want to act reliable and show her what being an older sister figure was like. You see, I think there's something strange about me. What do you mean? Wait, are you feeling sick? Could it be some kind of illness? I don't know, maybe. Are you okay? Any fever, nausea? No, neither actually. Sora let out a quiet sigh of relief, hearing there weren't any clear physical symptoms. There was nothing visibly wrong with Nina, her complexion looked fine, and she didn't seem to be in pain. So then, what was wrong? Nina placed a hand over her chest, speaking hesitantly. It's like, right around here, it kind of tightens and hurts a little. Your chest? Could it be a heart condition? I don't think it's that kind of thing. It's hard to explain. I start feeling restless, my heart races. I find myself thinking about Rain, looking at him, watching him without meaning to. Wait a moment, Luna interjected, sensing that the conversation was heading in a strange direction. Just to confirm, this weird feeling in your chest, does it happen when Rain's involved? Nina nodded. So, the times you feel strange are when you're thinking about Rain or watching him, correct? Yeah. Nina nodded again, softly. Sora and Luna glanced at each other. Their expressions seemed to ask, what do we do now? Nina might still be young, but she was a proper girl with a good head on her shoulders. She'd been rescued from danger, treated with kindness and shown warmth. How could she not grow attached to someone like Rain? Still, she was young. Whether what she felt was admiration or something deeper, it was difficult to say. Sora and Luna couldn't bring themselves to label those feelings either, because they felt the same way. They thought about Rain often, but whether that was love or something else, they weren't sure. It was a vague, uncertain feeling they both carried. So Nina's just like us then, Luna murmured. Just like you. To be honest, Sora and I feel the same way. We're not entirely sure what it is or how to describe it, but it's there. So we can't really give you an answer. Sorry about that. It's okay, I'm happy we feel the same. What is this adorable creature? That was all Sora and Luna could think as they hugged Nina tightly from both sides. Phew, we may not be able to give you a clear answer about your feelings, but we can tell you this. Cherish that warmth in your heart and take care of it as it grows. Take care of it. Don't ignore it or let it go. Hold on to it. If you do, I believe one day you'll discover the answer for yourself. And when that day comes, Sora and Luna added silently in their hearts, I'll do my best. That's the spirit. Let's do our best together, okay? Yes, let's. We're very alike, after all, Fufu. We'll figure it out together. And so the impromptu girls' talk between the three continued on for a while longer. Chapter 2, A New Adventure. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping and sunlight streaming through the window. An unfamiliar ceiling. Oh, right, I moved yesterday. It might be a little dramatic to say this, but I'm now the master of my own home. I could feel a smile creeping onto my face. That said, I can't just bask in the moment. If I want to keep living like this, I've got to keep working hard from here on out. There's something warm beside me. Sue. Curled up into a ball, Nina was breathing softly in her sleep. Wait, what? Why is Nina here? Completely unaware of my confusion, Nina slept peacefully. Her ears twitched now and then. She was smiling. Maybe she was having a nice dream? Was she lonely by herself? Nina's still a child. And she's been through a lot. Because of that, maybe being alone still makes her feel uneasy. Just like last time, she might have ended up slipping into my bed again. Hey, Nina. NNGH. It's morning. Time to get up. Inaya. I gave her shoulder a light shake, but she didn't wake up. Maybe she's not a morning person. This could be bad. If someone saw us like this, it could lead to some weird misunderstandings. Rain, good morning. It's time to wake up. With a loud bang, the door burst open, and Canaid came cheerfully bounding into the room. Ah. Hi. Canaid froze in place as soon as she saw Nina sleeping beside me. Naya. Canaid's incomprehensible scream echoed throughout the house. Section, on the way to the Adventurers Guild after leaving the house. Naya. Canaid's needle-sharp gaze was piercing through me. Are you really saying nothing happened? Nothing happened. Really. That'll just go on forever. She kept doubting me over and over. Do I really seem that untrustworthy? It was kind of depressing. Listen, Nina, girls shouldn't just casually sleep next to guys, okay? Got it. Behind us, Tania was giving Nina a talk about not sharing a bed with boys. But why? Because you're a cute girl, Nina. And guys are basically beasts. But Rain is human. No, I didn't mean it that way. I was just lonely yesterday. Did I do something bad? I'm sorry. No, it's not that you did anything wrong, Nina. It's just, Since Nina clearly had no bad intentions, Tania seemed at a loss for how to respond. To think Nina could be this forward, she may not be fully aware of it, but she's more trouble than expected. It's partly our fault for egging her on, but still, this is an unexpected turn of events. HMPH. We can't let our guard down. Should Sora and I try sneaking in next time? Wait, isn't repeating the same tactic a bit lacking in creativity? We should use a strategy that's unique to us. I see. In times like this, Luna really comes through. Fwahaha, of course, of course. Wait a moment. The way you said that makes it sound like I'm not reliable most of the time. You're overthinking it. Then all is well. Sora and Luna were off having some incomprehensible discussion of their own. Apparently, Nina's decision to cuddle up had more ripple effects than expected. Hey, Rain. Can I sleep next to you next time too? Absolutely not. Why not? Nina got to. Nina's a child, you're a full-grown adult Canaid. Naya being a kid sounds pretty nice. Canaid cast a strange look of envy at Nina. Nina, not understanding what that meant, just tilted her head in confusion. We arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Now that we'd ranked up to C-class, we should be able to take on more requests. Plus, with everything that's happened lately, we hadn't been doing much real adventuring. Time to get back to fulfilling our actual role. By the way, Tina was staying behind. Since she's a ghost, she can't go out during the daytime. She looked a little disappointed, but there's nothing we can do about that. I feel bad, but she'll have to endure it for now. Hello. Oh, Shroud-san, welcome everyone. As we stepped inside, Natalie greeted us with a warm smile. What brings you in today? Thought we'd pick up a request. Got any recommendations? Let's see him. Natalie pulled out a file from the shelf and flipped through it. You only just made it to C rank, Shroud-san, but with Canaid and Tania. Oh, and of course, Sora, Luna, and Nina-chan. I think you can handle most things. How about this one? Crackdown on poachers. Not too long ago, there was a case where a protected animal was smuggled into the city. When we looked into it, it seemed someone's been poaching protected creatures. I see, but isn't that something the knights are supposed to handle? Normally, yes, but right now the knights are short-staffed. If it were something that posed a threat to people, they'd act. But when it comes to protecting animals, they just don't have the resources. That's partly because we were the ones who kicked out most of their members recently. Stella said replacements were being sent from the capital, but it's probably going to take some time. Even if they've already arrived, they'd still need to sort out deployment and responsibilities. Things are bound to be chaotic for a while. Acting quickly would be tough. I can say with confidence that I made the right call in that incident, but it'd be a lie to say I don't feel some responsibility. Besides, as a beast tamer, I can't just sit back while protected animals are being harmed. Got it, we'll take this request. Thank you very much. I'll get the paperwork ready. Wait, something wrong. No, it's just, no, never mind. I'm sure it's nothing, just my imagination. Anyway, Shroud-san stamped the documents with a pon, then handed us a sheet detailing the case. By the way, I forgot to ask, what's the reward? You asked that at the end. Shroud-san, you really do have a few gaps, don't you? Don't tease me. The reward is 200 silver coins. Plus, you'll get 10 more for each poacher you catch. And if you can uncover information about who's buying the protected animals, that is, the traders, you'll get an extra 50 coins. That's actually a pretty good deal. If everything goes well, we could earn close to 300 silver. We just bought a house and money's tight, so this is a welcome opportunity. I don't think you'll have any trouble, Shroud-san, but please be careful. There've been some dangerous rumors going around lately. Dangerous rumors? Making sure no one was listening, Natalie-san leaned in and whispered quietly. Apparently, a mysterious assassin who's been active across the region has come to Horizon. Someone like that is in the city. We haven't had any confirmed sightings yet. It's still just a rumor. But where there's smoke, there's fire, so please be on your guard. Got it, I'll be careful. From the sound of it, this assassin could be serious trouble. I'll have to make sure everyone stays safe. After I left the front desk, the others, who had been waiting a little ways off, came over. Rain, what kind of request did you take? Is it all-you-can-eat fish? No way something like that exists. Just how much of a glutton are you? Naya, but we haven't had any fish lately at all. I'm suffering from fish deficiency and about to collapse. Let me see that paper too, please. I see. The task is to deal with poachers hunting protected animals and gather information on their buyers. Sounds like a job for the knights. Poaching animals. Nina would probably be one of the first targets. Am I gonna get caught? Oh. Don't scare her like that. Bon, I gave Luna a light tap on the head as punishment. I was thinking we'd head straight to the site. Any objections? Nope. Canaid replied energetically, and the others nodded in agreement. All right, it's been a while since our last real adventure. I couldn't help feeling a little excited. Section. Dealing with poachers means there's a high chance we'll end up in a fight. To prepare, we headed to Gantz's weapons shop. Hello. Oh, it's you. As we entered, Gantz closed the book he'd been reading with a snap. Naya, are you bored? Gahaha, you sure don't hold back, young lady. But you look bored. I'm just on break right now. You read books during your break. Wouldn't that just make you more tired? Normal people relax by reading books. Only a muscle brain like you gets tired from it. That's so mean. Canaid looked completely crushed by Tania's sharp jab. My work's all physical, you see, so I gotta use my brain now and then or it'll rust over. Anyway, what brings you here today? I figured the weapon I ordered might be ready by now. Oh yeah, right. It's done. Gantz put the book back on the shelf and disappeared into the back of the store. After a short wait, he returned holding a short sword. Here, this is the custom weapon I made for you, Rain. He handed me the short sword. I drew it from its sheath to check the blade. It was a burning red color with a slight curve to the edge. It's beautiful, I can't look away. To be mesmerized by a blade, my sister has some dangerous tastes. Luna, are you trying to insult me? Yup. Very well. Then this means war. Fighting isn't good, okay. The sisters glared at each other until Nina stepped in and gently scolded them. Lately, this kind of scene has become pretty common. Not wanting to upset Nina, they both backed down. They were probably trying to be good role models, worried about setting a bad example. Despite looking so young themselves, they seemed eager to act like big sisters in front of Nina. While checking the short sword, I noticed something unfamiliar on the hilt. This is a trigger. It looked like some kind of switch. There was a trigger embedded in the hilt. Gantz, what's this? Heh, that's the result of my research. Does it launch the blade or something? HMPH, don't lump it in with such cheap gimmicks. Then what does it do? As I looked puzzled, Gantz started grinning. He looked like he was dying to explain it. He really is like a kid when it comes to weapons, stubborn, single-minded, and a little immature at times. Mind explaining. Gladly. Clearly waiting for that prompt, Gantz lit up and launched into an explanation. This is a custom-made weapon just for you, Rain. If anyone else tried to use it, they wouldn't be able to draw out its true potential. A weapon just for me. You're a beast tamer who commands girls from the strongest race. That's what I focused on. This short sword can store their power. And with that, it can unleash tremendous destructive force. You mean this sword can hold our power? Naya, that's amazing. I can't believe something like that exists. But are you sure it really works? At a glance, it just looks like a slightly unusual short sword. What, are you doubting my craftsmanship? Not exactly. But it hasn't actually been tested yet, has it? It's natural to be a little concerned about whether it'll work properly or not. Tania had a point. If the thing backfired in battle, it'd be a disaster. Mind if I give it a test run? HMPH, not that I like being doubted, but I suppose a test is necessary. Fine, come with me. Following Gantz, we stepped outside and walked around to the back of the shop. There was a small open space with wooden targets set up. It looked like this was where they tested weapons. Let's see. I imagined a mock enemy. Holding the short sword, I swung from right to left, then from left to upward. Finally, I brought it down from above in a heavy strike. To finish, I gave the sword a spin and slid it back into the sheath. Ooh, Rain, that was so cool. Clap, clap. Canaid and Nina's cheers made me a little embarrassed. The short sword handled beautifully. It fit my grip better than any blade I'd ever used. Not too heavy, not too light, just the right balance. Ha! This time, I slashed one of the wooden targets. With a clean cut along the arc of the blade, the target was sliced cleanly in two. Cutting power's great too. For normal use, this weapon was flawless. No complaints at all. As far as I'm concerned, it's the best short sword I've ever had. What I was still curious about was the mechanism Gantz mentioned. Storing the power of the strongest race in the blade, just how powerful would that be? I want to try using that gimmick you mentioned, the one that stores the strongest race's power. How does it work? It's simple, just hold hands with one of the strongest girls. Just one is enough. Hold hands. So, storing their power probably means I draw it in by holding hands or something like that. All right then. Yes. Just as I turned to ask someone to help me, Everyone raised their hand in perfect sync, clearly anticipating what I was about to say. I was first. No way, it's obviously gotta be me. For an experiment like this, what's needed is calm observation. I believe Sora is the best choice. I shall be the most useful one here. I want to help Rain too. Sparks practically flew between them. Then they all turned to face me and asked in unison, "Who are you picking?" I have to pick. Why is everyone so fired up about this? Even Nina's getting involved. This is just a test, you know. All right, I'll ask Nina. Okay. Playing it safe, I chose Nina as my partner. The others looked a little disappointed, but they couldn't exactly complain to Nina, so they reluctantly gave up. Excuse me. Nina's voice became unusually formal as she took my hand. When I squeezed back, her 3 tails twitched sharply. Something wrong. I just got a little embarrassed. That's all. How? I see. You don't need to force yourself or anything. Just relax, okay? I gave her a reassuring smile to help her feel at ease, then turned to Gantz. So, what do I do next? Try pulling the trigger while you're in that state. Like this. As I pulled the trigger, I felt something flow into me through my joined hand with Nina. At the same time, the blade of the short sword began to glow. This is. Now. At Gantz's signal, my body moved on reflex. I released Nina's hand and raised the short sword. Then, springing forward with a kick off the ground, I charged the target and swung the blade down in a single motion. Boom, grahhh. With a thunderous crash, the wooden target shattered into splinters. Whoa, seriously. That destructive power was insane, completely over the top. Looks like the experiment was a success. That power is unreal. What, not satisfied? I mean, it's hard to know when to use it, but no, I'm not complaining. I hope it never comes to this again, but if we end up fighting the demons once more, this power could prove essential. It's unlikely, but it's better to be prepared. That weapon is called Kamui. Thanks, I'll take good care of it. And just like that, I obtained a new weapon. Section. Once we finished gearing up, we headed to the forest outside town to carry out the request. According to Natalie Sand's intel, the poachers had been over hunting animals throughout the woods. In particular, the horned wolves were being targeted the most. As the name suggests, horned wolves are a species related to wolves. Once fully grown, they develop large, prominent horns, hence the name. Despite being wolves, they're generally docile and won't attack humans unless provoked. Their horns are easy to work with, and their fur is of high quality. In the past, they were heavily hunted by humans. As a result, their numbers plummeted, and they were eventually designated a protected species. Once designated as such, hunting them became illegal. Killing a protected animal is a punishable offense, and in the worst case, it could land you in prison. So while it may seem like horned wolves are now safe, there are always people out there looking to do bad things. Because of their rarity, their horns and pelts have become even more valuable, drawing in poachers hoping to make a quick fortune. We've got to do our best to protect the horned wolves. I'll do my best. Kanade and Nina were both full of spirit. Kanade being fired up was normal, but seeing Nina this motivated was rare. She's usually such a quiet girl. It's not often you see her getting fired up like this. You're really into this, huh? Of course. Kanade answered with a confident HMPH. To us Nekore, animals like horned wolves are basically like distant relatives. If they're in trouble, we have to help them. Me too, same. That made sense. Given how close the Nekore tribe and God tribe are to beasts in form, it wasn't surprising that they felt a connection to the horned wolves. In that case, we'll have to make sure the culprits pay, so they never pull something this stupid again. When you say it, Tania, it sounds like something else entirely. A little shady, even. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. Regrettably, I find myself partially agreeing with that. Hey now. All right, that's enough chit-chat. I clapped my hands to get everyone focused again. From here on, we're in horned wolf territory. Poachers might be anywhere. Keep your voices down and move quietly. Got it, Naya. You're being too loud. Oops. Stealth might be a lost cause. Rain, why not do that usual thing where you contract a bird or something and scout ahead with your ridiculous powers? Don't call them ridiculous, but yeah, I'll do a scout. First, I needed to find something to tame. I reached out with my senses to locate nearby creatures. Still, It's kind of inconvenient that I'm the only one who can scout like this. It'd be nice if someone had ranger-type abilities. Naya Ren Naya. A ranger. It's a class specialized in detection and stealth. They're considered essential when exploring trap-filled ruins or complex dungeons. Whoa, I didn't know there was a class like that. It's a pretty common class, even I know about it. But I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't. They're from the strongest races, after all. It's a support-focused class, similar to Beast Tamer. The main difference is that it has decent combat capabilities too. I see. Very informative indeed. From our perspective, Beast Tamer seemed like the strongest class. But if that's not the case, what is the strongest class? Well, if we're talking purely combat-wise, probably Assassin. It's a class similar to Ranger. Of course, that's excluding heroes as a baseline condition. K-Killer. Nina shivered, clearly imagining something unpleasant. Well, yeah, that's what most people think of when they hear the word. Since she once lived in a human village where she was worshipped, she probably knows a bit about it. There are people who kill for a living, sure. Villains, huh? Time for my righteous cat punch to set them straight. But whether they're villains or not is kind of a gray area. Not all assassins make a living by killing people. Naya, what do you mean? Assassin is like an advanced version of the Ranger class. They gain even more specialized skills for detection and stealth. Sounds like a really useful class. It's one of those, every household should have one types. Luna, that's not the correct expression. It's just a rumor, but apparently their stealth abilities are insane. Once they hide, it's said you'll never find them. No presence, no form, completely silent as they close in and slice. I mimed slashing downward with a dagger. They're known for appearing out of nowhere and finishing you in a single blow. That's the image they have. The closest comparison would be an Eastern ninja, I guess. Because of their skills, many end up becoming assassins. They're practically tailor-made for it. Naruhodo. And they're strong in combat too. Supposedly, they have incredible power and speed, and no one can read their attacks. That's why they're often considered the strongest combat class, next to the hero, of course. Since you can't just become a hero, assassins are effectively the top-tier combat class. In that case, wouldn't everyone want to be an assassin? Yeah, but you never see any. I've traveled a lot before meeting Rain, and I've never even heard of one. Me neither. Their doubts made perfect sense. Assassin is a combat class many admire, but becoming one isn't easy. It takes years, decades, of harsh training just to take the first step. In other words, only the truly gifted can ever become one. That's why their numbers are so few, and why encountering one is so rare. Their identities are usually wrapped in mystery. Since Kanade and the others are from the strongest races, it's not surprising they don't know much about human society. And I'm the one who's been talking the most. Not great, considering I'm the one who told everyone to stay quiet. I let out a wry smile and refocused. Just like Tania suggested, time to find a bird for a temporary contract. Rain. Kanade tugged urgently at my sleeve, her expression serious. Someone's coming. What? Over that way, maybe two people. I can hear their footsteps approaching. If Kanade's ears caught it, there's no doubt about it. Could it be we've already run into some poachers? Everyone, prepare for battle. At my command, everyone immediately moved into a defensive stance. Even Nina got ready to fight. I was a little worried, but if it's just normal opponents, she should be fine. She may be a kid, but she's still one of the strongest race. Oh, what's this? And who might you all be? Pushing through the underbrush, two men appeared, one lightly armored, the other looking like a mage. Judging by their appearance, they didn't seem like poachers. From the way they moved, I could tell they weren't ordinary, but there was no hostility. I gave a hand signal to let everyone know it was safe to lower their guard. I'm Rain, an adventurer. These are my companions. Ah, so you're fellow adventurers. Which means you two are as well. Yeah, I'm Og, a ranger. This guy's my partner, Kreutz, she's a mage. We're C rank, by the way. Nice to meet ya. He showed off his license card with a smug grin. Yeah, no doubt about it. It was the real thing. I pulled out my own license card to show him. Nice to meet you. I'm C rank too, for the record. Hi. You serious? It doesn't seem like he's lying. That license card is genuine. Still, for someone so young to be C rank, surprising. He's still just a kid, and the guild gave that a C rank. If they start handing out ranks to brats, people'll start thinking adventurers have gone soft. Twitch, a vein pulsed on Canade's temple, and it wasn't just Canade. Tania, Sara, Luna, even Nina looked clearly displeased. Should I deck him? You have my permission. Hold on, adventurers fighting among themselves is a bad idea. More importantly, they clearly don't know who Rain is. To not know about everything Rain's accomplished, what kind of rock have they been living under? Maybe they're from somewhere far away. Hey, what are you whispering about? Ah, it's nothing. So, have you two just arrived in Horizon? That's right. Once you reach our level, you tend to travel from region to region. Naruhodo, just like Nina said. Wait a sec now that I'm looking closer, the girl's Nekore tribe. And that one's from the dragon tribe, and even a god tribe too. I see, that explains it. If you've got members from the strongest races, a C rank makes sense. Still, leaning on your party isn't something to be proud of. When it comes down to it, you won't be able to handle anything alone. That's not true. Rain got to C rank on his own. And for the record, my master is way stronger than either of you. Haha. Sure, whatever you say. Og dismissed Canade and Tania's rebuttals with a laugh. It made me happy that everyone was upset on my behalf, but I had no intention of starting a fight with other adventurers. I hurriedly tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. So, are you two also out here on a request? More or less. We are. I don't see a problem with sharing. We've taken on a request to capture poachers in this forest. Hi. Hey, Rain, isn't that the same request as ours? Wait, what do you mean? Well, actually, I explained that we were working the same request. You're kidding me. Two separate parties took the same job. Could this be a double booking? Normally, requests aren't assigned to multiple adventurers at once. If several parties accept the same job, it often leads to disputes over who completed it, how to split rewards, and so on, so the guild tries to avoid those overlaps. There are times where multiple parties are sent for something major, like a powerful monster, but this isn't one of those cases. Capturing poachers should only involve a single team. Who gave you the request? Natalie-san. Do you know her, young receptionist? Ah, ours came from someone else. Looks like a guild mistake. It happens now and then. Got it. So in that case, why don't you leave this one to us? Come again. Even if you've got members from the strongest races, you can't brute force your way through a C rank request. If the request fails, it'll hurt the guild's reputation. That's not something we want. With us handling it, there's no risk. Just leave it to us. Shouldn't we talk this out first? Just writing us off like we're a burden, that's a bit much. We're not backing down. Actually, why don't you two back off? We're going to do our best. Canade and the others clearly felt the same way. They responded with irritated expressions. Hey, Rain, right. How long have you been an adventurer? About a month, right? Canade answered for me. Seriously, just a month. And you're already C rank, you must be riding your party's coattails. Listen closely. We've been adventurers for several years now. Unlike you, we have experience. And experience in many ways outweighs strength. We can't trust someone with no real experience to handle a C rank request. You should stick to D rank or lower jobs, say, for 6 months or so, until you've learned the ropes. Rain is incredibly talented. Even if he's only been an adventurer for a month, he has more than enough strength and knowledge. I can state that with confidence. Also, is experience really that important? There are plenty of people who do the same thing for 10 years and never improve at all. In that sense, I see no reason to hand the request over to someone just because they've been at it longer. Shouldn't you two be the ones to step aside? She all talk, huh? Og clicked his tongue in response to Sara and Luna's retort. It might be pointless to say, but I really wish he wouldn't provoke them too much. He probably hasn't noticed since their wings are hidden, but both of them are part of the strongest race. Underestimating them would be a huge mistake. Especially Luna, with her chaotic personality, if she really got mad, things could get out of hand fast. I wouldn't put it past her to casually fire off advanced magic without batting an eye. In that case, how about this? Kreutz, the more composed of the two, offered an alternative. Neither side wants to back down from this request, so why don't we make it a competition? You mean first come, first served? Yes, precisely. That seems the simplest solution. Though of course, it's not like we could possibly lose to you. Heh, it's practically a fixed match. It was a pretty obvious provocation, not something that really got under my skin. If I got worked up over every little comment like that, I'd never last. Still, what should I do? There's no need to fight Og and Kreutz over this. The guild's at fault for the mix-up, so even if we don't complete the request, there shouldn't be any penalties. What do you think, Rain? Honestly, I wouldn't mind just backing out. I really don't want to deal with these guys. Oh, so you're giving up? A wise decision. The outcome is already decided after all. There's no shame in withdrawing now. No, Rain, I've changed my mind. I'm doing this. We're going to wipe that smug look right off his face. Setting aside Luna's anger. I didn't like being talked down to either. I'm still a man, backing down here would be beyond pathetic. We're not backing down. Your terms are fine, let's make it a competition. Brashness of youth, huh? Very well, a competition it is. Og, you're good with that. Hell yeah. There's no way a punk like this could beat me. So what if you've got some strongest race girls with you? They're just girls and kids. This'll be a walk in the park. We'll see just how easy it is once you're eating dirt. Luna, please calm down. Don't interrupt the conversation. Sora tried to soothe Luna, but even she was clearly irritated, her face twitching slightly. Then from this moment, we're rivals. Let's compete fairly and squarely. That said, going all out against amateurs would be rather childish. If you'd like a handicap, we can offer one. What do you say? We don't need anything like that. My, can't even accept a kind gesture, huh? Even the strongest race are still just kids on the inside, I see. We'll show you what real adventurers are made of. Better start preparing yourselves to lose. When it's over, maybe we'll give you a little lecture on how adventuring actually works. Ha ha ha. With smug grins on their faces, Og and Kreutz disappeared into the forest. Once they were out of sight, Canide's tail fluffed up as she hissed. F Shia, those jerks are seriously annoying, Naya. Just ignore them. You know what they say, empty barrels make the most noise. Still, Rain, I'm glad you accepted the challenge. I take back what I said earlier. Same here. Honestly, I thought you might give up the request to avoid conflict, knowing you. Yeah, well, letting them talk down to us like that wouldn't sit right. Let's make sure they regret it. Omu, that's the spirit. Let's do our best and prove them wrong. I've got teammates I can rely on. With all of them by my side, there's no way we're losing to those two. All right, let's do this. Another side. Og and Kreutz were veteran adventurers, known by the title Blades of the Gale. Despite being just a duo, they had an impressive record, completing nearly every request without fail. Their strength was the real deal. They avoided settling in one place, choosing instead to travel from region to region. As a result, they'd built up a wealth of experience and knowledge. Among adventurers, it was often said that they had the power of a B rank, and that was true. It wouldn't be long before the two of them reached B rank officially. Og and Kreutz had never tasted failure. They'd earned their current position by successfully completing every task thrown at them. It was all their own effort. Which is why they were so proud. Man, what a pain those guys were. If they just handed the request over like they should have, we wouldn't be stuck with this dumb competition. Well, it can't be helped. He may be a rookie of less than a month, but he is still an adventurer, and a man at that. It's only natural that pride would get in the way. Yeah, kids and their egos, guess it's not his fault he's clueless. To be honest, he's not impressive. Probably got carried up to C rank just by relying on the power of the strongest race. But if that's how he got here, it won't do him any good in the long run. Exactly. If you're a man, you should fight your own battles. Rain had many reasons for reaching C rank, but the biggest was that he defeated a demon who appeared in Horizon. Canade and the others fought too, but none of them had managed to land a finishing blow. Rain, however, had delivered the decisive strike. Unaware of that fact, Og and Kreutz continued to mock and belittle him. What kind of expressions would they make when they finally learned the truth? People like that, they're bad for the image of adventurers. Makes it look like the standards are slipping. Yeah, no way we're letting that slide. It may seem harsh, but I suppose it's up to us to teach him a little something about reality. Huh, that brat might end up crying. She might even retire on the spot. Well, if it comes to that, so be it. We can't have the quality of adventurers dropping, and if someone's punching above their rank, they could end up dead. Better to set them straight early, even if it's rough. That's the duty of adults and of seniors. Indeed. Let's show that naive boy what a real adventurer is like. Og and Kreutz laughed, but they didn't realize it at all, who was really the naive one here. Section, all right, let's go Rain. We have to catch those poachers fast. Canaid tugged hard on my arm, dragging me forward. Calm down, Canaid. I get that you want to hurry, but do you even know where the poachers are? So you don't. Naya, I just really didn't want to lose to those two, so I kind of panicked. Canaid reckless charge. Nayeg. Nina's words hit Canaid square in the heart. She's right. That cat girl's the type who goes full speed ahead the moment she gets an idea. I suggest you act with a little more composure and reason. Coming from you, Luna, that's pretty rich. I always act with careful thought and planning. Thank you very much. If you say so. What's with that deadpan reply? The conversation was going way off track. Everyone's personalities are so strong that once the banter starts, it just keeps snowballing. Warning, do not mix. All right, settle down. I clapped my hands to draw their attention back. The competition's already started. Let's focus. We're not losing to those two. Rain's unusually fired up. Well, after everything they said, how could I not be? When it's time to act, I act. That part of you is really cool. And nothing. I didn't say anything. Anyway, stay alert. I don't like thinking this way, but it's possible they'll try to sabotage us. HMPH, let them try. 2 weak humans like them couldn't slow me down even if they wanted to. And that attitude is exactly what we call overconfidence. You idiot sister. Fudgian. Luna was met with a well-deserved fist of reason from Sora. Poor Luna, but I had to agree with Sora on this one. Underestimating your opponent never ends well. And besides, there's something about Og that's bothering me. That gear, that movement, it's all extremely polished. He's clearly a veteran adventurer, nothing surprising about that, but the timing feels off. The rumor about an assassin appearing in the city and Og's arrival, they line up perfectly. Maybe it's nothing, but I'd rather stay cautious than regret it later. And if I'm wrong, well, it'll just make for a good laugh. All right, let's get started. Nyan started with what? Poacher hunting, of course. I made a temporary contract with a nearby rabbit. Then, using that rabbit to call for others, I made temporary contracts with dozens more. So many rabbits. Nina's eyes sparkled. She probably really liked rabbits. Most kids do love cute things after all. All right, go. At my signal, the rabbits scattered in all directions. Naya, no matter how many times I see it, it's such a bizarre sight. This is my first time. It's amazing. If this is enough to shock you, prepare to be even more shocked later on. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of walking surprise box. I thought you usually searched by fusing with a bird and scouting from the sky. Tania tilted her head curiously. I figured it'd be easier to rely on the rabbits this time, so I changed my approach. But is it okay to leave it to the rabbits? Can they really tell the difference between an innocent person and the poachers? Tania's concern was valid. The command I gave the rabbits was a simple one: find people and report their locations. Besides us, there were Og and Kreutz in the forest. There could also be legal hunters or foragers. The rabbits had no way of distinguishing poachers from the rest. If things stayed like this, tracking down the poachers would be difficult, so I had another plan. I've already thought of that. What are you going to do? When a rabbit finds someone, I'll remotely merge with it. Merge refers to temporarily shifting my soul into the body of a tamed creature. It's like slipping inside them, overlaying my consciousness onto theirs. I'll merge with the rabbit and determine whether the person is a poacher or not. It'll take time to check each one individually, but this is the most reliable way. Naruhodo. Wait, you can merge remotely. That's the first I've heard of that. It works just fine. Didn't I mention it before? No, you didn't. Even merging in the first place is ridiculous, but now it's remote too. The laws of reality inside my head keep getting rewritten day by day. Rain, you're amazing. This kind of thing happens often, after all. It's best to get used to it now. There will be more, I'm sure. Getting surprised every time would be exhausting. So basically, don't expect me to act like a normal person ever again. Anyway, I'm going to start merging back to back, so I'll be defenseless for a while. I need you all to keep watch, just in case. Aye, sir. By the way, there's something I want to ask. Yeah. Did I leave something out in my explanation? Just as I tilted my head, Tania asked an unexpected question. You can merge with contracted creatures, right? Yeah, I can. Then, does that mean you can merge with us too? Huh. Come to think of it, that does sound possible. Rain merging with us, I mean that's. Elamu. That's kind of embarrassing. Everyone suddenly blushed, clearly imagining something weird. I quickly waved my hands in denial. And no, that's not possible. But merging only works with small animals like rabbits. I can't do it with someone who has a proper sense of self. And even if I could, there's no way I'd do something like that with any of you. Well, that makes sense. Tania gave a little laugh, seeming satisfied. If you did have that kind of guts, you'd probably have tried something with us already. Nyaha, yeah, Rain's definitely not that bold. Was that supposed to be praise, or an insult? Kind of hard to tell. AA anyway. I'm counting on you all to stay alert. When I merge, I'm completely defenseless. Leave it to me. I won't let a single monster or anything else lay a finger on you. I'll try too. Thanks. With everyone here, I can relax and we've already got a hit, I'm going in. With everyone around, I had nothing to worry about. I sat down on a nearby rock and slowly closed my eyes. When I opened them again, my gaze was fixed close to the ground, very low. I was seeing through a rabbit's eyes. Up ahead, I saw the two adventurers we parted ways with earlier. Looks like one of the rabbits had spotted them. Not our targets. Moving on to the next. I repeated the process of merging with several rabbits to search for the poachers. Adventurers, hunters, merchants, I found various people, but none of them were who we were looking for. Were the poachers not in the forest right now, or had I missed them? Just as I began to feel a slight tinge of unease. There they are. Through another rabbit, I found a suspicious group of men. A team of 4, equipped with bows and field knives. That alone could pass as a hunting party, but they were clearly chasing a horned wolf. No doubt about it. These guys are the poachers. I immediately broke the merge and returned to the group. Found them. Naya. Canade leapt into the air, fur standing on end. What happened? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. You really startled me. You came back so suddenly. She looked genuinely shaken, almost tearful. Right? Cats do react dramatically when surprised. I guess the Nekore tribe is no different. Sorry, I was in a hurry. It's okay, I'm not mad, so. What happened? I found the poachers. They were chasing a horned wolf. Then we have to hurry. Where are they? They're about 1 kilometer to the northeast. 1 kilometer, got it. Let's go. Canade dashed off. Canade, wait. What? That's the southwest. I knew that. That's a lie. Definitely a lie. Sora and Luna coolly called her out, and Canade broke into a nervous sweat, averting her gaze awkwardly. Let's go. Pretending nothing happened, Canade bolted off again, this time actually heading northeast. We couldn't afford to waste time either. Let's move. Right. Sora and I will take to the skies with Nina. Running is a pain, fly. Sora and Luna lifted Nina in their arms and took off with flight magic. Definitely faster than going on foot. I ran alongside Tania through the forest. Since we had to cut through completely unmaintained terrain, we couldn't get much speed. This is so annoying. We need to hurry. Rain, want me to just burn everything down? Absolutely not. You're no fun. Tania's ideas are always a little extreme. But she had a point, we might not make it in time like this. Tania, let's go by air too. I can fly, sure, but what about you? Want me to carry you? I'm good. I jumped onto a tree branch and leapt forward, then sprang from branch to branch, rapidly gaining distance, way faster than trying to run through the forest floor with all its obstacles. You're awfully nimble, huh? Tania flew past above me with her wings, half impressed, half exasperated. There they are. Up ahead, I could see a group of 4 men, and beyond them, 1 horned wolf. It must have decided it couldn't handle them and was trying to flee. But its body was wounded, and blood stained its fur. We had to prioritize the horned wolf's safety over capturing the poachers. Boost. I cast a self-enhancement spell. My body felt light as a feather. I kicked off the trunk of a tree and launched forward. Like a cannonball, I rocketed between the poachers and the horned wolf. At that moment, the poachers loosed their arrows, 3 of them. I stepped in front of the horned wolf like a shield, caught 2 arrows midair, and kicked the 3rd one down. What the? Surprised by the sudden interference, the poachers froze. Kill him. Surprisingly, the poachers quickly regained their composure. They identified me as the enemy and raised their bows again. Boom! A sudden explosion knocked all 4 of them off their feet. They crashed to the ground, unconscious. Well, that was quick. Is it already over? Tania descended from the sky, flapping her wings casually. Looks like that fireball was her doing. The poachers hadn't been watching the skies, and her attack hit them dead on. It's already over. Looks like Sora, and I didn't get a turn this time. Sora and the others arrived shortly after. They canceled their magic and gently landed on the ground. Where's Canaid? Now that you mention it, she should have gotten here first, right? Could she have gone the wrong way? Very possible. She did try to run in the exact opposite direction at first. Nyan. While I was thinking something admittedly rude, the bushes rustled and Canaid popped out. What were you doing in there? Catching a bad guy, of course. Look. Canaid dragged out a man I didn't recognize. He was limp, clearly unconscious. Dressed the same as the other poachers, definitely one of them. Where'd you find him? At a camp just ahead. He suddenly attacked me, so I punched him out. She puffed out her chest proudly. That was probably the poacher's base camp. Looks like this guy was left behind to stand guard. Nice work, Canaid. Nyafu. Rain praised me. When I patted her head, Canaid broke into a blissful smile, her tail swaying back and forth. Hey, Rain, I'm the one who wiped out the whole group of poachers, you know. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Of course not. I'm grateful to you too, Tania, thanks. I reached over and patted Tania's head as well. She looked slightly embarrassed, but also quietly pleased, pulling off a complicated mix of emotions all at once. So, as long as you know, then it's fine. Sora Luna, can you restrain these guys with magic? Understood. Leave it to me. For now, the poachers had been captured. All that remained was Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The injured horned wolf bared its fangs, growling low in its throat. It glared at us as if it still wanted to fight back. Wah, it's okay. We're not your enemies. Gia-ra-ra. Hiya. Canaid tried to calm it down, but the horned wolf only growled louder in warning. This isn't good. I want to treat its wounds, but not if it won't let us get close. It's okay. Nina slowly stepped forward toward the horned wolf. Nina, that's dangerous. Yeah, what if it bites you? Tania and Canaid panicked, but Nina didn't stop walking. It's okay, don't be scared. GRRs. We're not going to hurt you. You're a good one, aren't you? Little by little, the horned wolf began to calm down. Amazing, was she using some kind of magic? No, probably not. It must have been Nina's gentle aura that got through to it. There. Whine. Nina gently patted the horned wolf's head. It let out a soft whimper and lay down right there on the spot. Can we treat it now? Why, yeah. Should be fine now. Thank goodness. Nina smiled, looking truly relieved. Honestly, Nina feels more like the beast tamer than you do. Don't say that. Okay, I'll admit, I felt a little bit defeated. Heal. I used magic to mend the horned wolf's wounds. Thankfully, they weren't too deep, and I was able to completely heal it right away. There, all done. Arf. The horned wolf gave a lively bark and rubbed its head against me. It looked like it had completely let down its guard after being healed. Good boy. Arf. Looks like you've won it over too, Rain. Guess this is a proper showing for a beast tamer. Yeah, it must have realized how kind you are. I'm so glad. If that's true, then I'm glad too. When I scratched its head, the horned wolf closed its eyes happily. It was adorable. I almost wanted to take it home, but it had its own life to return to. And besides, caring for a protected animal isn't exactly easy. As much as I wanted to, I had to let that idea go. Take care of yourself, all right. Arf. The horned wolf glanced back at us once, then sprinted off into the forest. Stay safe. Nina waved and called out goodbye. Well, that's that. Yeah, now we just need to bring these guys back to the guild. Hem. What is it, Luna? I feel like we forgot something. The horned wolf had been rescued. The poachers were caught. Was there anything else we were supposed to do? That explosion we heard earlier came from around here. Might be a lead on the poachers. Og and Kreutz emerged from deeper in the forest. Canaid made a face like she'd just remembered something, and so did the rest of us. We were competing with those two, weren't we? To see who could catch the poachers first. We were fired up at the start, but looking back now, it all felt kind of silly. It didn't matter anymore. There was no point in dragging ourselves down to that level for the sake of pride. That's probably why we all forgot. Phew-foon. Too late, huh? We already caught the poachers, thank you very much. Canid and Tania puffed out their chests with pride. What? You're saying you captured them? Don't lie to me. There's no way you could have gotten ahead of us. Are you telling the truth? It was pretty easy, Nyafu. The guys lying there are proof. Go ahead, take a good look. Prompted by Tania, Og bent down to inspect the unconscious poachers. They really are poachers. I can't believe this. That we lost, how could this happen? What trick did you use? Outsmarting us like this isn't something just anyone can do. Huh, isn't it just a difference in skill? GGH. Tania's casual remark made Kreutz's face twist in frustration. Canid followed up with a triumphant grin. Phew-foon, guess that means we won this round. As promised, you're handing over the request to us, okay? Not that it matters. We're the ones who actually caught the poachers, after all. Did you really capture them? Even if you did, are you sure you didn't pull some kind of trick? Nyan, did you just say? There's no way you could have found the poachers before us. We're more experienced, more knowledgeable, more powerful. We surpass you in every aspect. And yet you beat us. There must be something shady going on. Now that you mention it, it is suspicious. Maybe they already knew where the poachers were and only challenged us to this little game after that. It's totally possible. What are these two even talking about? Obviously, we didn't know the poachers' location ahead of time. And they're the ones who proposed the competition in the first place. Maybe they just can't accept that they lost, but their excuses are way too flimsy. Look, we didn't do anything like that. No tricks, no cheating. As if we'd believe that, this whole thing's void. Got it. Honestly, pulling sneaky stunts just because you didn't think you could beat us, that kind of behavior only tarnishes the name of adventurers. You should be ashamed. They're impossible to talk to. Still, they're fellow adventurers. Resorting to force isn't an option, so what now? How about we put the request discussion on hold for now? Like hell we will. We accepted this job too. We need to settle this right here and now. Or what? Are you just trying to stall for time? No. I just mean, it's getting late, right? I glanced up at the sky. The sun was already starting to dip. Looks like more time had passed than I'd realized. This is deep in the forest. Even if we head back now, it's going to take a while. And if we're bringing captives, it'll be even slower. I'm thinking it'd be better to camp out here tonight. Well, I guess you're right. There's a poacher's base camp nearby, apparently. Let's make use of that. We can talk about the request again tomorrow. Sound fair? Fine, I accept. Good, at least they agreed to that much. We'll handle moving the prisoners. Can you two go check out the camp? What, giving us orders now? It's just a suggestion. There are 5 poachers. With more people on our side, it makes sense for us to handle them, right? Nothing more to it. Og, should we? Yeah. Og and Kreutz exchanged a glance that seemed to carry some hidden meaning. What are they planning? I really hope they're not thinking anything stupid, but I've got a bad feeling about this. And unfortunately, my gut's usually right about things like this. I just hope I'm wrong. Another side. Og and Kreutz headed for the base camp used by the poachers. In the middle of the forest was a clearing that looked like a gaping hole in the trees. Several tents were set up there. Separate from the tents were a number of metal cages, about a meter tall, fitted with pulleys, most likely meant for capturing and transporting prey. How's it look over there? Nothing unusual so far. There could still be other poachers hiding nearby. With that in mind, the two of them searched the camp thoroughly, meticulously, even. Eventually, they concluded that there was no one else. Looks like there really were only 5 of them. Still, with nothing here, it all feels kind of anticlimactic. Well, easy jobs are good jobs. But more importantly, the issue is the request. Og and Kreutz both scowled. A rookie who'd only been an adventurer for barely a month had dared to challenge them, veterans. Getting serious with a newbie would be childish. That's why they proposed a contest, to show the difference in power. Make him back off on his own. But what happened? Rain and his team used underhanded methods to snatch victory from them. And now they had the nerve to declare themselves the winners without shame. How arrogant. How foolish. This was something they simply couldn't allow. If the request was taken from them like this, their reputations would be completely ruined. What do? Like it or not, they were the ones who captured the poachers first. If they push that point, we've got no defense. If this keeps up, they'll snatch the request right out from under us. I can't accept that. If word gets out that we lost to a bunch of kids, our reputations will take a serious hit. We have to do something, but what? Damn it, that brat should have fought fair instead of pulling cheap tricks. Even if they manage to complete the request like this, it'll all fall apart eventually. You can't make it as an adventurer without real strength like we have. Do they even understand that? Og and Kreutz believed, without a shred of doubt, that they were the ones who were right, strong, upright, and honorable. But the question remained, who truly had the strength? I've got an idea. Oh, that's my partner for you. What have you got in mind? It's simple, we just need to complete the request before they do. Huh? What do you mean by that? In other words, Og and Kreutz continued to plot. What they were discussing could only be described as underhanded, but the two of them genuinely believed it was justified. After all, Rain's team had resorted to dirty tricks first. They were just retaliating in kind, so it wasn't wrong. That's what they told themselves. And so, the two-man adventuring team began to spiral out of control. Chapter 3. The Adventurers' Misconduct. The poachers' hands were bound, restricting their movement. Just in case they tried to use magic, I also gagged them for good measure. It took some time, but I had them walk in that state as we made our way back to the base camp. Grrrr. Naya. On the way, we ran into a bear. Startled by its loud roar, Canide's tail shot straight up in alarm. Oh, perfect timing. Grrrr. Instead of backing down, I smiled as if I were welcoming it. The bear let out a confused-sounding growl. Most creatures would run if they saw a bear, but unfortunately for it, I'm a beast tamer. A bear isn't nearly enough to scare me. All right, temporary contract. I quickly gathered my magic power and formed a temporary contract with the bear. Then, I had it carry the poachers on its back. How should I put this? It's a sight that makes me question reality. I feel like Rain's the only human who'd be happy to run into a bear. Before I knew it, Sara and Luna were giving me looks that were a mix of disbelief and reluctant admiration. Canade and Tania had similar expressions. Nina, meanwhile, just stood there, mouth agape. Bears are strong, so they're perfect for hauling cargo. See? Even with 5 people on its back, it doesn't look bothered at all. I mean, being able to tame such a bear without even needing to look for one. That's something to be happy about, right? Naya, I don't think that's what Sora and Luna are trying to say. Or rather, Rain, your idea of normal is as skewed as ever. Wait, I didn't do anything weird this time, did I? Not being scared of a bear is weird enough. They all chimed in at once. Mr. Bear, so cute. Nina, unfazed by the commentary, was happily petting the bear. The bear looked pleased, too. Before long, we arrived at the base camp. The poachers had their legs tied as well, and we tossed them all into a single tent. It might have been a bit rough, but they're criminals. No need to treat them with extra care. Besides, for just one night, it shouldn't be a problem. With the poachers handled, it was time to prepare for the night. Canade, how's it looking over there? All good, looks usable to me. Several tents had already been set up at the base camp, probably by the poachers. I called out to Canade, who was inspecting one of them. She popped her head out from the tent entrance and gave a cheerful smile. We hadn't brought our own tents since we didn't expect to stay overnight, so being able to use theirs was a relief. By the way, where did Og and Kreutz go? Those two, they said, you guys can use this spot. We'll camp somewhere else, and just wandered off. They did. That was unexpected. Knowing them, I figured they'd say, we're taking this spot. You lot can go somewhere else. I'd mentally prepared for that much based on how they usually acted. Maybe they're showing us some respect as their seniors. Not a chance, no way. Agreed. Tania's probably right. They're definitely just planning to hold it over our heads later. Everyone was saying whatever they pleased. But honestly, I couldn't really blame them. I was thinking the same thing. People with that much pride don't just change their attitude overnight. Arios is a perfect example. It's more reasonable to assume they have some sort of ulterior motive. Better stay alert, just in case. Tania, did they say where they'd be camping? I wasn't really paying attention since it didn't seem important. They're not far, about 50 meters north by the riverbank. I see. In that case, I headed to the bear I'd left waiting at the entrance of the base camp. I extended our temporary contract and gave it a new command. Could you keep watch for us? If anyone approaches our tent tonight, let us know. We're counting on you. Groar. The bear let out a strong roar, as if saying, leave it to me. Do your best, okay. Nina patted the bear's head gently. That seemed to pump it up even more. It roared again, full of energy. Seriously, Nina's more like a beast tamer than I am. I couldn't help but chuckle. Woof. Just then, the pack of wild dogs I had also temporarily tamed returned. Each one carried a tree branch in its mouth, exactly what I'd asked them to gather for starting a fire. Wow. Before I realized it, Nina was staring at me intently. What's wrong? Rain, you're amazing. I've never seen anyone tame so many animals. For me, this is just normal though. It's not, Canade and Tania said in unison. By the way, Rain, has your skill as a tamer changed at all since before? Luna asked, tilting her head slightly. Well, compared to before, I think I've gotten better lately. It feels like the time it takes to form contracts has gotten shorter, and it also seems like I can handle more of them now. I see, Luna muttered thoughtfully. Luna, what about that? Sora asked. I just had a thought. Maybe Rain's absurd tamer abilities are similar to the power of the hero we've heard about. The power of the hero. You mean that theory Sora mentioned before, about having no growth limit? Yes, I've been watching him since then, and Rain's growth really isn't normal. Frankly, it's unnatural. So I started wondering, what if Rain also has the hero's power? My power as a beast tamer, similar to the hero's. Now that she mentioned it, I couldn't completely dismiss the idea, but surely that's just my imagination. I'm not a hero, I'm just a beast tamer. My intuition's never been wrong though. More importantly, let's get dinner ready. You're all starting to get hungry, right? Yeah, I'm starving. Bring out the chef. Naya, food. Luna and Canade's eyes sparkled. They were easy to read. Nina, I'm counting on you. Okay. Nina reached toward thin air. The space shimmered like a mirage, and her hand disappeared. Let's see, vegetables first, then meat and spices. She pulled her hand back, now holding vegetables, meat, and seasonings. It was Nina's divine ability, subspace storage. She could store items in a subspace and retrieve them at will. A truly ridiculous power. Since she was still a child, she couldn't connect to a large subspace yet and could only store enough for one meal. Still, that was more than enough. Being able to store food and not needing to scavenge for it was a huge help. I'd asked her to prepare just in case, and it turned out to be a great call. Suddenly, Canade stared at Nina. What is it? Say, could I go inside that space too? Wait, Canade, are you into that kind of thing? What kind of thing is that? Mystery deepens. That's not it, okay. Rain, don't get the wrong idea either. I'd accept you no matter what your tastes are, Canade. Betrayed. Canade sulked, wearing a look of utter shock. We all took a moment to calm her down and then got back on topic. You can go into the subspace. Living things can be stored too. Whoa, that's amazing. Hey, can I try it real quick? If I curl up tightly, wouldn't there be enough space for me to fit? There is, but I think it's better if you don't. Why, Naya? It's pitch dark, totally silent, you can't move. I think it'd be really scary. Pitch dark, silent, and unable to move. Isn't that basically like being sealed away? Canade must have imagined it too, her ears drooped in fear. Yeah, I'll pass after all. Yeah, I think that's for the best. Still, Nina really is amazing. Faya. When I patted her head, Nina flinched slightly. Did I surprise her? I started to pull my hand away, but Nina followed after me. Pet me. Are you sure? Yeah. She gave a small nod, so I continued patting her head. You're amazing, being able to use a power like that even though you're still so young. Am I? I don't really know, it just feels normal to me. I think it's amazing too. Us Nekore tribe can't do anything so skillful. Same here, I could never do something like that. You should be proud of yourself. Sora and I can use similar magic, but it's just a watered-down version compared to hers. Nina's original subspace storage really is in a league of its own. How? As everyone praised her, Nina bashfully looked down. Still, she seemed happy, her three tails were swaying restlessly. Adorable. But then, in the next moment, she tilted her head curiously and looked off into the distance, toward nothing in particular. What is it, Nina? It felt like someone was watching me. She didn't seem too sure herself, her voice lacking confidence. Canade, do you hear anything? I don't hear anything. I don't see anything either. Maybe it was just the presence of some nearby animal. Yeah, maybe that's it. Nina didn't seem fully convinced, but she decided there wasn't any point in continuing the discussion, and the topic ended there. Well then, let's get dinner started. I'll take care of it tonight. I'll have it ready soon, so just wait a bit. I'll help Naya. Sora will help too. Wait, sister, please don't. It won't be food anymore, it'll be poison. I've always wondered, what kind of food does Sora even make? I'm curious now. I'm curious too, but I think I'd be too scared to try it. What do you all think my cooking is like? Sora puffed out her cheeks in protest, and everyone burst into laughter. Section GRROARR. Night, I had been sound asleep in the tent when a loud roar jolted me awake. That was the bear I tamed, which meant we had an intruder. It was just a precaution, but who on earth would come to a place like this? No, I'll think about that later. I need to regroup with everyone first. I quickly geared up and rushed out of the tent. Naya. Rain. Thank goodness you're all right. The others were already out of their tents too, not a single person missing. Nina was still half asleep, but she was fine. Giara. The bear I had tamed walked over to us. Maybe it was proud of having completed its task. It seemed to be holding its head up with pride. Good job, well done. Giaruf. I don't see any intruders. I think they ran away. I don't sense anyone, Afu. Nina said with a yawn, apparently also woken by the bear's roar. If Nina says so, then it's probably true. Any idea which way they went? Did you see anything? Gra. When I asked the bear, it pointed south. Why south? If you keep walking in that direction, you eventually reach the town, but there's nothing else that way. Still, the bear wouldn't lie. It's under contract with me, so it can't deceive me, and it has no reason to. What's going on here? Rain, come here. Tania called out urgently. I followed her, and we arrived in front of the tent where we'd been holding the prisoners. Look. Peering inside, the prisoners we had captured were gone. In their place were some cut ropes lying on the floor. I don't know how, but they escaped. We have to go after them now. Rain. Isn't something off about this? First of all, there aren't enough ropes. We tied up both their hands and feet. If they undid all of them, there should be more ropes left behind. And how would they even escape in that state without help from the outside? Well, that's true, but they're gone, aren't they? Yeah, you're right. There were still a lot of unanswered questions, but one thing was clear. The prisoners had escaped. If we didn't catch them quickly, we'd fail the mission. I returned to the others. Rain, what happened? The prisoners escaped. Naya, you're kidding. Sora, Luna, can you use magic to locate the escaped prisoners? If they're nearby, we can locate them. But if they've already fled far away, it'll be difficult. There's a limit to the effective range. For now, let's give it a shot. Material search. Luna cast her spell. After a moment, her body twitched slightly. Oh, I got a reaction. Really? Yup, it's right at the edge of the range, but it's there. About 500 meters to the south. There are multiple signals. They're closer than I expected. We can catch up easily at this distance. All right. Canade and Tania, come with me, we're going after the escaped poachers. Sara, Luna, Nina, I need you three to get in touch with Og and Kroots. We're contacting those two. Naya, not really in the mood. Can't we just ignore them? If they find out the poachers escaped, they'll just throw a tantrum. We can't do that. If we don't contact them, they'll use it as an excuse to complain about something else. And depending on how things go, we might need their help. Right now, the most important thing is not letting the poachers get away. Naya, all right, if you say so, Rain. Rain, about Og and Kroots. They were camping 50 meters north, by the river, right? Yeah. Why? There's no reaction. Hi. I'm not getting any signals from the two of them. There's no one to the north. All the human readings are coming from the south. Og and Kroots aren't there. Could they have abandoned the mission? No, not after all that talk. It's hard to believe they'd just give up on the request. Wait a minute. A realization hit me. Luna, check the signals coming from the south again. But this time, can you tell me exactly how many there are? Fufun, who do you think I am? I'm a member of the strongest race. A spirit of magical specialization. A task like that is nothing to. Behold now my magnificent power and material search. Wah, you stole my moment. Luna's preambles are too long. We don't have time to wait, okay? The results are in. There are 7 signals. I knew it. A bad feeling came true, and I clicked my tongue in frustration. Rain, what does that mean? It's Og and Kroots. Naya, what about them? They're the ones who took the prisoners. No, more accurately, they took them while we were sleeping. I bet they're trying to march them into town and claim the credit for themselves. Sora said there were 7 signals, but we only captured 5 poachers. That means there are 2 extra. And now, Og and Kroots are nowhere to be seen. At the same time, prisoners who had no way of escaping on their own somehow vanished. It's just too convenient. There's almost no doubt those 2 are involved. Stealing someone else's catch, they've got guts. Cowards. I can't forgive them unless I give them a proper punishment. They're right, we've got no reason to let them get away with this. Let's catch them, all of them. Just as I was about to rush off, I paused. Wait. I closed my eyes and searched for nearby presences. Then I sent out a mental wave and summoned it. A glowing orb of light appeared, floating gently. This was the insect I'd been looking for. I immediately formed a temporary contract. It's beautiful. Naya, what is it? It's a bug that glows at night. I'm using it for light. Sure, light is useful, but if we have something like that with us, won't they spot us easily? They've got the prisoners with them. Even if they do spot us, it's not like they can suddenly speed up their escape. No problem. If anything, it'll show them we're closing in and put pressure on them. Ah, that makes sense. All right, let's go. At my signal, we dashed into the forest. The forest at night was dark. The moonlight barely made it through the leaves, so visibility was terrible. But thanks to the glowing insect, our surroundings were gently illuminated. It lit up the ground around us with a radius of about 3 meters. We couldn't go all out, but it was enough to move at a decent pace. Rain, I see them, 10 o'clock direction. At Canade's call, I quickly turned my gaze. Blending into the shadows of the night, I spotted several figures moving. Og was at the front. Kroots was in the rear. The 2 of them were leading the poachers we had captured. The poachers' leg restraints had been removed, but the rest of their bindings were still intact. The group was walking through the dark forest, being escorted by the 2, so it really was them. Canade, Tania. Get in front of them and stop their advance. I'll close in from behind. Got it. Let's end this in one go. Canade and Tania picked up speed, each circling around from opposite sides. As expected, they're fast. Once they get serious, there's no way I could keep up. This is the end of the line. You're not going any further. What? In no time, Canade and Tania had cut off Og and Kroots from the front. They spread their arms as if to assert their presence. Og at the lead let out a flustered voice. Damn, already caught, get ready, Og. Hell yeah, no way we're losing to a bunch of cheating brats. Og raised his weapon, while Kroots gripped his staff. Clearly, surrender wasn't even on the table. Well, figures. If they were the kind to give up quietly, they wouldn't have tried to steal the credit in the first place. This is where it really starts. There's no way I'm letting people like this win. Canade, you're with me, will take down Og and Kroots. Tania, recapture the poachers. Sara and Luna, watch the surroundings. Nina, support Tania. I gave quick orders, and everyone nodded before heading to their posts. Let's go, Canade. Roger. Canade and I dashed forward. You rookies think you can beat us veterans? I'll show you the power of a ranger. In sync with our movements, Og pointed his right arm toward us. He was equipped with a specialized weapon, an integrated gauntlet and crossbow. With just a flick of his fingers, the crossbow launched a bolt. Canade and I spun to dodge the shot, then started closing the distance, but Og reloaded with impressive speed and kept firing. A rapid barrage, that thing was practically a high-tech weapon. Fast reload speed, sharp accuracy. He wasn't a C-rank adventurer for nothing. But to me now, it wasn't much of a threat. I've fought Arios, I've fought demons. Those battles pushed my skills to a new level. A C-rank adventurer's attacks aren't going to land now. We kept running, twisting our bodies to dodge the bolts. He even threw some knives, but I tilted sideways to reduce my profile and avoided them. Once I was a few meters away, Og raised his crossbow while drawing a sword with his left hand. He swung it sideways. I leaned my upper body back to dodge. The blade grazed just the tips of my hair. Damn it, stop squirming around. Just hold still. No one says, okay, I give up when they're told that. I weaved past the arrows and sword, ready to strike with my fist. Wind Cutter. Kroots cast a spell to support Og. An invisible blade of wind, woven together by air, came slicing through the branches. Perfect support. A move only possible from a longtime partner. But Og isn't the only one with a reliable partner. Naya. Canny jumped in front of me to shield me. She swung her fist with full force. Boom! The sound echoed like a massive iron ball smashing through the air. The force sent a shockwave rippling outward. The impact of Canade's lightning-fast punch erased the wind blade entirely. What? You countered my magic like that? Fufun, I won't let you lay a single finger on Rain. Thanks, Canade. You're welcome. Let's keep up the pressure. Roger. This time, we split and charged from both flanks. I moved in from the right, Canade from the left. We curved around to flank Og and Kroots from either side. You little brats. Don't underestimate us, flare arrow. Og threw more knives. Kroots launched a flaming arrow. Not even worth dodging. I activated Narukami's special mechanism. Tiny needles shot out and knocked down every last knife midair. Naya. Canade grabbed a stone and hurled it toward the fire arrow. The blistering fast pitch pierced straight through the flame. She may be weak to magic as a member of the Nekore tribe, but that doesn't mean basic spells are going to stop her. She's seriously reliable. And with this, it's over. Canade and I landed clean hits on Og and Kroots, a solid punch to the stomach for each of them. My strike, empowered through my contract with Canade, and Canade's blow as a member of the Nekore tribe. There was no way they could withstand that. Both Og and Kroots dropped to their knees on the spot. What is this strength, me, beaten by some brat? It's impossible. Setting aside the Nekore girl, what is this man's power? Fufun, Rain is super strong, okay. He's way more amazing than either of you. Why is Canade looking so smug? Well, whatever. It kind of feels like she's praising me, and that makes me a little happy. Damn it, I'm not going down like this. Paralyzed shock. Naya. As one final act of desperation, Kroots cast a spell. White vine-like tendrils snaked around our legs, a sharp sting, like a needle pricking the skin. Naya. Canade's body twitched in a weird, jerky motion. Not that she was trying to move that way, she couldn't do anything else. My body's numb, I can't move properly. You let your guard down. You won't be able to move properly for at least an hour now. But don't worry, we're fellow adventurers. We wouldn't do something barbaric like kill you. Just stay put here for a while. In the meantime, we'll take the poachers to the guild. Yeah, sorry to cut in while you're proudly monologuing, but that's not happening. What? Kroots's eyes widened in shock as she saw me moving completely unaffected. How are you still able to move? I'm sure the spell activated. Sorry, stuff like that doesn't work on me. Thanks to my contract with Luna, I gained the ability Complete Status Effect Immunity. It protected me from instant death spells. There's no way paralysis would work. And no way a high resistance to status effects. No, a normal human shouldn't have something like that. Then, is it some kind of item? Did you anticipate this from the start? Let's just say I did. Unbelievable. Are you saying I can't even match you? No need to go out of my way to correct her. Since she misunderstood, I just let her keep thinking that. Damn it, there's no way I'm losing to a bunch of brats. Kroots seemed defeated, but Og wasn't ready to give up. Even with the blow he took to the stomach, something that should have left him unable to move, he forced himself up through pure grit and stubbornness. He sprang to his feet and swung his sword. For a C-rank adventurer, it was a sharp strike. He clearly had skill with the blade. Canade and I had assumed they were down for good. We were caught off guard. Under normal circumstances, that would have been a critical blow. Under normal circumstances. I'm paralyzed, but NNGH, I can still move, Naya. What? Canade's fist knocked Og's blade aside. From Og's perspective, it must have been unreal. He'd caught her off guard, and yet she still managed to block it. His eyes went wide in disbelief, like he couldn't comprehend what just happened. How did Canade, who was supposedly paralyzed, manage to block his attack? The answer was simple. Even caught off guard, Canade's reaction speed was still faster. To Canade, Og's attack probably looked like a mosquito landing. That's how massive the difference in physical capability was between them. Seeing that with his own eyes, Og finally gave up. He sank to the ground, sword still in hand, head hung low. We had successfully broken the fighting spirit of both Og and Kroots. Well then, they're not resisting anymore, but we can't just leave them like this. I pulled out some wire from Narukami and tied up Og and Krutz. All right, what about the others? Rain, sorry to keep you waiting. Tania returned with Nina beside her. The poachers weren't in sight, though. Oh, those guys. Don't worry, I made sure they won't be running off anywhere. Huh? I didn't think you had anything to restrain them with. Nope, didn't use anything special. I just said, try to run and you'll get hit with a fireball. That shut them up real quick. Doesn't look like they planned to resist at all. Tania really did hit them with one, though. Ah yeah, that explains it. Tania's fireballs are no joke. I wouldn't want to get hit by one of those either. It was also thanks to Nina. Huh, what do you mean? She showed them her subspace storage and told them, anyone who acts up gets tossed in here. I wouldn't really do that. It was a bluff, but an incredibly effective one. MHM. Being told they'll be tossed into a subspace with no guarantee of return. Yeah, most people wouldn't want to test that. We've returned. Thanks for waiting. Sora and Luna, who had been keeping watch, returned. Good work, any problems? None at all. If I had to say something, the commotion attracted a bunch of forest animals. Some monsters were drawn in too, but I took care of them. Thanks. Thanks to you two, I could focus entirely on the fight. Phew fun, you may praise me, you may pat me. Luna, honestly, you really need to stop getting carried away so easily. A me that doesn't get carried away is no me at all. Therefore, I shall get very carried away. Bonk, I'm sorry. Very good. Sora had given Luna a firm punishment, leaving her on the verge of tears. Luna, you're funny. These two should form a comedy duo. I bet they'd kill on stage. And more importantly, Naya. Someone cure my paralysis already. Poke poke. Naya and Nina, I'm still paralyzed. Uniaya. Phewahaha, this looks fun. I shall join too. Good grief, the tension completely vanished in an instant. Well, sometimes this kind of thing is nice too. As if signaling the end of the battle, a peaceful air returned. Sharp and serious during the fight, but relaxed and smiling once it's over. That's just how we are, I think. Well, we can't stay laid back forever. Now then, it's interrogation time. Og, Krutz, and the poachers. There were plenty of people who needed questioning. Taking them all back to base camp would be inefficient. Luckily, it seemed like Sora and Luna had cleared out the surrounding monsters, so we might as well conduct the interrogation here. Rain, are you going to threaten them? Torture. Canaid, now cured of her paralysis thanks to Sora's magic, asked something rather alarming. Don't say things that sound so bad. Naya, but those people seem tight-lipped, you know. I don't think they'll talk easily. If I just show them my breath, most people would fall in line, don't you think? If you did that here, it'd be a disaster. We could end up causing a forest fire. I'll start by just talking. If that doesn't work, we'll figure something out then. You're too soft. But that's what makes you Rain, right? I like that about you. Is her. A moment later. Naya. Realizing what she just said, Canaid flushed bright red. Naya. That wasn't what I meant, okay? I meant I like you, as a person, like L-I-K-E. Why yeah, of course, I get it, I'm not misunderstanding anything. That caught me off guard. Even if Canaid didn't mean it that way, my heart still skipped a beat. Anya, I'm glad you understood, but being understood that easily feels kinda complicated in its own way. You're so selfish. But Tania, you get what I mean, right? Well, yeah. A strange sense of understanding was born between them. Anyway, back to the task. Time to get the interrogation started. While I'm talking, everyone else stay on alert just in case. Be ready to move at a moment's notice. Rania, what kind of response is that? Did she mash up Roger and Naya? Understood. Leave the perimeter to Sora and me. Thanks, that helps a lot. If it's interrogation, I can help too. I can use magic to tell if they're lying. You can, got it. I'll count on you if I need to. Indeed, rely on me a lot. I'll do my best with interrogations, and torture too. You're not going to do anything painful, are you? Please don't say things that sound villainous. Now Nina's misunderstanding. We're not going to torture anyone. It'll just be a conversation, so don't worry. That's good. The fact that she can even worry about our enemies. Nina really is a kind girl. I can't let a girl like her see anything so bloody. Hopefully, they'll just talk and tell us everything they know, but who knows how this will go. First up, Og and Krutz. I stepped in front of the two, both kneeling on the ground with their hands bound behind them. You tried to steal the poachers we captured and take them to the guild. You were going to claim all the credit for yourselves. I'm not wrong, am I? Ugh. Why would you do something so stupid? Ugh. Was it that frustrating to lose to us? Or did your pride as seniors just not allow it? Ugh. Answer me. If you had a good reason, I might consider releasing you. But if you won't say anything, I'll turn you over to the guild along with the poachers. Naya Rain, are you mad? You're unusually tense. What's going on? You were totally calm just a minute ago. Isn't it because we won the battle, and then these guys pulled a stunt like this? I'd be pissed too if someone tried something like that. I'm not really that bothered about them trying to steal the job. I was annoyed, sure, but more than anything, I was just tired of it all. They lost, couldn't accept it, and tried to snatch the reward in the end. It was so stupid, I didn't even feel like getting angry. There's no point getting mad at people like this. I just end up lowering myself to their level. Better to not even engage. You're mature, Rain. I'm actually pretty pissed, you know. Same here. If it were me, I'd have roasted them on the spot, kidding. I wouldn't really do it, okay. But then, what are you angry about? If we'd kept fighting like this, the poachers might have gotten away. That's the one thing I won't tolerate. What if we had let them escape? The quest would have failed, we wouldn't get paid. We might even have to pay a penalty. Our reputation as adventurers would take a hit, but honestly, that stuff doesn't matter much. The real issue is that the poaching of the Hornwolves wouldn't stop. As adventurers, it's our job to protect them. Failing the quest over something so petty, internal strife, would be the worst possible outcome. Sure, I want to complete the quest properly, but more than that, I want to protect the Hornwolves. That's why I took this quest in the first place. I see, so you were worried about the Hornwolves, huh? Most people would care about the quest result, but in a way, it's very you, Rain. Sora thinks that's a really good trait. Rain, you're kind, huh? Seriously, you're such a softie. Not that I mind or anything. Maybe my way of thinking is too naive, but everyone was smiling. As long as they understand, that's enough for me. Is that what you were thinking all this time? Heh, what a load of pretty words. Call it what you want. The fact is, we managed to help the Hornwolves. I see. Og had been quiet all along, but suddenly his energy drained. He'd been sulking and stone-faced until now, but suddenly his shoulders slumped. He looked like he was genuinely reflecting. So, why'd you do this? You got anything to say for yourself? Before that, may I ask one thing? Earlier, when we fought, was that really your own strength? You're not just relying on the strongest race. Kreutz fixed me with a steady gaze as he asked. I had no idea why he wanted to know, but it seemed important to him. It's true that I rely on my team, but we help each other, and I want to stand as equals. That's why I never slack off in my own efforts. Does that answer your question? I see. Kreutz too had gone quiet. What's going on? Looks like we jumped to conclusions. How pathetic. We couldn't even gauge our opponent's strength properly, let alone understand their heart. No kidding, damn it. We've been adventurers longer than you, and look at how we've embarrassed ourselves. Both Og and Kreutz hung their heads. It seemed the misunderstanding had been cleared. Their attitudes toward me had reset. They were acting sincerely now. They've got pride, but they're not bad people deep down. Maybe they tried to steal the quest because they thought I'd used dirty tricks to win and wanted to fight fire with fire. That's one way to look at it. Not that it excuses anything. We give up, report us to the guild, and let them punish us however they see fit. We won't run or hide. We promise to accept your judgment quietly. What should I do? They gave us a bit of trouble, but we weren't harmed. We protected the Hornwolves and captured the poachers. Og and Kreutz clearly had their own reasons, and they weren't acting out of malice. Taking that into account, I'm not going to report this. The guild sometimes mediates disputes between adventurers. Double bookings like this are rare, but squabbles between adventurers for other reasons aren't uncommon. When adventurers fight each other, not only do quests become harder to complete, but trust in the guild drops. If the guild is seen as incapable of managing adventurers, their authority suffers. Eventually, that leads to fewer quests, less work, and, well, a vicious cycle. To prevent that kind of outcome, the guild strictly prohibits conflicts between adventurers. Even if disagreements arise, killing is absolutely taboo. The full story must always be reported to the guild, which will then issue a fair judgment. That's how the guild guides and manages adventurers. Considering all that, I should report what happened this time. But if I did, Og and Kreutz would certainly be punished. In the worst case, they might even be stripped of their adventurer licenses. That would be too cruel, so I decided to keep quiet. You're really going to let us off just like that? I mean, not to defend myself, but we seriously messed up. If you're truly reflecting, then that's enough. I just hope you'll show more understanding toward your fellow adventurers from now on. You're too big-hearted. It's clear now that we were never a match for you to begin with. Yeah, now I'm just ashamed of what I said earlier. It's not much, but to make it up to you, we'll give you everything we know about the job. We'll help you however we can. I'm glad they had a change of heart, but wasn't that a bit too sudden? Well, they didn't seem to be faking it, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. In a way, they were a very easy-to-read pair. I had wondered if Og might be the rumored assassin, but I guess not. He's just a regular ranger. If he were the real deal, he'd have been way stronger. No way things would have gone down so easily. Besides, his personality doesn't match the rumors at all. Looks like what Natalie said really was just a rumor. All right, Sora, Luna, and Nina too. Go ahead and release Og and Kreutz. Also, try to get whatever information you can out of them about the quest. Understood. Leave it to me. Leaving Og and Kreutz to the three of them, I walked over to the poachers, who were lying on the ground a short distance away. Sorry to keep you waiting. You'll be taken to the guild, and then handed over to the knights. But before that, there's something I want to ask. About your clients. Where were you taking the creatures you caught? Who were you selling them to? They stayed completely silent. They wouldn't even look me in the eye. They may be poachers, but it seemed they had their pride, or maybe they feared their employer's retaliation if they talked. Either way, it looked like getting them to speak was going to be tough. Naya, want me to give him a good smack? Canaid, your smacks are way too strong. Then how about I roast them a little, just a little? Tania, you're not exactly subtle either. So what should I do? Interrogation really isn't my thing. Actually, I've never done it before. Hurting people, making them suffer, that's not who I am. It'd be easier if I could just scare them a little, but how do I break their spirit? Giara. Hi. I felt a firm thump-thump on my shoulder, followed by a deep growl. Turning around, I found a bear. Whoa. Nyan. What the? An enemy. Wait, no, not an enemy. It's fine, really. This guy was the bear I tamed. Now that I think about it, I never released the temporary contract. It must have followed me, waiting for its next command. That said, I didn't really have anything else I needed it to do. No more luggage to carry. I could just release it now or wait. I might be able to use this. I gave the poachers a cheerful smile. By the way, bit of a tangent, but I'm a beast tamer, and this bear here, he's mine. The poachers' faces paled. Looked like they got what I was getting at. Did you know, bears are incredibly strong. They can snap human bones like twigs. Getting punched or bitten, I bet that really, really hurt. Hey, if I were to cancel the temporary contract here, what do you think would happen? He'd probably go after you first, especially since you can't move right now. But hey, that's just how it goes. If you don't talk, maybe I'll just leave you here. That wouldn't be a problem, right? W8, hold on. So what'll it be? I asked again, looking directly at them. Tania and Canaid glanced at me, slightly stunned. Rain, you're more of a devil than I thought. Even I wouldn't go that far. Sadistic tamer Naya. Hey now, stop giving me weird titles. Another sighed. Deep in the forest, under the cover of night, a shadow moved. The figure said nothing, and didn't move an inch, simply stood there in stillness. In its line of sight stood Rain and his team. It could see them pressing the poachers while accompanied by a bear. At this rate, they'll talk pretty easily. For the first time, the figure spoke. Its voice was low and quiet, but there wasn't a trace of human emotion in it. If someone said it was a monster that merely took on human form, it would be easy to believe. That's how dangerous the figure's presence felt. The figure had stepped into the detection range of Sora, Luna, and Nina. Yet none of them showed any sign of noticing. In other words, it had slipped past even the strongest race's detection abilities. Silently, the figure pulled out a throwing knife. Its target was the poachers. If they were allowed to keep babbling, it would be a problem. The figure had been ordered to prevent that. No, it had taken on a job to do just that. The distance to the targets was over 100 meters, but that wasn't an issue. For the figure, even with its eyes closed, it was a trivial shot. It took position to throw. Ugh. Then stopped. At the moment of attack, it was impossible to completely suppress bloodlust. Sora turned to look in its direction, having sensed the faint trace of hostility. She hadn't spotted the figure directly, but something had tipped her off. Her guard was up. Not going to be easy. The figure put the knife away. Clinging to a target meant nothing. If it pushed too hard and ended up getting caught, it would be disastrous. No greed, just calmly evaluate what can be done and act. That was all. I'll report to the master. In the next moment, the figure vanished. As if it had never been there at all, not a trace remained. Its name was known only as the assassin. Chapter 4. The Dark Merchant. Tran Jack is a merchant based in Horizon. He deals in everything from daily goods to groceries, expanding his business in all directions. He's got a knack for commerce and plenty of luck to go with it. They say he built his fortune from scratch and grew his trading company single-handedly. He's well known among merchants for that. That's all the info we have on the man we believe is the trade partner. After returning to the city and handing the poachers over to the guild, we had dinner back at the inn while going over what we'd learned from the poachers, Og, and Kroots. So that Tran guy, Munch Munch, he's the mastermind Chomp Chomp behind this poaching case. Pick one, talk or eat. Nom nom nom. Tania gave her a tired look, but Canny just dove even harder into her meat. So she chose food, huh? If we already got the name of the person they were working with, isn't our job done? Shouldn't the knights handle the rest? That was the plan, but apparently things have changed. Why? Don't tell me it's like with the Lord, that he's in bed with them or something. No way, that's definitely not it. The Horizon Knight Order branch is led by Stella. The idea of her being involved in corruption is just unthinkable. Normally, the knights would launch an investigation based on the poacher's testimony, but, oh, I've got it. Sora looked like she had a lightbulb moment. This is what you call the harsh reality, right? You really have a way with words. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Sora, correct. What do you mean? Is your head empty, Luna? Like a little bell with nothing inside. We've talked before about how the knights are understaffed. I remember that. That's why we went out and caught the poachers ourselves. The evidence is all there, so isn't it just a matter of arresting him now? It should be, but the staffing shortage hasn't improved. They've had to start prioritizing cases, and the ones that don't involve immediate harm to people are getting pushed back. I see, got it. So even if there's evidence, there's no one to act on it, which means delays. That's what makes it a harsh reality, right? Correct again, Luna. The investigation into Tran's suspected involvement in poaching was deemed low priority, since it doesn't pose an immediate threat to the people of the city. At this rate, it'll probably be a month before they even get to it. That came straight from Stella earlier, so there's no doubt about it. She looked really apologetic when she told me. I get the situation the knights are in, so I'm not blaming her or anything. It's not something she should have to feel responsible for. And yet, she probably still does. She likely feels frustrated that she can't do more. That's the kind of knight Stella in place is. So, that's where we come in. Exactly. These days, the Adventurers Guild is handling almost half the work that should fall to the knights. If they didn't, the city would grind to a halt. The last job officially ended when we caught the poachers and got info on Tran. We could walk away now and it'd be fine. But personally, I want to bring Tran in. Hee, more reward money then. Naya, you're so greedy, Tania. What's wrong with that? If there's money to be made, we should take it. With a nice payout, we can treat ourselves to good food. Food, I'm in. Canaid really is easy to read. I chuckled along with Tania. Transloaded, so he's probably hired mercenaries for protection, especially if he's up to shady stuff. So yeah, it might be dangerous. I'm not saying we have to push ourselves, but what do the rest of you think? I'm in too. Let's bring justice down on that crooked merchant. HMPH. As if I'd ever go against Master's will, I leave it all to you. Me too, I agree. If something's wrong, we need to fix it at the root. All right, it's settled. And just like that, we decided to carry out the mission, including capturing Tran. Night fell and the city was wrapped in darkness. Blending into the shadows, we moved in closer to Tran's house. A large, two-story mansion. The yard was wide, and a tall wall surrounded the entire property. It wasn't quite on the level of a lord's manor, but it was still incredibly lavish. That's the bad merchant's house, huh? So, should I just blow it away with my breath? Don't blow it away, don't blow it away. Why does Tania's solution to everything always involve blowing it up? Isn't she a little too much of a loose cannon? Our goal is to apprehend Tran. We're not trying to kill him, all right. I know, I was just joking. I think you were actually serious. MMGH. Nina's jab made Tania grimace awkwardly. Naya, so what do we do, Rain? Let's see. According to the information we'd gathered, Tran Jack was constantly traveling around. But tonight, he was supposed to be staying in Horizon. Come tomorrow, he'd be out of the city again, so if we wanted to catch him, tonight was our only chance. We had testimony from the poachers and solid evidence. Since we'd been granted audit authority in place of the Knights, we had every right to act. Still, I highly doubted Tran would go down without a fight. Bad people don't just surrender quietly. He might have hired mercenaries or have some unexpected trick up his sleeve. If I make the wrong call, everyone could end up in danger. That's why I need to be careful with how we proceed. First, I want to know what's going on inside. Sora, Luna, can you scout it out? I was hoping to rely on the two of them, but they both looked troubled. What's wrong? Haven't you done something like this before? Using magic to check what's going on inside is technically possible, but this time, doing so without being noticed would be quite difficult. Why? What's the issue? I can feel disturbances in the flow of mana. I suspect there are magic tools inside the mansion designed to interfere with detection. Of course, for a spirit tribe, a few cheap trinkets wouldn't stop us from using our magic. However, it would require forcing our way through, and the risk of being noticed is quite high. I see. So, they've got a fairly solid defense setup. You sure you don't want me to just blast the place with my breath? Why are you so obsessed with blasting things? What's with Tania? Is she stressed out or something? Or maybe she's got something on her mind? I found myself seriously considering it. With our strength, ordinary humans wouldn't stand a chance. We could block the exits and just storm the place head-on. That's certainly an option, but I'd still prefer to know what's happening inside first. You're being awfully cautious. Something bothering you. Remember what Og and Kreutz told us. They hadn't just given us info about Tran Jack. There was one other critical detail we'd learned. That was the rumor that black market dealers have been hiring assassins. Exactly. That's what we heard from both of them. Og and Kreutz hadn't stated it as fact. They told us to keep it in mind as just a rumor, nothing more than a possibility. Still, it's been bugging me. The story matched perfectly with what Natalie had told me before. Naya, are assassins really that dangerous? When it comes to combat, they're considered the strongest. Said to be on par with S-rank adventurers, in other words, as strong as the strongest race, like Cannade and the others. We can't afford to take them lightly. So, what now? I want to find out what's going on inside, but using magic could tip them off. On the other hand, with those rumors about assassins, we can't just charge in unless there's no other choice. Should I ask Sora and Luna to use magic anyway, even if it means alerting the enemy? Or should we look for another way to investigate? What should we do? This is a tough one. Hey. Tug tug, Nina pulled on my sleeve. What's up, Nina? Do you have an idea? Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could ask Tina for help. How about that? Tina? She's a ghost, so she'd be perfect for scouting. Ooh, Nyarvalis. I didn't think of that. I think it's a good idea. Right, Rain? Yeah, Tina might be perfect for this. Good thinking, Nina. Hee. Everyone praised her, and Nina gave a bashful little smile. Her three tails swished happily behind her. Cannade, could you go call Tina for us? Yeah, me. Hey, is there a problem? It's not really a problem, but... Are you scared by any chance? Actually, kind of. You looked like you were having fun talking with her when we ate together the other day. That's because the delicious food filled my heart with happiness, so I didn't really mind then. But when that's not the case, I'm still a little scared. Cannade admitted it with an apologetic tone. Since they started living together, it seemed like Cannade's fear of Tina had eased a bit, but still, it wasn't something that would just vanish overnight. If only there were some kind of trigger that could help her get over it. Well, if that's the case, I won't force you. I'll ask Tania Inns. W8, I'll go after all. You sure? You really don't have to push yourself. If I stay scared of Tina forever, it wouldn't be fair to her. I need to get used to it, so I'm going to give it my best. I see, yeah, that's the spirit. I was glad to see Canaid trying to accept Tina so openly. After all, I really want everyone in the party to get along. Okay, I'm off. Canaid jumped high into the air, landing on the roof of a nearby house, then dashed off into the night. Section. Sorry for the wait. Before long, Canaid returned Tina by her side. I brought Tina with me. More like, I got dragged out here, you know. Even though we were about to break into a crooked merchant's mansion, the two of them didn't seem tense at all. Well, better that than being too wound up. Their lightheartedness helped ease the tension for the rest of us, too. Man, I've been so bored stuck inside the house all the time. Then Canaid shows up saying she needs my help, and I was like, heck yeah. I owe ya after all, Rain. I'll do my best. Having motivation is great, but keep your voice down, all right. We don't want to get spotted. Ah, right. I just love talking, you know, I get carried away. Tina gave a sheepish little laugh. Even though she's been a ghost for over 30 years, she hasn't aged a bit. So gestures like that make her come off oddly cute. You see that mansion just past the corner. Yep, real flashy and tacky. Looks like some rich guy's bad taste exploded all over it, right? There's a golden statue in the yard and all sorts of bizarre decorations. It really is as gaudy as it sounds. Her evaluation was pretty ruthless. We're planning to sneak into that place, but we don't know what's going on inside. Magic detection is being blocked somehow, so that's where I come in, huh? Well, yeah, you sound way too happy about it, though. I mean, I want to do something for ya, Rain. So being able to help like this really makes me happy. I appreciate it, but why are you so eager to help? It's payback, of course. But I didn't really do anything that big for you, did I? You really are hopeless when it comes to this stuff. Did I really do something to make her feel that grateful? I looked back on everything that had happened between us, but nothing came to mind. We met, I didn't force her to pass on, and instead, we started living together. That's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. You're seriously dense, Rain. I'm not that. Yes, you are. Totally are. I tried to deny it, but I was ambushed from unexpected quarters. Canaid and Tania both nodded in agreement with Tina. I was all alone, you know. Ghosts like me don't get to interact with people. We have to hide, always keeping our distance. That's how I lived, alone, for 30 years. Tina, but then I met you and everyone else, and I wasn't alone anymore. That made me incredibly happy. I never knew being with others could be so fun. It really drove home how important human connection is. That's why I'm super grateful to you, Rain. I see. I still don't think I did anything special. But if I was able to ease Tina's loneliness even a little, then I'm glad. Just this once, maybe I'll let myself feel a little proud. So, for Rain's sake, I'd go through fire or flood, no matter what. But wait, Tina, you're a ghost, so fire and water don't really matter to you, right? Oof. Tina broke into a cold sweat at Luna's deadpan remark. Luna, that was not the time. Did I miss the vibe? Completely missed it. Oh no, such a blunder from one as great as I shall keep quiet now, so please redo the scene. Ooh, that's not exactly something you can just reset, you know. Tina let out a dry laugh. But even so, she looked like she was enjoying herself. She probably hadn't had chances for carefree conversations like this until now, which is exactly why she must be having a lot of fun right now. From now on, I want her to keep having more and more fun. I truly mean that. Well then, guess it's time I showed what I can do. Don't want to come off as dead weight. No one's thinking that. It's okay even if it doesn't work, just don't push yourself. You're too kind, Rain, but this is about how I feel. I've been relying on everyone too much. I want to pull my weight for once, so I'll give it my all. All right. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Tina. Leave it to me. Tina gave a bright smile. Then she floated gently into the air and passed through the wall, disappearing into the mansion. Do you think Tina will be okay? She'll be fine. I gently patted Canaid's head to calm her nerves. Section, it must have been about 30 minutes. Tina still hadn't come back. Anya. Canaid was fidgeting restlessly, clearly anxious. The others looked just as uneasy. There hadn't been any signs of a commotion, so it didn't seem like Tina had been discovered, but even so, I couldn't shake the worry. Just sitting here waiting is the hardest part. She's late, I wonder what's taking her so long. I don't want to assume the worst, but what if she's been captured? Should we go help her? I doubt that. There's been no sign of any chaos. Then perhaps she got lost. That's unlikely. She's not you, Luna. I'm not directionally challenged, you know. Still, it's worrying. All we can do now is trust her. I gently stroked Nina's head to soothe her unease. We'd wait a little longer. If Tina didn't come back soon, we'd go in. We couldn't afford to sit on our hands if something really had happened. Ah. Canide's tail shot straight up. Following her gaze, I saw Tina floating near the roof of the mansion. She slipped through the walls and fence and slowly drifted back toward us. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're safe. You had us worried. Everyone spoke up at once. But Tina didn't respond. Her head was slightly bowed, her face pale and ghostly. Tina, are you all right? Tina. Rains. When I called her name more firmly, she finally seemed to notice us. Slowly, she lifted her face. Her eyes were haunted. They held a mix of emotions, murky and simmering, like she just stared into the depths of the abyss. What in the world had she seen in there? What happened in there? What did you see? Tell us. It wasn't anything big. There's no way that's true. You saw something terrible, didn't you? You caught me, huh? Of course we did. Anyone would, seeing that face. Is it really that bad? Want a mirror? Now I'll pass. I am a girl, after all. If I saw myself looking that awful, I'd probably go and fall into a pit of despair. As she talked, a bit of color returned to Tina's face. It seemed she was slowly regaining her composure. But her eyes were still clouded, lacking their usual shine. There was a faint tremble in them. She looked scared. I couldn't push her any further like this. Let's call it off for tonight. Hi. Let's go home. You need to rest. But then the job. Won't we fail the request? I'd rather fail the request than push you too far. Besides, there's no set deadline. We can postpone it a bit, no harm done. Rain, you're too kind, but you don't have to worry that much about me, okay? Honestly, it kinda hurts more when you do. I told you, didn't I? I want to help you, Rain. Still, I'll be fine. I just remembered something unpleasant, that's all. Something unpleasant. Is it okay to ask? I wasn't sure. But sometimes, because you're companions, you have to take that extra step forward. Just keeping your distance, just being kind, isn't always enough to resolve anything. So, I made the choice to ask. Will you tell us? Well, let's see, how do I put it? I did want to know, but I wasn't going to force her. Still, if she chose to open up, then I'd make sure to eliminate whatever it was that made her wear that expression. No matter what it was. It's not a very interesting story, you know? Super personal, too. We're companions. Your problems are our problems, too. Yeah, just like Rain said. Canade quickly followed up. Tania also smiled gently and spoke in a soft voice. It's not about whether it's boring or whatever. No one here would complain about that kind of thing. That's right, we are one in heart and soul. Tina's problems are mine, and mine are Tina's. Which means, what I'm trying to say is... What she's trying to say is, we help each other when we're in trouble. She stole my line. Luna and Sora both added their words for Tina. Surrounded by everyone's kindness, Tina's expression crumpled. Talking to someone might ease the burden more than keeping it bottled up, and maybe we can help somehow. So, will you tell us? Yeah. I'll be troubling y'all again, but can I lean on you this time? Of course, bring it on. Rain, you really are a good man. Tina said it with a face caught somewhere between laughing and crying. Then she took a light, steadying breath and calmed herself. At last, she opened her mouth slowly. You remember I told y'all I used to be a maid when I was alive? Yeah, I remember. And how I was killed by some perverted sadist who loved torture. I remember that too. Well, the man who did that, he's the one who owns that mansion. Another side. Tran Jack was fully aware of how twisted he was. The sound of a woman's scream thrilled him. When someone begged him for help, it filled him with a euphoric high. Seeing them cry in despair could even bring him to climax. There was no way such desires could be considered normal. They were abnormal, he knew that. And yet, he made no effort to change. Instead, he used his vast fortune to satisfy his sadistic urges, throwing aside all human decency in the process. No one stopped him, and so he continued to spiral out of control. That day, too, Tran wore a satisfied smile as he left the special underground room, having sated his cravings. He bathed, returned to his room, and sipped wine as he recalled the experience. It was his routine, his moment of twisted contentment. My master. He hadn't noticed when it appeared. Before he realized it, a shadow as black as the void had entered the room. Clad in dark robes, face hidden beneath a hood. So perfectly fused with the night, the figure's presence was almost non-existent, as if they had melted into the world itself. Silent and yet radiating a sharp, deadly aura, that presence was nothing less than death itself. So it's you, don't sneak up like that. Of course I'd be startled if you just appear out of nowhere. My apologies. I've grown accustomed to moving without sound or presence. It's second nature to me now. I can't exactly change that at this point. You really are a pain, so what brings you here? You didn't just come to scare me, did you? The poachers you were dealing with have been captured by adventurers. What? Lately, Tran Jack had been focused on the trade of horned wolves. Their horns, fur, even their meat could be sold at high prices. In some cases, the entire creature would be turned into a mounted specimen and sold whole. All he had to do was capture wild horned wolves. Those raw materials turned into massive profits. It was like transmuting gold through alchemy, money just kept pouring in. They were the perfect product, but Tran was beginning to think he might have gotten a bit too flashy. Make money while you can, that was a merchant's golden rule. But perhaps he'd neglected to consider his surroundings. Now, both the Knights and the Adventurers Guild had their eyes on him. He didn't underestimate knights or adventurers. He knew full well how easy it was to be caught off guard. Even the Lord of Horizon had lost his position to an adventurer. These were not people to be taken lightly. Tran had understood that well, which is why he'd ordered the poachers to be kept under surveillance. If they failed or showed signs of betrayal, they were to be eliminated immediately to destroy any evidence. What do you mean they were captured? I told you, if something like this happened, you were to eliminate them. There were too many witnesses. And the one who caught them is Rain Shroud, the adventurer they call the hero of Horizon. If we tried to take him out, it'd create quite the stir. That's why I returned to report instead of acting on my own. I trust you understand. What Rain Shroud? That adventurer is involved. Tran trembled. What was Rain's goal? Was he just after the poachers, or was he aiming to take down Tran himself? Damn it. I refuse to be captured in a place like this. I won't let it end that way. He hadn't made enough money yet. He hadn't tormented enough women yet. His desires hadn't been satisfied. Not yet, not yet, not yet. An endless hunger kept pushing Tran forward. Go kill the poachers. Seal their lips before they say anything unnecessary. What about the adventurer? Kill him too, kill them all. Even if it causes a stir, I'll cover it up. That's what money's for. You're not about to tell me you can't do it, are you? You're not scared just because he's a hero, right? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the assassin they call the strongest. Hero or not, he's still just a man. There's no one I can't kill. Excellent, I'm counting on you. Pull it off and I'll double your payment. How generous. I'd rather not regret holding onto money in a time like this. That's what it's for. Kill the obstacles. If they're all dead, there's no more threat. Then he'd be safe. As dangerous thoughts churned in his mind, Tran's face twisted into a grotesque smile, more beast than man. All this bad news is ruining my wine. So much for a pleasant evening. He muttered bitterly, then his face curled into a lecherous grin. That's right. When things get like this, a little stress relief is in order. I think I'll go play with one of my toys. Toys, meaning women. I wonder if the one I got recently will cry just the way I like. Q-haha, there's nothing more satisfying. That scream, that face, I might just lose it from imagining it alone. His flabby body shifted as he stood to leave the room. G-A-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. A sudden crash echoed from outside. WHWH, what the hell? What's happening? Looks like we've got company. Someone just blasted their way in. The man calmly observed the situation and reported it as such. Company? Who the hell would be stupid enough to pick a fight with me? No, it can't be. Oh, but it can. That presence, I recognize it. Looks like the adventurer we were just talking about is here to pick a fight. Section Wah. Everyone was stunned by the shocking revelation. The man who killed Tina was in that mansion. Someone started to speak, but no words came out, and the room fell into heavy silence. His name's Tran Jack, right? It just came back to me. He was super fat, had a really distinctive face, the kind of person you'd never forget once you saw him. So the moment I laid eyes on him, even after 30 years, I knew. That's the man who killed me. Tina spoke in a quiet, even voice. Maybe she was speaking so flatly on purpose, so the atmosphere wouldn't get even heavier. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring down the mood. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Tina gave an awkward laugh, then her eyes widened as if she just remembered something. Sorry, about what's going on inside the mansion. I think I got so rattled at the end that I forgot a bunch of stuff. I feel like there were guards and mercenaries, maybe a decent number of them, but I can't remember the layout or anything anymore. Oh, but there's one thing I do remember. If you're planning to break into that mansion, you shouldn't. Why not? There was someone really dangerous. Tina spoke, her face pale. There were a lot of people in there, but one of them stood out, totally different level. Dressed in all black. He gave off this sharp, knife-like presence. Honestly, I thought I was gonna lose it. I only saw his back for a second, but that was more than enough. Just that glimpse was terrifying. I don't have the courage to stand in front of someone like that. That guy's seriously bad news. Tina warned us, trembling. The one in black, could that be the rumored assassin? If so, we can't underestimate them. They'd be a formidable opponent. But even so, my decision doesn't change. The resolve that had just taken root in my heart burned even stronger. A single flame of determination surged inside me. Thanks for the info, but I'm still going. Or rather, there's no way I can rest until I punch that so-called master of yours in the face. A surge of emotion rose up inside me, spreading through my whole body, giving me strength and heat. That feeling was anger. The man who killed Tina is inside that mansion, and he's the one dealing with the poachers. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the ideal chance to avenge Tina. I only met Tina a few days ago. But time doesn't matter. We've shared joy and hardship. We live together under the same roof. She's a companion. She's family. Someone hurt Tina, not just hurt her, killed her, and left her in solitude for 30 years. There's no way I could ever forgive that. Everyone. I'm coming too, Rain. Canade's eyes burned with fury as she spoke with unwavering resolve. Any lingering fear she had of Tina was gone, replaced by rage at what had been done to her friend. The fury of a strongest race, it's like a natural disaster. Of course we're going too. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They felt the same way I did. They were thinking of Tina, angry for her. W8 everyone. What are you doing? Didn't I say it was dangerous in there? That guy's seriously messed up. You can't just storm in. It's too risky. We'll be fine. Yeah, who do you think we are? We're the strongest race, remember. If anyone dares get in our way, we'll make them regret it. Hee, it's been a while since I've had a good fight. Rain, is it all right if Sora and I blow the mansion sky high? I'm seriously pissed off. This cannot stand. Me too, I won't forgive him. No blowing up the mansion. There could be innocent people inside, servants, maids, people who don't have anything to do with this. We might hurt bystanders, and more importantly, if we blow it up, I won't get the chance to punch him myself. Oh, you're right. Giving the scumbag an easy death would have been a huge mistake. Guys, why are you all so angry? This is my problem. Tina looked confused, but there was only one answer to that. Because we're companions. Tina, you're an important member of our team. You're family. That's why we won't forgive the one who hurt you. Not ever. No matter who it is, I'll punch them right in the face. Rain Canade. Just wait, Tina. I'm going to punch the bastard who hurt you right now. Everyone, let's go. And yes. No more tricks. It's time to crush the enemy head-on. I stepped out from behind cover and rounded the corner. We walked straight toward the mansion and came face to face with the gate guards. Who are you people? This is the residence of the great merchant Tranjack. If you have no business here, be gone. We do have business here. What? But there's no appointment scheduled at this hour. What business could you possibly have? I'm here to punch Jack. What? Are you trying to rob the place? Not even close, sorry about this. Naya, you two stay right there, okay. Time for a nap. Canade and Tania darted forward, each landing a solid blow to the guards' stomachs. The guards collapsed instantly, unconscious from a single hit. Wait, what? You're seriously charging in from the front? Are you out of your minds? Yeah, good point. Going in straight through the front might be a problem. So you do get it. We might get flanked if he tries to escape out the back. We should seal that off too. You don't get it. Sarah Luna, take the rear. Understood. Very well, leave it to us. Not even an ant shall escape our grasp. Casting their flight spells, Sara and Luna flew off toward the rear of the mansion. That would do. With this, there was no way Jack could escape, even by accident. All right then. I turned back to face the mansion. Apparently unaware of the commotion out front, the place remained still and silent. A massive gate loomed before us as if trying to block our path, but something like this couldn't stop us. I'd show them that now. Nina, mind lending me a hand? I reached out, and Nina grasped my hand in return. With my other hand, I drew my dagger Kamui. Through our joined hands, Nina's power flowed into me. I pulled the trigger, and the dagger began to glow red, radiating an aura like flame. H. With a shout, I brought the dagger down in a mighty swing. The raging power surged forward and swallowed the gate. Unable to withstand the sheer force, the massive gate was blown away from its foundations. The surrounding iron fencing and walls were also torn apart. Like a meteor had fallen from the sky, the mansion's entrance was utterly wrecked. What the hell was that? The gate was in the way, so I destroyed it. Don't say that like it's nothing. It's not that big of a deal, right? It is. That's absolutely over the top. And that kind of noise? You're gonna alert everyone inside. I thought we were sneaking in. I've changed the plan. And actually, I want them, Jack in particular, to know we're here. That's the whole point. This was, in other words, a declaration of war. A warning to Jack that we were coming for him. Did he flinch even a little? Did he feel a shiver of fear? If not, that'd be a shame. He has to pay for what he did to Tina. Personally. When I explained that, Tina gave me a look of disbelief. Rain, you always seemed like the gentle type, but you're actually pretty reckless, huh? I can't believe you just stormed an evil base head-on. That's seriously crazy. Was it really that bold? Yes, you totally did. I've never seen anyone walk so confidently into a villain's lair. You're seriously wild. It's because it's for you, Tina. I don't mind a little recklessness. A little, that wasn't a little. And besides, I never actually said I wanted revenge, you know? I never said I wanted to curse him or get even right. I didn't say that, did I? Is what I'm doing a bother to you, Tina? That's... Tina hesitated, her gaze flickering. Then she closed her mouth, lowered her eyes slightly, and made an unreadable expression, as though a storm of thoughts were swirling inside. After a long pause, she glanced at me again, like a child checking an adult's mood. It's fine, really. I don't want to trouble you or anyone else. If this causes problems for you or everyone, I'd feel awful. So there's no need to do anything reckless for my sake. I don't see it as trouble. But still. And besides, if not now, then when? The one who hurt you is right there, living freely, without having paid for their sins. That's unforgivable, but if you don't want this, I'll stop. What do you want to do, Tina? When I asked, Tina averted her eyes, clearly conflicted. It's no wonder, she had just come face to face with the person who killed her. Of course she couldn't sort through her feelings so easily. Does she want revenge or forgiveness? That's not a choice someone can make on the spot. If I were in your shoes, Tina, I don't think I could forgive him. I'd be furious. That's why I've decided to punch that rotten bastard Jack. That's my choice, but I'm not going to force it on you. But if even a small part of you feels angry, or that you can't forgive him, then please, don't hold it in. Tell us, we'll give Jack the punishment he deserves in your place. We'll make sure he pays for what he did. So please, just tell us how you really feel. There's no way I could forgive him. Her fists trembled, she bit her lip. And then, with a cry from the depths of her soul, Tina shouted, "There's no way I could ever forgive him. Tina, I was killed just like that, out of nowhere. I didn't do anything, I was tortured for no reason, I begged for help over and over, but he never saved me. He killed me like I was some bug. I hate him. I want revenge." I see. Did you know, after I died, I went to see my family. My dad, my mom, they were hollow, like empty shells, and all I could do was watch. I couldn't do anything for them. I was so frustrated, so angry, I never actually forgot my hatred. I always wanted revenge. I'm not some saint who can forgive the one who did that to me. I have to punch him at least once. Then let's go punch him. Is it okay to rely on you like this? Is it really okay to make you push yourselves? That's what being comrades means, isn't it? Then maybe I will lean on you a little. Tina gently leaned against me. She didn't have a physical body, but still, I could almost feel her warmth. Section: Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea whose mansion this is? That explosion out front, was that your doing? Invaders. We've got intruders. As we stormed the mansion, guards burst out from every direction. They were quick to react, clearly well-trained. Surprised by the intrusion, yes, but there wasn't a hint of fear. Every one of them had their weapons drawn, eyes locked on us with focused attention. They each gave off pressure comparable to a C-rank adventurer. This might turn into trouble if we had to fight them all. I'm Rain Shroud, an adventurer from the Horizon Guild. The owner of this mansion, Tran Jack, is under suspicion for illegal trade. I've been granted audit authority in place of the knights. Stay out of our way. I tried to reason with them first. Even if they were working under Jack, there might be those following orders reluctantly or simply hired for the money. Those kinds of people don't deserve to be punished. If possible, I wanted them to stand down. There's no reason to listen to someone like him. Don't fall for his lies. Stand as a shield for Lord Jack. Show these outlaws our strength. Instead, my words only raised their morale. My attempt at diplomacy had the opposite effect. Well, if they're not stepping aside, so be it. I'll hold back to some extent, but they'd better be ready to get hurt. If we can't reach Jack without going through them, then we'll break through. Nina, stay behind me. Support us if it gets rough. Okay, leave it to me. I'll do my best. Tania. I'm going wild. I get to blow them away, right? Both of them were more than ready. They were furious, treating what had happened to Tina like it was done to them. I'm counting on you, just don't overdo it. Don't get hurt, all right? Nyan, don't worry. I'm really mad this time, so I plan to go all out. Heavy. You don't need to worry about us. Do you even know who we are? Me and Tania together, unstoppable. With those reliable words, the two of them charged straight at the guards. Damn it. They're really fighting back. It doesn't matter, kill them. Lord Jack's orders were to eliminate any uninvited guests. I don't know who you are, but you'll pay for your foolishness. GHK. Canade's fist connected with one of the guards. The steel chest plate caved in with the shape of her knuckles. No one could stay standing after taking a hit like that. The guard crumpled, groaning in agony. You'll regret that. Two more guards moved to flank Canade, raising their weapons in perfect sync. Speed, timing, both were impeccable, but they would never reach Canade. She leapt straight up, dodging vertically into the air. Then, flipping midair and turning upside down, she caught both guards' heads with her hands and, crack, slammed them together in a brutal headbutt collision. Naya. She landed with a soft thud. No sooner had her feet touched the floor than three more guards thrust their spears at her. Still unbalanced from the landing, she couldn't dodge in time. So what did she do? Anyaya. With incredible reflexes, she caught two of the spear shafts in her hands and bit down hard on the third, clamping the blade in her teeth. An impossible move that made the guards hesitate. In that brief moment of hesitation, Canade regained her stance and charged in again. Anyone who tries to stop us. She vanished, reappearing instantly in front of one of the guards, then grabbed him by the ankles with both hands and lifted him into the air. And then, get lost already, ye. Still spinning, Canade swung the guard she was holding like a club, mowing down enemy after enemy. It was absolute chaos. Who would have thought she'd use an enemy as a weapon? If you don't have a weapon, just use the enemy. That kind of line felt like it came straight out of an action flick. You're all pathetic. From deeper within the mansion, a massive man emerged. He had to be over 2 meters tall. His entire body was wrapped in a suit of muscle. He looked more like an ogre than a human. He was probably the leader of the guards. I'll take him, Tania said. Canade, keep cleaning up the rest. Aye, ma'am. Canade was still spinning furiously. Meanwhile, Tania faced off against the towering man. Those horns and that tail, don't tell me you're one of the dragonkin. Yup, that's right. If you feel like turning tail and running, I'll let you go. I'm pretty generous, you know. Don't make me laugh. I've always wanted to fight a strongest race. I'll show you what real power looks like, physical upper. It must have been a strength-enhancing spell. The man's body swelled even larger. His arms thickened like logs, and his legs resembled massive tree trunks. The muscles grew so rapidly that his clothes burst at the seams with a loud snap. Ha, how do you like that? Feast your eyes on this finely honed physique. That's seriously gross. Tania looked thoroughly disgusted. Her face said, "Could you not shove your sweaty muscles in my face? This is what I get for an opponent, what a buzzkill. What's the matter, little girl? Getting cold feet?" "Hardly, I'm just not feeling it anymore. I never said I wouldn't fight you now, did I? Sheesh, whatever. I'll deal with you, so come on already." Tania flicked her fingers in a come-at-me gesture, taunting him. A vein popped on the man's forehead. "Don't mock me." Furious, he stomped toward her and swung a massive punch with all his momentum. Despite the brute strength, his punch was shockingly refined, sharp, like a trained pugilist. Every movement was calculated, fast, and brutal. An ordinary person wouldn't have seen it coming. They'd be knocked unconscious before even realizing what had happened, maybe even killed on the spot. His fists were weapons in themselves. Stronger than most equipment, capable of delivering devastating damage. And yet, yoink! Tania caught the punch one-handed, effortlessly. The giant's eyes widened in disbelief. "WH what?" And, "GRR, that was a fluke, don't get cocky." He unleashed a furious barrage of punches. Massive hammer-like blows came at Tania from every direction, up, down, left, right. Not just strong, but fast too. But still. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Wah-na-h-h-h-h. Tania caught every single blow, again with just one hand. Effortlessly. It was an absurd sight, her slender arm blocking arms the size of tree trunks. She stopped each attack head-on. Saw through each strike at speeds no normal person could perceive. And as if she were swatting away a child's tantrum, Tania smirked. And, this can't be happening." The man yanked something out of his pocket, a handful of pills, and swallowed them all at once. His body started mutating again, swelling grotesquely. His muscles bulged further, his veins popped, and his skin flushed red. So he wasn't just using magic, he was doping too. It must have been his ace in the hole. His breathing was ragged and labored, but in return, he gained monstrous durability. To prove his strength, he picked up a fallen guard's sword and bent it effortlessly with just 2 fingers. Like he was twisting taffy. "You made me use my trump card, I guess I have to admit you're strong. But it ends here. I'm not gonna be nice anymore." He grinned wickedly, to which Tania simply replied. And, "GHH. Pop." It sounded like a blood vessel in the big guy's head just snapped. Don't underestimate Emmy. Roaring in rage, the massive man charged at Tania. He crushed scattered swords underfoot in a single stomp and sent furniture flying like toys as he bulldozed through the hallway. The pressure coming off him was like a boulder about to crush everything in its path. Tania neither dodged nor raised her guard. She simply stood her ground, calm and unshaken. Then the man's punch landed, squarely on her. Boom. The blow struck like an explosion. It had definitely connected. Tania hadn't defended or moved at all. And yet, she didn't budge. She didn't fall, didn't flinch, she took the full force of the punch head-on and stood tall. And, Elia, if that was your trump card, I guess that means you're all out. So my turn now. Wait. I can't. I'm in a terrible mood right now, so think of this as me venting. I'm not gonna kill you, but I will be sending you to the clinic. You picked this fight, so I know you're ready to deal with the consequences. And with that, goodbye. Tania fired a blazing fireball, and the man went flying like a ragdoll, smashing into the wall and falling unconscious. HMPH. Big talk, small bite. Picking a fight with me? Try again in, I don't know, 180,008 years. Naya, that super specific number's really bugging me. Now's not the time to worry about that, Spin Cat. We've got more guests. Though she'd taken down their leader, it looked like there were still plenty of guards left. Hearing the sound of more footsteps rushing in, Tania shifted back into a fighting stance. Canny tossed aside the guard she'd been swinging like a club and clenched her fists. So persistent. Seriously, how many of them are there? Still quite a few, it seems. But if they're throwing this many guards at us, they're basically shouting that they've got something to hide. Yup, exactly. In that case, Rain, leave the rest to me and Tania. You guys go after the boss. You two can handle it. Who do you think we are? We're strongest race, remember. Just look, we've got this totally under control. All right, I'm leaving it to you, but don't overdo it, okay? Naya, Rain's such a worrywart. Still, it doesn't feel bad being worried about. Oh, was that a rare moment of honesty from Tania? Did you just dare a little? Shut it, go to your job. Yes, ma'am. Even as they bantered, both were already moving, taking down the incoming reinforcements with ease. No need to worry. They had it under control. Leaving the rest to them, I moved deeper into the mansion with Nina and Tina at my side. Chapter 5. Settling the past. Out of the way. Canaid and Tania had taken care of most of the guards, but that didn't mean the mansion was completely clear. We still ran into the occasional straggler as we pressed forward, searching for Jack's whereabouts. WOW. As we kept fending off the occasional guard, Tina, watching from behind, gave us a look that was part awe, part disbelief. "Rain, are you really human?" "Of course I am. Why would you ask that?" "'Cause you're crazy strong. I could never do any of this. You're human too, right?" Sometimes I start to doubt it. "Well, I am pushing myself more than usual today." "Really? Why's that?" "For your sake, Tina." "For me. I heard your story, and it made me angry too. What Jack did to you, I can't forgive it. It honestly feels like it happened to someone close to me. That's probably why I've been able to go all out today, and why I can keep going without slowing down. Not for myself, but for someone else, for a companion. That's the way I've always chosen to act." "I see for me, huh?" Tina looked like she didn't know whether to smile or tear up. She'd spent 30 years alone. Maybe she didn't quite know what to do when someone suddenly said something like that. But I wanted her to understand she wasn't alone anymore. We're here now, and I believed Tina would come to accept our feelings before long. So for now, I'd do what I could. "Rain, wait." Nina had stopped in front of a particular door, her fox ears twitching slightly. "There's someone hiding in this room." "You're sure?" "Yeah, I hear movement." She wasn't quite on Canaid's level, but Nina was still a god tribe. Her ears were sharp, probably somewhere between a dog and a nekoray. Okay, maybe that wasn't the clearest analogy. Regardless, her hearing far surpassed a normal human's. I could trust her judgment. I haven't sensed anything promising yet, so this might be our spot. The door was iron, secured with multiple locks. I rapped lightly on the walls around it. Thunk. The sound was dull, not just planks, likely reinforced with stone or metal inside. It was solid, could be an emergency shelter of some kind. Which meant it was highly likely Jack was hiding in there. Now, what do we do? If we tried brute force, it'd take time and a lot of effort. Might be better to bring in Canaid or Tania. Or maybe Sarah and Luna, who were sealing off the rear exit. If we could just unlock it, that'd be ideal, but I wasn't a thief. Rain. Ahem. Nina looked up at me, hopeful. "Couldn't you, tame an animal to unlock the door or something?" Sorry, but no. I've never heard of an animal that can pick locks." "Oh, okay." Her ears drooped. She'd apparently been hoping that was a thing. I couldn't do everything, but seeing Nina look that disappointed still made me feel guilty somehow. "What now? Are you gonna use that dagger?" "No, Camui's mechanism can't be used repeatedly. That short sword had an insane function that borrowed the power of a strongest race to unleash a powerful strike. But it had a weakness. It couldn't be used back to back. Apparently, it needed a cooldown. Once per day, max. If I forced it again, it'd probably break. Honestly, with how powerful it was, that kind of restriction was expected. "Hey, what's up, Tina?" Tina raised her hand a little, looking unsure. "You want me to try unlocking it?" "Huh, you can pick locks." "Nah, I don't have a skill or anything. But I am a ghost, right? I can phase through stuff. So I might be able to get my hand on the inside and mess with the locking mechanism directly." "That's a good point. All right, I'm counting on you." "Leave it to me. Can't promise it'll work, but I'll give it a shot." Smiling wryly, Tina reached for the doorknob. Her hand phased through it and reached the inner mechanism. "Let's see here. Twist this bit like this. Yeah, kinda like that. Then this part should go like so and, oh, got it." As soon as Tina smiled with satisfaction, click, the lock disengaged. "Alrighty, I'll have the rest of the locks open in a sec, so just hang tight." "I'm counting on you." Tina, seemingly having gotten the hang of it, hummed to herself as she continued unlocking the doors. Now that I really think about it, this is a pretty broken skill. If Tina's involved, then most locks probably won't mean a thing anymore. If she hadn't been occupying houses but doing thief-like stuff instead, it might have blown up into a major incident. But well, that's not gonna happen. Tina wouldn't do anything to cause trouble like a thief would. She's had a rough past, and maybe that's why she can be so kind to others. That's just the kind of girl she is. And with the last one, click there, all the locks are open. Thanks, you really helped me out. This kind of thing's no big deal. If anything else comes up, just holler. Tina puffed out her chest proudly. But her expression looked a bit stiff. Tina, what's wrong? Hi. You look kind of tense. Master Rain, you're really sharp, huh? Tina gave a sheepish smile and wrapped her arms around herself. I think I might be scared to face Jaipik. Scared? I hate him, and I feel like I won't be satisfied until I punch him once, but still, I'm scared. He's like my trauma. Part of me probably wants to just run away. I'm here with you. I couldn't actually touch her, but I reached toward Tina's cheek. If this could let her feel even a little of my heart. I'm here too, okay? Nina also reached out and touched Tina. She wore a soft, sunlit smile. Master Rain, Nina, yeah, thanks. Her tension seemed to ease a bit. Tina smiled. All right, I'm good now. I've got you too, and everyone else is out there fighting for me. There's no way I'm the one who gets to run away. I'm gonna do this. I'll do my best too. Nina pressed both hands tightly to her chest. Then, with her resolve firmed up, she reached for the door. She pushed it open. In that moment, a violent chill ran down my spine. Nina. F-way. The instant Nina opened the door, something dropped from above. It was like a guillotine blade, overflowing with lethal intent. It was meant to kill, absolutely. I reflexively grabbed Nina's hand and pulled her close, just in time. Whatever had been aiming for Nina sliced through the air and missed its mark. What the heck was that? Neither of them seemed to understand what had just happened. They stood there stunned. I hadn't seen it clearly either, but that was a slash. A strike with a dagger just like mine. A killing blow that had aimed for Nina's neck. You dodged my attack, huh? There were two men in the room. One, a man wrapped in layers of fat, flashy clothes, and gemstones, was hiding at the back of the room. That was probably Tran Jack. Hey, Tina's enemy. My blood threatened to boil, but I couldn't step forward. It felt like I was sealed in a block of ice. The reason was the man dressed in black, covered head to toe in dark garments, his face hidden under a hood. In his right hand was a dagger with a distinct curved blade. He radiated killing intent. So intense it felt like it had physical weight. Just standing across from him made cold sweat drip down my back. Who are you? I don't see any reason to answer that. Even though I'd been watching him carefully, the man vanished. As if he'd never been there to begin with, like a mirage. He just disappeared. A terrible premonition hit me. I pulled Nina close once more. A moment later, a blade tore through the empty air. I couldn't dodge it entirely. A few strands of Nina's hair drifted gently to the ground. You dodged me twice, as expected of the hero of Horizon. Impressive. You know who I am. Just as I thought, you're a tough one. In that case, my employer. What? Still trembling, Jack peeked out from behind the desk, showing only his face as he watched us. I made a contract to act as your hands and feet, but as expected, dealing with a hero is a hassle. Why, you're not saying you can't win, are you? No, there's nothing I can't kill. It just takes effort. I wouldn't mind if you increased my fee to match. Earlier, you said double. Make it 5 times. F5 times? That's the kind of opponent I'm dealing with. I'd appreciate it if you understood, so what will it be? Fine, I don't care. 5 times, 10 times, I'll pay whatever you want. No, if you pull this off, I'll even give you an extra bonus. Oh, then, as a professional, I'll have to show you what I'm capable of. Good, I'll give you all the money you want, so kill them. Kill anyone who defies me. Understood. Looks like this guy was hired by Jack as a bodyguard. A last resort, most likely. If we can take him down, Jack will be defenseless and will accomplish our goal, but this isn't going to be easy. The pressure coming off this guy was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. If I let my guard down for even a second, I'd be completely overwhelmed. To think he has this much power, could he be the one from the rumors? I'm coming. He murmured quietly and vanished again. He's fast. This time I couldn't even track his movement. I lost him completely. Master Rain, up to the right. I reacted to Tina's shout and raised Kamui like a shield. In the blink of an eye, blades clashed with a shrill clang. Getting in the way are you, woman? The man swung his free hand. Like Og, he had a hidden mini-crossbow on his gauntlet. A small bolt shot out and pierced Tina. Tina. I am fine. Something like this won't work on me. That's right, Tina's a ghost. Physical damage doesn't affect her. Still, the suddenness of it had me panicking. Even though she knew she was okay, the fear of being shot still got to her. Her voice was trembling. The bolt went through her. This girl. Don't have time to be looking away. I held Nina tightly with my left arm, shielding her, and swung Kamui diagonally with my right, slashing at the man. He let out a sharp grunt and collapsed to the floor, but then his body dissolved like mist. What the hell? Too soft. The man's voice came from behind. I won't make it in time. I threw myself forward on instinct, but a searing pain ran across my back. Rain, are you okay? It's just a scratch, nothing serious. I forced a smile for the worried Nina. The wound throbbed, but I couldn't afford to show weakness here. Persistent, aren't you? People say I'm good at hanging in there. I recognized the way this man fought. Not long ago, I fought someone with a similar style. Og the Ranger. But this man was on a whole different level. His strength far surpassed Og's, which could only mean one thing. You're an assassin, aren't you? The advanced class above Rangers, assassin, known for their extreme stealth and attack power. Among all the classes, they're considered the strongest, aside from heroes. I'd heard rumors of one being hired, but I never thought it was true. You know me. Unlike beast tamers, assassins are well known. After clashing blades this many times, I figured it out. I'll take that as a compliment to your insight. Why work as Jack's bodyguard? For money. What other reason would there be? We took on the job of auditing Jack in place of the knights. Jack's finished. I doubt you'll get paid if you're on his side. Trying to talk me down, are you? Sorry, but I'm a professional. I don't drop contracts that easily. You understand, don't you? Yeah, I figured as much. Looks like I'll have to be ready for this. If I could, I'd have Nina and Tina retreat, but there's no way he'd let that slide. I'll have to protect them myself. Nina, hold on to me tight. Emma. Tina, just in case, stay on your guard. We don't know what else he's got. Got it. I raised my weapon and braced myself. Here I come. Bring it on. And then they clashed. Another side. Naya, Canaid, still fending off the endless wave of guards, suddenly felt a sharp, prickling sensation. Her tail stood straight up. This presence. Tania also seemed to notice something, narrowing one eye. Even as they dealt with the guards, the two continued speaking. Tania, did you feel that just now? I did. It gave me the chills, an incredibly unpleasant feeling. What could it be? I'm not sure, but I've got a really bad feeling about it. Do you think Rain and the others are okay? The two wore troubled expressions, as they worried for Rain. Should we abandon this spot and run to them right now? Their concern ran so deep that the thought briefly crossed their minds. Canaid, would it be okay if I left this to you? Naya, that might be a little tough. Happy. While batting away the attacking guards, Canaid responded. There are just so many of them. It's not a problem fighting them off, but blocking passage entirely might be a little tricky. That's the issue. Canaid and Tania both sighed with annoyed expressions. To two members of the strongest race, these guards were no threat. It was like puppies trying to take down bears. No matter how many there were, they weren't a problem. The issue was that they had to hold back. If they went all out, they might end up killing someone. Because of that, they couldn't move as freely as they wanted. If one of them were to guard this place alone, keeping every single one from escaping would be impossible. A few would slip through and in the worst-case scenario, rush straight toward Rain. That can't happen. They had been entrusted with this task. They had to see it through. Hey, this is so annoying. Should I just blast them away with my breath? That'd be way faster. If you did that, you'd hit Rain and everyone else too, you know. I know, I was just saying. Naya, about half of you is serious though, right? Excuse me, you got something to say. Nothing at all. Look, here comes another wave. Where had they even been hiding? Reinforcements poured in again, enough to leave them dumbfounded. I really want to blow them away in one shot. Though she'd just scolded Tania, even Canaid found herself thinking the same thing. Naya, I'm super worried about Rain, but we've got our own role to play. Canaid and Tania exchanged glances and gave a small nod. Rain will be fine. They both shared that belief, and it clearly showed on their faces. So we don't cause Rain any trouble. And so we can help him, even if indirectly. Let's do this. Section MMH. Luna, waiting at the rear gate, looked toward the mansion with a tense expression. A tingling sensation ran across her skin. The air felt heavy, like she was being crushed from all sides by an invisible wall. What is this presence? Even I'm trembling, it's overwhelming. Luna, don't just stand there, help out. Freeze strike. Sora, still battling the guards, cast a spell that instantly froze several of them solid. They'd likely survive once thawed. Honestly, with the way Sora fights while thinking about stuff like that, she might be even more intense than Tania in some ways. You feel it too, don't you, sister? The way the air is crackling. I feel it. For an enemy to give off this kind of pressure, the rumors about an assassin being hired must be true. Still, this is more than I expected. I wonder if everyone's okay. Yeah, I'm worried too. Sora and Luna both wore anxious expressions, but only for a moment. But Rain's there, so I'm sure they'll be okay. Yes, I don't think we need to worry too much. Like Canade and Tania, Sora and Luna showed a deep trust in Rain. They'll be fine. That belief ran through them completely, visible in their expressions. It wasn't blind faith. It was trust founded on something real, a bond. Why could they believe in him so strongly? If you asked Sora and Luna, they'd surely answer like this. Because it's Rain. HMPH, then we must do our part as well. Sister, don't let a single one escape from this mansion. If you're going to say that, then actually fight too, Luna. I know, now let's go Fuhahaha, lightning strike. Luna's magic blasted several guards all at once. Sora followed up with a barrage of attacks, wiping out the rest of the guards at the rear gate. HMPH, pathetic little worms. Isn't there anyone tougher? These weaklings don't stand a chance against us. Please don't go setting up flags like that. Flags are welcome. I love them. Honestly, anyway, we'll continue holding the rear gate. We're not letting anyone through. Roger that. With the same belief in Rain as Canade and Tania, Sora and Luna committed to their own battle. Section. How many times had our blades clashed now? The man and I were exchanging full-power blows, yet neither of us could land a decisive hit. He's seriously strong. Trading blows like this made it clear. His physical abilities were nearly identical to mine, even with my contract with Canade. And on top of that, he had all the refined techniques of an assassin. He's a real pain. Damn it, so this is what top-tier strength looks like. Rain, are you okay? Nina, now positioned behind me, asked in a worried voice. Yeah, I'm fine. But I'm just getting in your way. That's not true. But still, did you know, Nina? People can draw out their greatest strength when they fight for someone else. That's why fighting for you and Tina makes me stronger than usual. I pushed back from our blade lock and kicked the man away. His body staggered. I aimed for the opening and swung Kamui. Again. The man's figure disappeared like a mirage. I immediately scanned my surroundings for any trace of him. Master Rain, above you. I reacted to Tina's voice and raised Kamui above my head. Moments later, clang, our blades collided with a sharp metallic ring. What a hassle. He moved at speeds close to teleportation, combined with evasion so sharp it was like trying to hit a phantom. These elements fused together in a way that amplified his strength exponentially. Thanks to Tina's support, I'd managed to avoid any fatal blows so far, but that might not last. His attacks are just that fast and sharp. I wanted to find a way to counterattack, but how? To the right this time. Reacting to Tina's warning, I jumped left. A moment later, an arrow struck the space I'd just vacated. Tina's saved me again. Without her, I might have been done for already. But still, is she seeing his attack patterns? Thinking about it, she's been almost perfectly accurate in calling out his moves. Fireball multi-shot. I used the magic as a temporary wall and pulled back toward Tina. Keeping my voice low so he wouldn't hear, I asked her, Tina, are you able to read his attack patterns? Not exactly, it's just he moves kinda like me. Like you. How do I put it? Normal people move flat, right? Like, only on the ground. But I'm a ghost, so I can fly. I move in 3 dimensions. And he's probably using magic to enhance himself, but he's moving the same way I do. Because of that, I can sort of predict what he'll do next. I see if that's the case. A plan started to form in my head. Tina's predictive insight, almost like seeing the future. If we add Nina's power to that, yeah, this might work. Nina, can I count on your help? Course, if I can help, I'll give it everything I've got. I'll do my best. All right. Here's the plan. I quickly explained the strategy I'd pieced together to the two of them. Just then, the man regained his posture and charged straight at us. Clang, our blades collided head-on with a high-pitched ring. Not bad. You're the first to hold out this long against me. That's not exactly a compliment I'm happy to hear. However, I don't fight for fun. I'm growing bored. Let's bring this to an end. The man withdrew his blade and backed away. If only he'd just leave after that, but of course, things weren't going to be that easy. His form wavered like a mirage and dissolved into the air itself. Killing intent rained down from all directions. He must have been moving at speeds too fast to track, weaving through three-dimensional space. Slashes came down, fists struck out, arrows were launched. As if trapped inside a cage of blades, wounds opened across my body. I couldn't see him, I couldn't counterattack. I was being toyed with, completely one-sided. This must be the man's trump card. He was likely convinced of his victory. He probably saw a future where I'd collapse powerless. But too bad. He's not the only one with a trump card. Tina. Upright. I had Tina predict the next attack. Nina. F whoosh. Nina opened her subspace storage and raised it up like a shield to the upper right. Wah. The man, trying to strike from a blind spot, had his arm caught inside Nina's subspace. He must not have expected such an unusual defense. His surprise was obvious. He could pull back and escape immediately, but that one moment of hesitation was all I needed. Just enough time to make sure he couldn't get away. And I already had the power for that. A power I gained from forming a contract with Nina. It stirred quietly, but intensely, inside me, as if waiting for its chance. And I understood instinctively how to use it. Material creation. I placed my hand to the floor and activated the ability. Stone walls burst through the floorboards, rising to completely encase the man. Wah! What is this? It's Rain's power from contracting with me. Wait, ain't material creation a super rare ability only the God tribe has? For you to be able to use that now, whoa. The two of them were clearly shocked, but this was a power I gained through Nina. If anyone deserved praise, it was her. Anyway, this ends now. Fireball multi-shot. I launched a barrage of fireballs into the stone enclosure, slamming everything I had into it. Boom. Flames roared within the rock walls as a deafening explosion echoed. Before long, the power limit kicked in and the stone walls crumbled away. What remained was, I can't believe this. The man, now on his knees. Even after all that, he was still conscious. That alone was impressive, but it was clear he couldn't keep fighting. He was barely hanging on, panting heavily. To push me this far, who the hell are you? Just a beast tamer. I drove my foot into his chin. He didn't resist, he collapsed, completely unconscious. Phew. That was a tough one. No wonder assassins are considered one of the strongest classes. If Tina and Nina hadn't been here, I probably wouldn't have made it. My victory came from one thing: I wasn't alone. Rain, you're amazing. Master Rain, you did it. The two of them smiled as they congratulated me on the win. But it wasn't over yet. In fact, it was just beginning. I had Tina and Nina step back just in case, then turned and walked deeper into the room. Eek. A bloated man had been hiding behind the desk. And no way, the assassin lost. You must be Tran Jack. What does it matter? Damn you, you bandits. Hey, someone get over here, there are bandits here. Yelling won't do you any good. Our reliable allies are keeping everyone else occupied. What? And by the way, you can't escape either. We've got the back completely sealed off. Miss Sora, Luna, they're doing their best. This is absurd, that's impossible, I won't accept it. We told him it was over, but it seemed Tran Jack couldn't face reality. His face turned red as he screamed and raged. You people, do you even know who I am? I'm the greatest merchant in this town, Transama. Don't think you'll get away with this. That's our line. Hey. When I threw those words at him, filled with anger, Tran Jack began to tremble. All his guards had been taken down. There was nowhere left to run. Even his trump card, the assassin, had been defeated. He must have finally realized we held the power of life and death over him. We're adventurers from this town, authorized by the Knight's order to conduct this audit. Tran Jack, you are under arrest and will be taken into custody for the illegal trade of protected animals. WH. You said you were adventurers, right? Then I'll double your reward. No, I'll triple it, so don't do anything foolish. Arresting me would harm all the merchants in this town. First threats, now bribery. You really are the textbook villain. Bonk, should we give him a punishment? No. I get why you're angry, Nina, but this is Tina's right. I took a step to the side, clearing the way for Tina. Tina floated softly through the air and moved in front of Tran Jack. What, is she a ghost? It's been a while, Master. Do you remember me? What, a ghost? I know, and no, wait. Wait, that face, and no way. Looks like you remembered, that's right. I'm the maid you killed 30 years ago. Impossible, that's not, you're supposed to be dead. I killed you, you can't be here, there's no way you can be here. Yeah, I said I'm a ghost, didn't I? Don't come near me. Stay away, stay away. Confronted by his past sins, Tran Jack descended into a frenzy. He tried to back away from the fear in front of him, but quickly hit the wall behind. There was no escape here. More importantly, we weren't going to let him run. It was time for him to face punishment. I've got a lot I want to say to you, Master. Will you listen? This can't be happening. I did nothing wrong. I'm innocent. Still saying that, even now, you've got some nerve. But did you really think I'd just let that go? I am sorry, I was wrong. It's my fault, I'm begging you, forgive me. Please save me. Tran Jack dropped to his knees and bowed so low his forehead scraped the floor. Tina looked down coldly at her former master. I begged like that too, didn't I? Please stop, please help me, I said. But you just laughed, you didn't stop. You kept doing terrible things to me and killed me like I was some insect. So, what do you think? If it were you, could you forgive that? Alia, get ready. You've done whatever you pleased for so long, haven't you? You had your fun, didn't you? Then it's fine if it ends here, right? This is enough, isn't it? En nuwu, I don't want the eyes. You. Tina raised her hand in a fury. At that moment, a vase on the shelf floated up, as if moved by some poltergeist. Tina must have been controlling it with magic. The vase soared through the air like a living thing and slammed into Tran Jack's temple. Igwa. The vase shattered with a crash and Tran Jack collapsed to the floor. It looked like his head was bleeding, but the bastard was still alive, twitching and foaming at the mouth. He must have passed out from the pain and fear. Phew. Tina made a motion like she was wiping her brow and let out a satisfied sigh, like she'd just wrapped up a job well done. In other words, Tina's revenge was complete. Are you okay with this? With what? You could have made him suffer the same way you did, you know. We wouldn't have stopped you. That was the plan at first. She looked like she was hesitating for a moment, but then smiled brightly. There wasn't a trace of darkness in her expression. It was a warm, peaceful smile. Being with everyone kind of made it not matter anymore. Watching you all work so hard for me, it made my heart feel warm, you know. So I thought, well, whatever. And after landing one good hit, I felt satisfied, so I'll leave it at that. I see. I'm kind, right? That's not something you should say about yourself. Haha, guess you're right. Tina let out a bright, refreshed laugh, and I laughed along with her. Section. After that, we regrouped with everyone and searched every corner of the mansion. And sure enough, evidence of illegal activities came pouring out. There was too much to carry, so for now, we decided to take only the proof related to the trafficking. The rest would be left to the knight's order to deal with later. We also tied up the unconscious Tran Jack and brought him back to the guild. When he woke up, he threw out a textbook threat like, "You'll regret this," but according to Stella, his guilt was certain. He'd been involved in all sorts of illegal acts beyond trafficking, and it was almost guaranteed he'd be sentenced to several decades in prison. He probably wouldn't see the light of day again while alive. In prison, merchants who once lived in luxury tend to get special treatment from the other inmates. He can enjoy that to his heart's content. Thinking about all the things Tran Jack had done, there was no reason to feel sorry for him. Not to mention, he killed Tina. All I could think was, serves you right. And with that, the request was officially complete. Yo. I turned toward the familiar voice and saw Og and Kroot standing there. That man you just brought in, was he the one dealing with the poachers? Yeah, that's right. Thanks to your information, we were able to track him down. I appreciate it. Please, there's no need to thank us. Giving you that intel was the least we could do to apologize. Meow, these two feel like totally different people now. They used to snap at us like wild dogs, but people really can change, huh? I was awful back then. Let my stupid pride get the better of me and acted like a fool. Damn, it's embarrassing even to think about. But I'm truly grateful to you. I think your sincerity helped me realize how foolish I was. Who knows what might have happened to me if we hadn't met you. Og and Krutz bowed their heads in unison. Other adventurers glanced over, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, we were the center of attention. Hey, stop that. We didn't do anything special. We just acted according to what we believed in. Not many people can actually do that these days, you know. Yes, I agree with Og. Man, I wasn't used to being praised. It made me feel awkward. And getting it from Og and Krutz made it even worse. I hurriedly tried to change the subject. Anyway, thanks to you both, the request was a complete success. I'm glad we didn't mess everything up then. So, what are you two planning to do now? We're adventurers who travel from place to place. We won't be staying here, we'll head to the next town. We want to keep working hard, so we can become adventurers worthy of calling ourselves your seniors. Their expressions looked refreshed somehow. Compared to when we first met, they wore truly good faces now. Og and Krutz had this air of confidence around them, a presence fitting of veteran adventurers. I had a feeling they might go on to achieve great things. Let's both keep doing our best from here on out. Yes, we will. Og reached out for a handshake and I took it. We smiled at each other, wishing one another well for the road ahead. And like that, one request came to an end. One case was closed. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, A New Vow. Nyafu. After finishing our errands, we all returned home together. Kane dove onto the sofa with a Nihara kind of smile, her tail swaying happily. Tania gave her a look of exasperation. You're so poorly behaved. But we did so much today, and I'm tired after all. Home really is the best. I agree with that sentiment, Sora chimed in. Being able to relax at our base like this puts the mind at ease. It's very comforting. Indeed, no one will scold us for raising our voices here. Well, it's fine to feel relaxed at home, but if you keep kicking your legs like that, someone might see under your skirt. See, Naya. Canade shot upright and pressed her hands over her skirt. Her face turned red as she looked over at me. Rain, did you see? I didn't see anything. Really? Really? Naya, well, okay then. If she's going to get embarrassed like that, she should be a little more careful. Canade can be a bit careless sometimes. Anyway, how about we eat? Everyone was probably exhausted, so I'd bought some bentos from town. When I laid them out on the table, everyone's eyes lit up. I just grabbed a variety, so take whichever one you like. I want the meat bento. I was eyeing that one. Fufun, first come, first served. Sora will take the mountain vegetable bento. I claim the tamagaki bento. I want this one. The one with the cute container. I can't eat, but just watching y'all is mackin', my belly tighten up. I picked up one of the remaining bentos and took a seat. Then we all said itadakamasu in unison, and mealtime began. Nom 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 gulp, munch 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 munch. Whoa, Canade, you're eating like a whirlwind. Such an appetite, quite possibly greater than Luna's. Hold it. Why are you comparing her to me? You should really slow down a bit. If you eat too fast, you can't taste anything, and worse, you'll choke. MFFD NN and GGGHHH. I called it. You okay? Here, drink this water. Gulp 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 piwaya tea. That was close. I thought the bento was gonna take me out. A nekore taken down by a bento? What kind of surreal scene is this? We'd successfully completed our request. And not only that, we'd helped Tina settle things with her past. Maybe that's why. Everyone looked cheerful, and the meal continued in high spirits. Phew. Rain, what's wrong? Tired. Canade peeked into my face, tail flicking restlessly in concern. No, actually the opposite. The opposite? Eating with everyone like this, chatting about nothing in particular, relaxing together. I was just thinking I prefer this over fighting. When we're on a job and adventuring together, there's a sense of purpose. But that doesn't mean it fills everything. These quiet, ordinary moments with everyone, they're the ones that make me happiest. Canade gave me a gentle smile at those words. Yeah, I get it, Rain, I really do. You do? Yup. I feel the same way. Slow and peaceful is the best. Or maybe you just like napping too much. Tania joined in the conversation, grinning with a slightly mischievous look. That's not true, okay? I mean, sure, we nekore love our naps, but it's not like we're sleeping all the time. That sounds exactly like a real cat. The others joined the chat too. In a way, Canade is quite cat-like, or so Sora believes. Indeed. Canade is like a big cat. Napping, I like it too. You're one of us, Nina. Wah! Canade suddenly hugged Nina, who was sitting next to her. Nina squirmed, looking a little uncomfortable, but Canade didn't seem to care. Even so, she didn't seem to dislike being hugged. Nina had a shy smile on her face. The others watched the two of them with gentle smiles. Yeah, I wish this moment could last forever. That thought came straight from the heart. Hey, Master, Rain Master. Tina called to me in a whisper. Judging by the tone, she probably didn't want the others to hear. I responded quietly too, matching her intent. What's up? I've got something I'd like to talk about. Mind common to my room later. Sure, when? After dinner, once a bit of time's passed. All right, I'll come by in about an hour. Thanks. What could this be about? I tilted my head, puzzled. Section, an hour later. I stood in front of Tina's room and knocked on the door. Tina, it's me. You can come in. Sorry to intrude. When I stepped inside, Tina was floating softly in midair. Sorry about that. Since I'm a ghost, I can't exactly open the door. Well, to be precise, I can do it with magic, but it's kinda drainin'. Don't worry about it. Opening a door's no big deal. Thanks kindly. Go ahead and sit on the bed, or wherever you like. Following her suggestion, I sat on the bed. Tina floated over and positioned herself in front of me. Sorry for the trouble. It's fine. You've got something important to talk about, right? Yeah. Tina's expression turned serious as she faced me. She stared at me intently. Then, nervously, she opened her mouth. See, can you make me yours, Master Rain? Cough. The sudden, out-of-nowhere request made me choke. Tina stared blankly at first, then, realizing what she just said, turned bright red and began to panic. Ah, no, wait, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it like that. That came out wrong. I'm not saying that kind of thing. Seriously, that ain't what I meant. All right, yeah, got it. That just caught me off guard. I can't believe I messed that up. This must be what people mean when they say they wanna crawl into a hole and disappear. Don't mind. Please don't try to comfort me. It just makes it worse. Anyway, about that important thing you wanted to say. If we kept going like this, we'd just waste time, so I pushed the conversation forward. Tina seemed to agree, letting out a small cough before trying to resume like nothing had happened, though her face was still red. Well, would you make a contract with me? A contract, like with the others. Yeah. I heard the story. Rain, you're some kind of amazing tamer who can form contracts with all kinds of folks, right? I'd like to protest that title, but yeah, I've made contracts with everyone else. Then, would you make one with me too? You've helped me so much, Master Rain. I want to repay you, even just a little. I want to be useful. But there's only so much a ghost like me can do, so if I can support you by mackin' a contract, then that's what I want to do. I mean, but are you sure? You don't have to go that far. But I want to make you my new master. I'm calling you master just 'cause I used to be a maid, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. Tina flailed her hands in a fluster. What kind of misunderstanding did she think I had? I wanted to ask, but something told me I'd get a weird answer if I did. Well, putting that aside. A contract with Tina, huh? It's not like I helped her because I was expecting something in return, but if that's what Tina wants, then I want to honor her feelings. All right, let's form a contract. Thank you kindly. I should be the one thanking you. Really, thanks for lending me your strength. I bit my thumb and used the flowing blood to draw a magic circle. I am Rain Shroud. Through this contract, a new bond is forged. With this vow in my heart, with hope in my soul, I take this power into my hands. Answer me, what is your name? Tina Holly. The contract was complete. The same magic circle that appeared on everyone else now glowed on Tina's hand. So that's it. Yeah, nothing changes in any big way, but still, here's to working together. Same here. We tried to shake hands, only for my hand to slip right through hers. Tina and I stared at each other in surprise, then burst into soft, amused laughter. Tina sighed. After Master Rain left, I was alone again. With nothing in particular to do, I floated gently in the air. As a ghost, I don't need to sleep. I don't need to eat either. Well, it's not like I can eat in the first place. It's been 30 years since I became a ghost. At this point, not being able to sleep or eat doesn't really bother me anymore, but times like this sure do make it annoying. Canade is here. Tania is here. Sara is here. Luna is here. Nina is here. And Master Rain is here too. When everyone else is around and I'm the only one awake, it makes me feel kind of lonely. It's tough sometimes, really, to be remembering what loneliness feels like after all this time. Still, maybe it's not so bad. Being alone is sad. And that's the most natural feeling in the world, right? But until now, I didn't even realize that. That feeling, sadness, had gone numb. Now that I'm with everyone, it's like I've finally started to feel normal again. Well, that's kind of an excuse, honestly. It's not something I can just cleanly explain away like that. The truth is, it's complicated. All right, enough, no point thinking about gloomy stuff. Time to focus on happier things. I shook my head and reset my thoughts. Something happy, something bright, I guess the biggest one's meeting everyone. They didn't reject me. They accepted me for who I am. Even someone like me, they called me a friend. Canade's a little scared of me, though. But I get it, being scared of ghosts is normal. Can't blame her for that. Even so, she's trying her best to get along with me, and that means a lot. Master Rain. I softly spoke his name. My new master, my new master. The one who pulled me out of the dark and into someplace warm. And not just that, he helped settle the grudge I carried from my past. I could thank him 100 times, and it still wouldn't be enough. Someday, I want to repay him. Just taking and taking isn't in my nature. I want a give-and-take relationship. But then, what can I do? Housework, cooking, I can move things with magic, so that stuff's easy. I was a maid, after all. That kind of thing was drilled into me. But is that enough? Master Rain is an adventurer. He probably gets into fights a lot. Which means, it'd be nice if I could fight too. But that's not exactly my area of expertise. Unlike everyone else, I'm just a human. Well, technically, a human ghost. I don't have any amazing powers or special abilities. I doubt I'd be much help in battle. It's frustrating. If only I could do something, Do ghosts even grow? Can they learn new skills? If I had a senior ghost to talk to, maybe I'd understand more. But unfortunately, I don't know anyone like that. I've always been alone. Well, knowing Master Rain, he probably wouldn't worry about that sort of thing. Even if I said I wanted to help in battle, he'd probably tell me not to push myself. And he'd mean it. He'd never think I was useless. But I don't want to just rely on that kindness. I want to be useful too. I want to be of help to Master Rain. Wanting to be useful to someone you care about isn't strange, right? That's it. I do care about Master Rain. I'm not sure if it's love yet, but I know I care. We only just met, but I mean, come on. He saved me when I was all alone. He called me a friend, even family. And he helped me settle things with my past. How could I not care? Though, I've got plenty of rivals, don't I? Canade and Tania, Sara and Luna. Nina, does she count? There are so many girls who could be rivals, it's gonna be tough. I'm not even sure if I should move forward with this. And now my thoughts are going in weird directions. All this thinking is overheating my brain. I'm a ghost, but I feel like I'm getting a fever from overthinking. No. I need to calm down. Phew. I relaxed my shoulders and let myself float. I felt like I was finally settling down. My mind was starting to clear. It's not just that I want to help. I want to repay the debt I owe. Master Rain would say it's not necessary. But I just can't accept that. I want to be of use in some way. All right, what should I do? Floating softly in the air, I started thinking about the future. Section, okay then, it's a bit late, but let's officially welcome our newest member. And cheers. See, cheers. Everyone raised their glasses enthusiastically. By the way, Nina was drinking juice. She's part of the strongest race, so apparently alcohol wouldn't hurt her, but it didn't feel right educationally, so we had her stick with juice. The way she looked just a bit disappointed was oddly memorable. Ooh, so much food today too. Drool. Seeing the dishes prepared by Luna and Tina lined up on the table, Canade was practically salivating. I almost wanted to say, you're a girl, you know, but honestly, it was hard to blame her. The food looked amazing, just seeing it made my stomach growl. Come on now, dig in, everyone. All of this is me and Luna's finest work. Naya. What's wrong, Canade? If you don't eat, it'll get cold. Well, I was just thinking. Tina can't eat, and here we are eating in front of her. It kinda feels wrong. Awa, is that what's bothering ya? It's not nothing, it's important. Thanks for thinking of me, really. But I'm okay. I've been alone for a long time. Just being here with y'all fills me up in ways that matter. Tina, here, how about you try this steak? I grilled it myself. Prompted by Tina, Canade took a bite of the steak. Her ears perked straight up, and her tail swayed happily from side to side. It's so good. I'm real glad to hear that. Thanks, Canade. No thank you. Tina, your cooking is amazing. The two exchanged warm smiles. Canade had always been uneasy around ghosts, so there'd been a bit of distance between them at first. But now, that issue seemed completely gone. After going through so much together and overcoming things side by side, a bond must have naturally formed. Just watching them warmed my heart. Oh my, Rain, your glass is empty. Here, let me fill it for you. Thanks. NNGH. As Tania poured my drink, I noticed Nina staring at me intently. Well, to be precise, Nina was staring at the alcohol being poured into my glass. What's wrong, Nina? I want to try some too. I looked over at Tania, silently asking what to do. Tania had a troubled expression as well. We whispered to each other in hushed voices. Tania, the strongest race is fine with alcohol, right? Technically, yes. They look human on the outside, but inside there's something else. Drinking wouldn't harm her physically. Then is it okay to let her have a little? I mean, it feels wrong from an educational standpoint, but that's our rule as humans. Wouldn't it be unfair to force it on her? Still, she'd get drunk. Yeah, no, that's a bad idea. I didn't want to see Nina drunk. Something about that felt wrong on a lot of levels, like barely skating the edge of what's acceptable. Hey Nina, how about juice instead? It tastes better than alcohol. Want to try this instead? I want the grown-up kind. I've had enough juice. Alcohol is only for grown-ups, okay. I see. She looked so disappointed it made me feel a little guilty. But still, what else could we do? Hey, Nina. Tina floated over toward us. You want to drink some alcohol? Yeah, I want to try it. Everyone else looks like they're really enjoying it. I get that, I really do. I'm like this, so I can't drink either, you know. Oh, we're the same. Yep, we sure are. Finding a kindred spirit, Nina's face lit up happily. Tina smiled gently and continued. For Nina, I've got a special drink ready. It's a kind of alcohol you can drink. Really? I panicked for a second, but Tina gave me a quick glance. A look that said, leave this to me. I decided to trust her and let it play out. Ta-da. It's white. And lumpy. This is a traditional drink from the eastern regions. It's called a mezek. It's sweet, and Nina can have it with no problem. Ah, a mezek, that would work. A mezek has no age restriction, so there's nothing morally wrong with letting her drink it. A perfect compromise. It's sweet and tasty. Right, there's more, so drink as much as you like. Thank you, Tina. Thanks to Tina, the problem was neatly solved. As expected of a former maid, she really is dependable. One problem solved, and now a new one. Before I knew it, Sara and Luna were glaring at each other. Between them was a single meatball, the last one. Apparently, the argument was over who would get to eat it. Luna, sure, but even Sara, I didn't expect her to get competitive about food. Then again, maybe it's a sister thing. This meatball belongs to me. No, it's Sara's. Does it say Sora on it? No, it does not. Which means it belongs to no one. Therefore, it belongs to me. Ha, flawless logic. Flawless? That's the most absurd logic I've ever heard. You already had plenty of meatballs, didn't you? Can't you let Sora have the last one? Because it's delicious, I want to eat more. I can't give up even a single one. Grog. The twins glared fiercely, sparks practically flying between them. They're both stubborn. Once they get like this, it's hard to break them out of it. Now then, what to do? You girls fightin' over that meatball. Just as I was wondering, Tina appeared again. Whether she meant to or not, she floated right between them like a mediator. Sora's trying to steal my meatball. No, Luna is trying to steal my meatball. All right, calm down a bit, y'all. I'm real happy you liked my meatballs, but don't go fightin' over it, okay? Well, I suppose. With those sensible words, Sara and Luna both seemed to settle down a little. Their intensity started to fade. Tina immediately jumped in, as if not intending to let the moment slip away. Both of y'all want the meatball, but fighting over a meatball? That ain't very grown-up, right? Well, I understand what you're getting at. But then, what should we do in this case? Simple. Just split it in half, yeah. After a short pause, Sara and Luna clapped their hands in admiration, like they'd just realized, oh, that was an option. Wait, seriously. They didn't think of that. Sora and Luna are usually smart, but they've got some strange blind spots sometimes. All right then, let's split it and share. Ah, to make it fair, I'll cut it up, okay? Very well, it's in your hands. Please do. Alrighty then. Tina used telekinesis to summon a knife from the kitchen and slice the meatball in two. This should do it, right? It's the last one, so make sure to savor it. Yes, I shall enjoy it. I'll make sure to eat it properly. Tina handled the twins' quarrel in the blink of an eye, truly impressive. Even after that, Tina kept moving around, taking care of everyone. Hey, Tina. Huh, what is it? Does Master Rain want something too? No, not really. Actually, it's the opposite. The opposite? It's not that I want you to do something for me. I'd rather you just relax a little more. Was I really that restless? It's been ages since I've been to a welcome party, so I might have gotten a bit too excited. Ah, sorry, I worded that wrong. That's not what I meant. I just meant you don't have to keep running around so much. Why not take it easy a bit? Even though it was her own welcome party, Tina had been too busy taking care of everyone. I couldn't help but think it wasn't right for the guest of honor to be acting that way. Well, I guess it's also on us for relying on her too much. It's fine. I take care of everyone because I enjoy it. When I told her how I felt, Tina smiled warmly. I used to be a maid, you know. I just find joy in looking after others. And if it's for people I love, I'll happily do anything for them. Yeah, but still. Just having a welcome party thrown for me is enough. I'm happy. It makes me feel like I'm not alone. If I wished for more than that, I'd probably get struck by lightning. I don't think that's true. Considering everything she's been through, if anything, Tina should be wishing for more now. And yet, she just laughed and insisted that wasn't the case. Thanks, though, for thinking about me, but I'm really okay, you know? I feel super fulfilled and happy right now. I see, all right, if you're satisfied, then I don't need to say anything more. Now that Master Rain's convinced, are you sure there's nothing you need? I can do anything for you. Tina immediately tried to take care of me too. That earnest dedication of hers made me smile despite myself. Nothing comes to mind. Ah, don't be so cold. There's gotta be something, right? Emil, aren't you being kinda pushy with me? You really helped me out, Master Rain, so I just want to repay you. So seriously, feel free to ask anything, okay? Even if you say anything. Even if it's just a little naughty, I don't mind, you know. We're not doing that. Awe. Why did she look so disappointed? She's gonna make me misunderstand, geez. Really, nothing at all. Tina stared intently at me. It wasn't just her former maid instincts. Like she said, she truly wanted to repay the favor. I didn't think it was something she had to do, but feelings like that are personal. No one else can decide them for you. Maybe instead of saying, I'm fine, I should just accept her kindness. All right then, can I ask you to bring some more drinks? We're running low. Oh, you're right, your glass is practically empty. Hold on, I'll whip up one of my original cocktails for you. Beaming, Tina headed to the kitchen. Watching her go, I finished off the last of my drink. I might have had a bit too much. The party was still going on, but I'd had too much to drink and stepped outside to sober up. Phew. The cool night breeze felt pleasant. It gently cooled my body, still flushed from the alcohol. Wanting to stay here a little longer, I sat down, the feel of the earth, the scent of grass, the stillness of the night. I took it all in, letting myself soak in the moment and savor the lingering mood. Master Rain. When I turned around, I saw Tina. She floated gently over and settled beside me. What are you doing out here? I just came out to sober up a bit. What about you? I couldn't find Master Rain anywhere, so I went looking. I see, sorry. Maybe I should have said something before stepping out. It's all good. More importantly, mind if I join you? Go ahead. Much obliged. Tina sat down next to me. We didn't speak at first, just listened to the chorus of insects singing in the night. Hey. After a little while, Tina quietly opened her mouth. What I said earlier, I meant it, you know. Earlier. I want to repay Master Rain, and if that means doing something a little naughty, I don't mind. That part. That part. Wanna do it. Not happening. Tina began to lift her skirt, and I hurried to stop her. Wait, she's a ghost, so how would that even work? No, stop. Don't think about it. That's only gonna make you more self-conscious. Okay, breathe, inhale, exhale. Then how should I repay you, I wonder? Master Rain, isn't there something you want me to do? Even if you ask me that. I was satisfied with how things were. There wasn't anything I especially wanted. I didn't become friends with Tina because I wanted something from her. But if I had to name something. If possible, could you stay with me? Always. Ooh, stay with you forever, wah. Tina's eyes went wide. Then her cheeks began to flush, and even her ears turned bright red, like apples. So stay with you, always as in forever. That's you mean like L like that. B but I'm a ghost, and but no, that's not what I meant. Not in that way. Realizing my poor wording, I scrambled to clarify. I didn't mean romantically or anything. I just meant I want you to stay with me as a comrade. That's all. Oh, I see. I feel relieved but also a little disappointed. It's complicated. She seemed to understand and calmed down. But she still looked puzzled and tilted her head slightly. Still, how's that supposed to count as repaying you? I guess it's because that's what I want most right now. To stay together as comrades. Yeah. I had been kicked out of my old party once. Maybe that's why. Now I try to treasure my comrades, and I'm afraid of losing them. If I could, I'd walk this path together with everyone forever. But that's a hard thing to ask. You never know what might happen, and someday we might be forced to part ways. Even so, I can't help but wish for it. I want to spend as much time together as I can. That's what I truly want, time with my companions. After I shared what I'd been holding in, Tina gave me a gentle smile. I see, so that's what Master Rain's been carrying. Makes sense. Asking you to stay with me, it's kind of selfish. I don't think it is. At least I don't feel that way. I want to stay with Master Rain too. Walkin' the same road with you sounds like true happiness to me. Tina, her words made me so happy. Because I'd been betrayed once, the words I want to stay with you felt warmer and kinder than anything else. They were exactly what I longed for. Then I'll stay with you forever, okay? Even if Master Rain says no, I'll just keep haunting you. Don't say it like you're actually haunting me. 'Cause I'm a ghost, after all. We both giggled softly. Suddenly, Tina looked up. Master Rain, look. I followed her gaze. Whoa. The starry sky was shining. It's such a cliché to say it looked like a sky scattered with jewels, but in this case, it really was true. In the depth of the dark night, the stars sparkled with all their might. That light looked more beautiful than any jewel and drew me in completely. Honestly, I don't need fancy words to describe it. Just one simple line, what a beautiful sky, that alone says everything. So pretty. Yeah. Side by side, we gazed up at the stars. A calm and peaceful silence settled over us. Then, Tina's hand overlapped mine. She was a ghost, so I shouldn't have been able to feel it, but it felt warm. It felt like I was really touching her. Is it okay if we stay like this a little longer? Yeah, of course. Tina leaned in slightly, and her hand pressed a little more firmly against mine. I did the same, as if holding her hand in return. Hey, Master Rain. Yeah. Let's stay together, okay? Yeah, I'd like that. And I want to see a sky like this again sometime. You can see it whenever you want. Yeah. We sat side by side, looking up at the night sky. The stars floated quietly above, shining beautifully. Section, so, what kind of ability did you get, Master Rain? The next morning, as I moved into the living room, Tina suddenly asked that. What are you talking about? I mean your ability, Master Rain. Since you formed a contract with me, you must have gotten some new ability, right? That's what everyone's been saying. Well, I'm not really sure myself. Canaid, what do you think? Nom nom nom. Canaid was totally absorbed in her meal. She wasn't listening at all. When I turned to Tania instead, she gave a careful explanation. Tina's not a normal human, she's a ghost. If we're talking in terms of classification, maybe around C rank. It might be borderline, but I think there's a good chance Rain gained some kind of ability. All right. For some reason, Tina was the one getting excited. Even though this is about me, why is Tina so happy? Aren't you curious what kind of ability you got, Master Rain? If you want to investigate, I'll help out. Oh, I'm kinda interested too. This might be another step toward being a crazy, powerful tamer. Rain's new ability, Sora's curious as well. What happens when you form a contract with a ghost? Can you float and drift around too? Sora and Luna joined in on the conversation. Nina was quietly eating her meal, but she kept glancing this way now and then. She seemed interested too. Nom nom nom. Canaid continued eating all by herself, eyes sparkling. Maybe she just couldn't hear the conversation, but she was going entirely at her own pace. All right then. Let's check it out later. Yup, let's do that. If it's a ghost type ability, I can teach you all about it. After breakfast, as Tina suggested, we decided to test what kind of ability I'd gained. We stayed in the living room and pushed the table to the side for more space. Okay, it's time for the first ever What Ability Did Rain Get from Contracting with Tina-chan? Test tournament. Let's go. Yeah. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap. Everyone's pretty hyped up, huh? Since constantly taking on requests would be exhausting, I'd set today as a day off. Everyone was free to do whatever they liked, and yet, here we all were, gathered together. Must mean everyone's got nothing better to do, huh? Yeah, definitely. Hey, Master Rain, have you ever made a contract with a ghost before? Of course not. I only studied phantom taming. I'm a beast tamer by trade. Until not long ago, I'd only formed contracts with regular animals. All right, then that means I'm your first ghost contract. Well, technically you are. If we're talking about firsts, I was the very first to contract with Rain, you know. For some reason, Kanade jumped in to compete. She puffed out her chest and looked rather proud. Tania gave a sigh and playfully rebutted her. If we're talking about the very first, that wouldn't be you, Kanade. Why not? It's me, isn't it? I was the first to contract with Rain. That's only if we limit it to the strongest races. If we're just talking about contracts in general, what was Rain's first contract again? Ooh, I think the first creature I tamed was a rabbit. Exactly. So I wasn't the first, yeah. Kanade's shoulders slumped. Was being first really that important to her? She didn't need to worry about that. To me, Kanade and everyone else are all important companions. The order of our contracts doesn't matter. All right, back on topic. Right now, it's time to test what ability Master Rain got from contracting with me. Tina clapped her hands, bringing everyone's focus back. This whole thing came out of nowhere, but yeah, checking my ability ahead of time is probably a good idea. Up until now, I've just been winging it. If I can understand what ability I've gained beforehand, it might help avoid danger. But how exactly are we supposed to test it? Well, Kanade's very reasonable question left Tina at a loss for words. She clearly hadn't thought that far, looking troubled and sweating nervously. Well, you know, there's that thing where powers awaken when you're in a tight spot, right? That's a classic pattern. So, I have to be put in danger. Naya, I don't want to be rough with Rain. Then, what about something like with Nina, where the body learns how to use it naturally? I moved my body around a bit, opened and closed my hands, checked various parts of myself, but there wasn't any noticeable change. Unlike with Nina, I didn't feel anything in particular. Doesn't seem like it. Well, guess not. Did you happen to learn a new spell or anything? Come on, try focusing. Doesn't seem like it. I still only have the same 3 spells. What about increased strength? Anything like that? Hard to say. I didn't feel anything like I did when I contracted with Kanade, so I don't think that's it either. Then how about your mana? Maybe try casting a spell. There aren't many spells I can just casually cast, but I don't think it's that either. For example, heal. I cast a healing spell on myself. The scratch on my thumb from contracting with Tina yesterday vanished. Same speed, same effect, no noticeable difference. Then, maybe something like my ability. If it's something like that, there's no way to really check. I have no idea how to activate it. Lame. Gah. Tina slumped over at Tania's blunt comment. What do we do now? Even after trying all sorts of things to figure out the ability I gained from contracting with Tina, we came up empty. Time just kept passing. Naya, we didn't figure out anything. If we tried this hard and still don't know, maybe there really is nothing. Why, you're kidding. Tina looked more depressed than I'd ever seen her. She seemed so downcast that I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I didn't know why she cared so much, but now I really wanted to figure this out for her. To do that, I had to identify the ability I got from contracting with Tina, but how? Tina, why are you so concerned about whether I got a new power? After some hesitation, I decided to just ask directly. Some things don't come out unless you put them into words. If you're okay with it, could you tell me? It's because Master Rain helped me so much, and I wanted to repay the favor. I thought, if it's something to do with our contract, then maybe I could be useful. I see, so that's what this is about. Then we definitely need to figure this out. What ability do you gain from contracting with a ghost? I turned the question over in my mind, but nothing concrete came to me. Tina, too, looked lost in thought, floating around restlessly. Wait, floating? Could it be? A possibility popped into my mind. It was worth testing. Everyone, watch for a sec. I closed my eyes and focused. I turned my awareness inward, searching for the ability I gained from contracting with Tina. Unlike before, I had a rough idea of what I was looking for, so I was able to find it. A light deep within me. I reached out and made it mine. Whoa! It felt like I had released some restraint holding me down, and my feet lifted from the floor. My body floated, drifting lightly in the air. Naya, Rain, you're floating? Wait, what? Why? So this is the ability he got from contracting with Tina. Looks like it. Whoa, this is hard to control. How are you floating like that? It's so strange. I can sense the flow of mana, but it's not a spell. Are you manipulating gravity? Correct, Nina. Manipulating gravity. That was the power I'd gained from contracting with Tina. It was hard to control, and right now I could only manage to float a few centimeters off the ground, but the possibilities were huge. With training, it could become a powerful skill. Hugh, I'm beat. That's all I can do for now. Feeling fatigued, I released the ability. As I did, Tina looked at me with sparkling eyes. Whoa, so you really did get a power from contracting with me. That's amazing. Why are you the one getting emotional? It's because I want to help Master Rain. Did I manage to be useful? Hugely. If I can master this, it'll be a huge help. It's thanks to you, Tina. Thank you. I see, so I was able to help you, Master Rain, heh. That makes me really happy. Tina smiled brightly, a radiant, refreshing smile. Arios sighed. After leaving the city of Horizon, Arios and his party headed south. They crossed the Stride Bridge into the southern continent and arrived in a town near the bridge, River End. Compared to Horizon, River End was a small town. It didn't have any major industries, nor was it a tourist destination. If it had any defining feature, it was that it served as a stopover for people traveling across the continent. Most travelers passed through this town to rest and recover from their journey. In that sense, River End was an important place. The people of River End were troubled by monsters. A group of C-rank monsters had appeared south of town. About 30 C-rank monsters. On top of that, D and E-rank monsters had gathered as well, making for a total of about 100. It was practically a small army. Normally, monsters that lack intelligence don't form groups. Even among their own kind, monsters are known to cannibalize each other. However, there are exceptions. A stampede. A disaster where monsters, consumed by a frenzy of destruction, form a horde and sweep across the land like a storm, devouring everything in their path. Some say it's a sign of the Demon King's resurrection. Others claim it heralds the end of the world, but the cause remains unknown. The only thing that is certain is that when a stampede occurs, it brings catastrophic damage, often wiping out multiple towns. The horde that had appeared near River End was a precursor to a stampede. If left alone, the number of monsters would continue to grow. And once they crossed a certain threshold, they would surge forth like a tidal wave and consume everything in their way. Before that happens, every last monster must be eliminated. That duty had been given to Arios and his party. Arios, however, had no interest in exterminating monsters. Even if a stampede did occur, he didn't see it as part of the hero's mission and was ready to leave it behind. But rumors had reached River End. The hero's party abandoned the city of Horizon. It was still just a rumor. Nothing had happened yet. Still, ignoring it would be a bad move. They needed to do something to improve their image and dispel the negative rumors. Otherwise, they might be chased out of yet another town. So, reluctantly, Arios agreed to take on the monster extermination. Annoying Gigabolt. Arios unleashed a lightning spell that only the hero could use. The bolt surged across the ground like a thunderous dragon, instantly reducing several monsters to cinders. He followed up by drawing his sword and slashing through the air. An ogre charged him with a roar, but Arios severed its leg, toppling the massive body. Then came the finishing blow, a stab through the head, ending it. Rada. Agath blocked a group of charging monsters by using his massive sword as a makeshift shield. He used his full body to repel the blow, then swept his greatsword sideways like a counterattack. The monsters were cleaved in two. But he wasn't able to deliver fatal blows to all of them. The surviving monsters recovered and tried to attack again. Agath had predicted that. Leanne. I know. All right, here I go, red crimson. At Agath's signal, Leanne's magic exploded, blasting away the remaining monsters. Heh, see that? That's my power. These weaklings go down in one hit. Not yet, don't let your guard down. Huh, Kaya. A lizardman leapt out from the flames, swinging its sword downward. Leanne barely dodged with a sideways jump, but there wouldn't be a second time. A follow-up slash came for her. Holy flare! Before it could land, Mina's spell struck, incinerating the lizardman. Are you all right? Why yeah, thanks, you saved me. I told you not to let your guard down. That was just a fluke. That kind of thing won't happen again. Hey, quit messing around. There are still enemies left. At Arios's words, everyone readied their weapons once again. Gigabolt. Arios cast the spell again, irritation clear on his face. This should have been a simple mission. If it were an actual stampede, it'd be a serious ordeal, but this was only the precursor. For the heroes' party, it should have been nothing. All they had to do was crush the monsters with overwhelming force. It should have been over quickly, but in reality, they weren't struggling, but the battle wasn't going smoothly either. It was dragging on far longer than expected. Arios led the charge, Agath took the hits. Mina provided support, and Leanne finished with powerful spells. That was their usual pattern, a tried and true strategy. And yet, how was it playing out now? Every time they tried to coordinate, the monsters seemed to interfere at just the right moment. One of them would get targeted, and the chain of moves would fall apart. They were always just one step short, tripping up somewhere along the way. Why wasn't it working? It felt like some god was toying with them, and Arios was growing frustrated. Could it be? Agath alone was calmly analyzing the situation. The current party versus how they used to be. What had changed? The answer was Rain. Rain had never been able to deal much damage to enemies. And yet, he'd still get targeted and need to be defended. But was that really the whole story? Maybe Rain hadn't been attacking because he prioritized supporting his allies. And maybe because of that, their teamwork had worked so well. And maybe the reason the enemies had targeted Rain was because they had recognized him as the key to the party's success. No way, right? Agath shook his head, trying to deny the thought forming in his mind. Even when you try to deny it, once a possibility comes to mind, it refuses to disappear. In fact, he was starting to wonder if that possibility might actually be the truth. Now that he thought about it calmly, there had been signs. It was true that Rain didn't have much power. But he was fully aware of that himself and had tried to support the party in other ways. He would step in to support his allies at just the right moment. Sometimes, he'd even deliberately draw the enemy's attention, taking hits in their place. In every sense, Rain had become the party's shield. No, I'm overthinking it. That can't be, there's no way. Agath shook his head, firmly rejecting the thought that had come to him. There's no way that could be true. Because if it were true, then that would mean they had been complete fools for casting Rain out without ever recognizing his true value. And that was something he couldn't accept. I'll wipe them all out. At Arios's signal, Agath, Leanne, and Mina pulled back. Before he even confirmed their retreat, Arios unleashed a high-level spell. Lunatic Bolt. A massive bolt of lightning fell from the heavens, followed by a chaotic dance of purple sparks. The storm of raging light swallowed up the horde of monsters, wiping them out. Ha, is that the last of them? Arios wiped the sweat from his brow and scanned the area. The blast had kicked up so much dust that visibility was nearly zero. He couldn't even see a meter ahead. Grah! Damn it, there's still one left. An ogre emerged from behind, catching Arios off guard. It raised its massive fist to strike. Nyan! At that moment, something incredibly fast shot past them, though he couldn't tell what it was. The next instant, the ogre's head was shattered and it collapsed. Its body dissolved into a magic stone. Arios quickly looked around, but the lingering dust still clouded his vision. What the hell was that? What just happened? Out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw cat ears and a swishing tail. Section. After wiping out the monsters, Arios and his party returned to River End and reported the completion of the mission to the local lord. From there, they headed to an inn and ordered food and drinks. Glad it ended without incident. Yeah, it sure did. Mina's comment drew a nod from Agath. They were both satisfied with having stopped the stampede before it began. In contrast, Arios and Leanne wore sour expressions. They couldn't help but feel used, as if the heroes' party had been conveniently dragged into something as trivial as monster extermination. That sense wounded their pride. Seeing the two sulking, Agath spoke up. "You're still not over it." "Of course not. There was no reason for us to get involved. They should have handled a mere stampede precursor with their own adventurers or knights. They didn't have the manpower. Isn't that understandable?" "Not to me. Leaving the city defenseless was the fault of the guild and the lord. I'd like them to know what it feels like to be dragged in to clean up their mess." "Well, I suppose I can't entirely disagree. Why not just think of it as good training?" Mina chimed in, backing up Agath's point. "Sure, they treated us like some convenient fix-it crew, but we still gained valuable experience. If we think of it as training to become stronger, doesn't that help put things in perspective?" "Yeah, you're right. Like Mina said, I'll just consider it training." "I still don't totally agree, but as long as we're getting paid, I'll let it slide." "Leanne, you really need to think more seriously about the mission we've been entrusted with." "I do think about it. But we need money too, right?" "Well, that's true, but besides, we just got a fresh supply budget. Maybe we didn't even need to take this job in the first place." "Good grief." Mina gave up trying to reason with her and quietly returned to her meal. The other three resumed eating meat and sipping their drinks, enjoying a moment of peace. River End might not be a wealthy town, but because so many travelers and merchants pass through, the inns are well equipped. The food was high quality, and it satisfied the appetites of Arios and his team. "Excuse me, hero." While they were eating, an older man approached. Arios thought he looked vaguely familiar. He should have. This was one of the local lord's attendants. Arios hadn't exchanged many words with him, but not recognizing his face was definitely a lapse on Arios's part. "Thank you again for stopping the precursor to the stampede." "Oh, that sort of thing's nothing for someone like me." "Yes, of course. We were completely at a loss, unsure what to do. You truly saved us. Let me express my deepest thanks once again. Just don't forget who you owe it to." "Yes, of course." Arios spoke as if the accomplishment were his alone, but that was nothing new. Neither Agath, Mina, nor Leanne said anything. "Well, if anything happens, just come to me. I won't always be available, but if I feel like it, I might help you out." Yes, you really are dependable, hero." It was a boring job, but being showered with praise didn't feel bad. Thinking that, Arios was in a good mood. "May I have a moment?" A man dressed like a merchant cut into their conversation. The lord's aide scowled slightly, as if offended by the interruption. "And who might you be?" "I'm just a humble merchant. I just have something I want to say. There's no need to thank this so-called hero." "How dare you? The hero saved this town. And you speak to your benefactor like that." "Huh? Are you sure he really came to help? I have my doubts." "And who exactly are you? You barge in and spout nonsense. Don't you think you're being a little rude?" Annoyed at having his mood ruined, Arios frowned. He glared in an attempt to intimidate the man, but the merchant-like man didn't stop talking. "Respect is earned, and you lot don't deserve it." "What did you say?" "I know what happened in Horizon." Arios's face twitched slightly. The Lord's aide looked confused. "What about Horizon?" "Recently, demons appeared and caused serious damage. They were taken down by adventurers, but the more I heard about it, the stranger it sounded. I heard the hero's party was in the city at the time." "That's just a rumor, isn't it? I've heard about the incident, but we had already left the city by then. It's foolish to let yourself be led around by baseless gossip." "Baseless? Huh, even though every single one of my merchant contacts says the same thing." "It's not a rumor." Another man joined the conversation, his face twisted with anger as he glared at Arios. "I live in Horizon. I'm here now to buy materials for the city's reconstruction, and I saw it. I saw the hero standing in the city while the demons rampaged. He did nothing. Even though he travels with our tax money, he just stood by and did nothing. Someone I know ran to him for help and was ignored, like what happened to Horizon didn't matter at all. What kind of hero is that? He's just a coward who couldn't even face the demons." "You bastard." Unable to hold back any longer, Arios stood up, his face contorted with rage. Agath quickly restrained him. "Calm down. You expect me to stay quiet after being insulted like that? Look around you. The other customers in the inn were all staring at Arios. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disappointment. Everyone had heard the rumors about Arios. Everyone knew what he had done. Even the Lord's aide had heard the talk. But because they had stopped the stampede precursor, people had pretended not to know, just for the time being. GH. The cold stares from all sides made even Arios flinch. You're all looking at me like that. A dark emotion welled up in Arios's eyes as his hand reached for his sword. Arios. Just kidding. At Agath's sharp words, Arios gave a forced shrug. I wouldn't do something that stupid just because of some dumb rumors. I'll head back to my room first. All right. As if running from the stairs, Arios climbed the stairs and disappeared into the inn's second floor. That seemed to be the signal. Murmurs spread through the crowd. That hero's suspicious, after all. Can we really rely on him? Is someone like that fit to be a hero? The questions spread from table to table. Hey, what is this atmosphere? It's the worst. Leanne saying something like that. This is all Arios's fault. We didn't do anything wrong. I can't really argue with that. Mina couldn't say anything back, because deep down she agreed with Leanne. Can I say something? Agath lowered his voice. What is it? Back when we were in Horizon, remember the large sum of money that went missing? I think it might have been Arios. What? What do you mean? Keep your voice down. Surely not. Do you have any proof? No, but judging from the circumstances, there was no one else besides Arios who could have accessed the money. Well, that's true, but still. But what would he even use it for? We're talking about a huge amount, right? I don't know, I really don't, but we might need to start being cautious around Arios. That's what I wanted to say. Lately, he's been acting more and more on his own. No way Arios is the hero. There's no way he'd do something like that. Can you say that for certain? Agath's question left Mina in silence. As a member of the hero's party, she wanted to believe it couldn't be true. But after what happened with the demons, lately, something had felt off about Arios. That uncertainty stirred a growing doubt in Mina's heart. Discord was forming within the hero's party, and slowly, it was beginning to grow. Epilogue. A certain Naya Fukuku. Su NNN. Canaid and Tania were napping together on the living room sofa, leaning against one another. Canaid had a blissful, goofy smile on her face, with a little drool trailing from the corner of her mouth. She might have been dreaming about finally getting to eat her long-awaited fish. Tania, on the other hand, looked a bit restless, like she wasn't sleeping well. Maybe it was because Canaid's tail kept flicking her in the face. A peaceful moment flowed through the room. These kinds of moments, they're not bad at all. As an adventurer, I've got to keep taking on requests, but I shouldn't be working all the time. Just like today, I should make sure to schedule days off now and then. Days to relax. Mental rest is important too. Rain. Yeah, Nina, what's up? Nina appeared from the back and walked over with light steps. Have you seen Tina? She said she was going to do some cleaning, but she's not around. No, I can't find her. Did you need something from her? I wanted to ask her to teach me how to cook. Cooking, yeah, if it's that, Tina's definitely the best. But she seemed pretty busy. I see that's too bad. Are you busy? I'm free, but I'm not really good enough to teach someone. Then that duty shall fall to me. Whoa. With a sudden pop, Luna appeared, startling Nina into hopping back. Typical Luna, she must have been eavesdropping nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to jump in. That's just the kind of thing she enjoys. Luna, you'll teach me how to cook. Indeed, leave it to me. Despite appearances, I am quite skilled in the culinary arts. Come to think of it, your food the other day was really good. Indeed. For one such as I, that was a mere trifle of a task. A trifle of a task. Did she mean a piece of cake? Or maybe easy peasy? She didn't seem to realize she'd flubbed the expression, so I decided to just let it slide. It's almost lunchtime anyway. I shall teach you while we cook. Thank you. Think nothing of it. You're like a little sister to me, Nina. Of course I'll help. The two headed into the kitchen. Curious, I followed after them. What would you like to make, Nina? Something that Rain would like. Rain, you say. So in other words, you want to learn to cook for Rain. Yeah, he always helps me, so I wanted to thank him. I've been helped by Nina in plenty of ways too. There's no need for her to go out of her way like this. But still, I was genuinely touched by the thought. Telling her, "You don't need to do that," would have ruined the moment, so I just quietly watched over the two of them. "Let's see, Nina, how much experience do you have cooking? Can you make anything simple?" I can't. I've never cooked before." "There's no need to be discouraged. Everyone starts somewhere. Do you think I'll be okay?" "You'll be perfectly fine. With me guiding you, there is nothing to fear. Phew-ha-ha-ha." Luna let out a villainous-sounding laugh, but somehow her overwhelming confidence felt dependable, and her cooking skills really were the real deal. As a total beginner, Let's go with curry. Curry? If you want to go all out, mixing the spices can be a pain, but for now, we'll keep it simple. We can use whatever spices are in the house, and if anything's missing, we'll buy it. After that, it's just chopping ingredients and simmering. It's easy. Ew. First, we need to prep everything. Wait here a moment. Luna briefly left the kitchen. After a short while, she returned with a small step stool and an apron. "Nina, you can wear this apron." "Thank you. And use this step stool too. You're still a little short for the counter." She was paying close attention to the details. I might not have even noticed how high the counter was for Nina. Luna might actually be pretty caring, huh? If she and Nina were sisters, she might have made a great older sister. First, we'll cut the vegetables. Vegetables? When holding the veggies, make a kitty paw with your hand, okay. Canned? No, not canned, well, never mind. Anyway, just curl your fingers in so the blade doesn't hit them. Okay, like this. Just like that, that's perfect. Now go ahead and try cutting it. Happy. Nina didn't swing the knife down from above like in some exaggerated cooking trope. Instead, she carefully began slicing the vegetables with focused concentration. Her technique was a bit clumsy, but by taking her time, she managed to cut them into neat, even pieces. "Nina, that's amazing. Most people can't manage to cut this cleanly on their first try." "Really?" "Indeed. As expected of my apprentice. Good. Zehehe." At some point, Nina had been made into Luna's apprentice. Well, she looked happy about it, so I decided not to question it. Luna's cooking class continued. Nina listened intently, steadily working on the curry. "Oh, what are you doing?" With a little pop, Sora peeked in. Maybe it's a sister thing, but her entrance was exactly like Luna's. Luna's teaching Nina how to cook. Cooking hut. For some reason, I thought I saw a sparkle in Sora's eyes. She rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Luna noticed and asked, not suspiciously, but more like she was a little frightened. "Dear sister, just to be sure, what exactly are you planning to do?" Well, since Luna is working so hard to help Nina, I thought I would lend a hand too. "Please don't." Luna broke out of her usual speech pattern and practically begged her while bowing her head. What? Luna clearly didn't want Sora to help, but why was she so desperate about it? Why not? Are you rejecting Sora's goodwill, offered for your and Nina's sake? It's just, Sora, you're bad at cooking, right? No, bad doesn't even begin to cover it. I don't know how to put it into words, but anyway, it's catastrophic. So please don't. Come to think of it, I had heard something like that before. Back then, I only half listened to the story. Is Sora's cooking really that terrible? Judging by Luna's panic, it must be pretty serious, but now I was getting curious. HMPH being told that, I simply must prove her wrong. It's time to correct Luna's false perception. Luna, please make space for me. Alia, I shall earn back my reputation by making an incredibly delicious curry. With a proud expression, Sora took up a kitchen knife and began chopping vegetables with quick, rhythmic ton-ton-ton sounds. Luna had made it sound like we were about to witness a disaster, but honestly, that didn't seem to be the case at all. In fact, Sora was handling the knife more skillfully than Luna. Apparently noticing my impressed reaction, Luna leaned over with a face full of dread and whispered, "My master, don't be fooled by appearances. Sora's danger comes after this." After, I have to focus on teaching Nina how to make curry, so I can't keep an eye on Sora. If possible, I'd like you to stop her. I didn't really get it. What could possibly happen? And then, it happened. Sora finished chopping all the ingredients, began sautéing them, then added water and started simmering everything. Let's go with a mildly spicy flavor today. Here we go. She dumped in a huge mountain of spices. Wait. What's the matter, Rain? Why are you shouting? I'm pretty sure you just added a completely unreasonable amount of spices. I wanted to go for a mild spice today. That's not mild, that's blazing hot. Is that so? Then I'll add sugar to balance it out. Before I could stop her, she poured in a ridiculous amount of sugar, so much that it whooshed as it hit the pot. The color's a bit off. Let's add some salt. Why salt? Salt doesn't change the color. She dumped in another mountain of it. My master, do you understand now? That is Sora's cooking. Her technique is solid, but she goes wild with random additions and ends up creating complete disasters. What am I supposed to do with Sora's food? Do your best. Good luck, Rain. At some point, Nina had joined forces with Luna. Horrible. Now I think it's lacking acidity. Let's add some lemon juice. Even as we watched in horror, Sora continued her freeform cooking experiments without hesitation. I was going to have to eat that, I might actually die. I felt bad for thinking it, but that was my honest reaction. Section, I walked slowly, holding my stomach. Canaid walked beside me, glancing over with a worried expression. Rain, are you okay? I want to believe I am. I somehow managed to finish all of Sora's cooking, but as a result, I was hit with a terrible wave of nausea. I spent the following hour in absolute agony. Sora's cooking is dangerous in all sorts of ways. Apparently, even my complete immunity to status effects doesn't work against it. Hey, what did Sora's curry taste like? It smelled normal. It's hard to describe, but if I had to put it into words, I'd say, I'd rather face a dragon barehanded 100 times over than eat that again. Naya, Rain, that's harsh. I didn't mean to be cruel, but it just kind of slipped out. It was that shocking. Just thinking about it was making my stomach feel weird again. If it's that bad, I can go alone, you know? I can handle shopping on my own. You may be strong, Canaid, but once you start piling things up, it gets hard to carry, right? I'll help. I rested for about an hour, so I've recovered a bit. Canaid and I were out shopping for groceries and daily supplies. There are 6 of us, after all. It'd be too much for Canaid alone, so I came to help. She had taken a nap earlier, so she was full of energy now. Hee. Suddenly, Canaid smiled cheerfully. What is it? I was just thinking, going out with Rain is fun. Even though it's just shopping. Yup. The important part is being with you. Is that really how it is? I mean, I don't say anything especially interesting. Canaid hummed a tune happily, her ears twitching and her tail swaying from side to side. I didn't really get it, but if Canaid was enjoying herself, then I guess that's all that matters. Naya. Suddenly, Canaid stopped in her tracks. Canaid. SNNFF. She didn't even notice me looking at her curiously. Her nose was twitching as she sniffed the air. She was clearly catching a scent of something, but what? Rain, this way. Okay. She grabbed my hand with a serious look and started running. Did she pick up on something? I followed her lead and then... Come on. Fresh fish just delivered this morning. Only one left. First come, first served. Naya, fish. I see. So she was drawn by the smell of fish. Hey there, interested. If you miss this chance, who knows when the next will come? I guess so, but man, how'd you even get fish out here? It was actually meant for a noble, but they changed their mind and said they didn't want it today. So now it's up for sale. I see fish, Since Horizon is inland, it's rare to find fish around here. They usually sell out instantly, or more often than not, the nobles buy them all before they ever hit the market. I glanced at Canaid. Naya, fish, drools. She was staring at it like she was about to start drooling. Actually, she already was. So, what'll it be? Someone just bought the last one, so this really is the final fish. It's gonna go fast. Yeah, I guess so. How much is it? 5 silver coins. That's pretty steep. It is a premium ingredient after all. We have to charge a fair price. But wait a sec. Aren't you that hero? What's with that grand title? As I stood there confused, the shopkeeper continued with an excited look on his face. You are the hero, right? The one who took down the demon that suddenly appeared and saved the town. You've got a Nekore girl with you, no mistaking it. Well, I don't know about being a hero, but yeah, I did defeat the demon. Knew it. Thank you so much back then. We didn't know what was going to happen to the town, but thanks to you, we're all doing fine. I'm glad everyone's okay. Now that I know who you are, all right. Take this fish on the house. Wait, seriously. Are you sure? We can't accept payment from the town's savior. Please, consider it a small token of gratitude. Well, if you insist, then I'll gladly accept. Thank you. Naya, we're getting the fish. We can eat it. Yeah. We should properly thank him. Thank you so much, mister. Canaid sparkled with joy as she gave thanks with the fervor of someone praying to a god. Both the shopkeeper and I couldn't help but smile wryly at her enthusiasm. But seeing her that happy really did warm my heart. She's always helping me, so I was glad we happened to find fish at just the right time. You want to eat it here, miss? You mean I can eat it now? We've got everything for taste tests and such. Grilling a fish is no trouble at all. I'll eat it. Immediate response. We were in the middle of shopping, but, well, why not? Taking Canaid's answer, the shopkeeper prepared his tools and started gutting the fish. His hands moved expertly. Then he grilled it, juices sizzled from the meat, and the skin took on a nice sear. Naya. Canaid watched with an entranced expression. She must have been really, really happy. Honestly, she looked like she was on some kind of euphoric drug. It was a little scary. All right, here you go. Naya. Canaid took the grilled fish in her hands. Beaming, she was just about to dig in when. Rain, do you want some too? She gave me a quick, sidelong glance. Nah, don't worry about me. You go ahead and eat the whole thing, Canaid. Really, you sure? Yeah, go for it. Naya. Canaid's face lit up with pure joy as she finally bit into the fish. Chomp, 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 chomp. Munch, 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 she ate with incredible energy. In no time, only the bones were left. Fura hafu Naya. Was it good? It was the best ever, ah. If I open my mouth too much, the lingering flavor will escape. What a waste. Canaid looked deeply satisfied. Seeing her this happy made me feel happy too. Thanks for the fish. Not at all. I'm glad if I was able to repay just a little of what I owe you. While I'm here, mind if I buy some things? I've got a list of stuff I need. I'll be paying properly this time. Of course, let's do business properly this time. So what are you looking for? I pulled out the note Tina gave me and began listing off what we needed. Looks like we could get most of the ingredients from this shop. After this, we just had to check a few other stores for the remaining food and daily necessities, and we'd be done. Still, I've got to say, today's a lucky day. Oh, something good happened. Of course, meeting you, hero, and getting to give something back, it's made today a great day. The shopkeeper's smile made me feel a bit embarrassed. I'm not someone worthy of being called a hero. We were only able to defeat the demon because everyone was there. It wasn't my strength alone, it was all of ours. But seeing smiles returning to the townspeople's faces was worth it. The town's not fully recovered yet, but its people are smiling, living strong, and that makes me genuinely happy. Really, today's my lucky day. I got to meet the hero and 2 Nekore girls. Maybe I used up all my luck in one go. Haha, that's a bit much. Wait, huh? Did he say 2 Nekore girls? 2 Nekore girls. That's right. So aside from Canaid here, there's another Nekore girl. Exactly. Remember how I said someone else had just bought a fish earlier? That person was a Nekore girl. To meet the hero and 2 of them on the same day, I knew something good was going to happen today. So in other words, there's another Nekore girl in this town besides Canaid. Section. After that, we visited several shops and finished gathering the remaining ingredients. All that was left were some daily supplies. Canaid and I split the groceries and walked through town. Another Nekore girl, huh? I asked Canaid about it while we walked. According to what the shopkeeper said earlier, another Nekore girl had apparently come to Horizon. I figured if anyone would know something, it'd be Canaid, but... I don't know. Not at all. Not at all, but why are you bringing that up? It's not confirmed or anything yet, but it seems like another member of the Nekore tribe, not Canaid, has come to the city. Really? Ooh, I wonder if it's someone I know. I want to meet them. I told you it's not confirmed. I just heard a rumor. Ugh. Canaid, what's wrong? Canaid suddenly glanced off into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy. It was a rare look for Canaid, who is always so cheerful. I just remembered home for a moment. Could it be homesickness? Canaid looked a little lonely. I didn't want to see that face. I always wanted her to be smiling. Canaid. Look over there. Nyan. There's a fish-shaped snack. Wanna buy one? Vish. Excuse me, I'll take one, please. I bought the snack before she could even answer, then handed it to Canaid. Here you go. Thanks. Chomp. Her somber face instantly brightened into a smile as she happily bit into the snack. It must have had a crispy coating. There was a sharp crunching sound. MMM. Good. Yeah. It's nothing like real fish at all, but it's sweet and crispy and tasty in its own way. Nyafu. Yeah, Canade's smile really is the best. Naya. Before I realized it, Canade was gazing at me. Thanks, Rain. Huh? For what? Because you always make me smile. I really appreciate that. I don't think I've done anything special, though. No, that's not true. You've done something really special. That doesn't sound quite right. You've done something really, big wait, huh? Anyway, I just want to say thank you. So please just accept it, Rain. If that's what you mean, then you're welcome. Thanks, Rain. Canade beamed with a smile as bright as the clear blue sky. And in my heart, I thanked her right back. I couldn't count how many times that smile had saved me. When I was about to break, her smile gave me strength. When I was hurting, her smile brought peace to my heart. If possible, I want to always be with her. Wait, Canade. Nyan. In the blink of an eye, Canade had been swept away by the crowd. Before I knew it, she was getting farther and farther away. Nya naiha, Arain. Ah hey, Canade. Excuse me coming through. I rushed after her in a panic, but I was already too late. Canade disappeared into the distance, and I lost sight of her. No good, I can't find her. It had probably been about 30 minutes since I got separated from Canade. I'd been wandering the streets looking for her, but there was no sign of her anywhere. Maybe she got dragged off really far, or maybe we just kept missing each other by bad luck. Still, I wasn't too worried. She wasn't a lost child or anything. Worst case scenario, we'd meet back at home. But we're still in the middle of shopping. Well, I guess it can't be helped. I'll finish the rest myself. Not sure I could carry all the bags on my own, but I'd probably manage. No point overthinking it. All right, time to go buy the daily necessities. Giving up on meeting back up with Canade for now, I headed toward the store we always use. That's when it happened. In the crowd, I spotted a pair of cat ears pop up. It had to be Canade. Canade. I jumped into the crowd and pushed forward, apologizing as I went. Then I grabbed the hand of the cat-eared girl. MYA. Is her. The cat-eared girl turned around with a puzzled look on her face. That face wasn't Canade's. She was an incredibly beautiful girl. With delicate features, she looked like someone straight out of a fairy tale. If someone said she was a princess, I'd probably believe it. She gave off a slightly youthful vibe, maybe 1 or 2 years younger than Canade. Her hair was short. She had large eyes with a sort of playful charm. She wore a rather revealing outfit, pants that showed off her midriff. There was something vaguely familiar about her. Was I just imagining it? Or did all members of the Nekore tribe tend to have similar faces? Who are you, mister? You're not Canade. She was the second Nekore I had ever met. Canade? Did you just say Canade? Are you a friend of hers? Oh, well, yeah. Really? Oh my, oh my, oh my. I never expected that girl to have a human friend. When I heard she'd left the village, I was worried she wouldn't manage, but I guess she's doing okay after all. Who is this person? From how she talks, she clearly knows Canade. Could she be family? She seemed to know a lot about Canade, and more than anything, there was that resemblance. Not exactly a perfect match, but definitely similar. May I ask something? Yes, what is it? Are you Canade's family, like her little sister or something? Oh my, aren't you quite the flatterer? Flatterer? What was so flattering about what I said? I hope you don't mind me asking in return, but who are you? Ah, sorry, I'm Rain Shroud. I'm Canade's companion. Companion? Canade and I are adventurers together. I see. So that girl's an adventurer now. Is she doing well? Yes, we've got other party members too, and everyone gets along well. Canade is dependable, and she's always smiling. That brightness of hers always lifts us up. I see. The Nekore girl nodded thoughtfully, as if she were evaluating something. Maybe I said too much, but if she's family, it should be fine. Oh yes, what is it? If you don't mind, could you tell me more about her? Ah, sure. That's fine, but we're in the middle of shopping right now, so maybe later. I actually got separated from Canade. She's nearby. We were shopping together. We got separated about 30 minutes ago. That girl can be such a scatterbrain sometimes. She was probably daydreaming about food and wandered off. Haha, oh, right. If you'd like, would you come to our place? It's awkward standing around, and I figure Canade will come back if we wait there. Thank you. In that case, I think I'll take you up on that. All right then, this way. Just as I was about to lead her home, I realized I hadn't asked her name yet. By the way, may I ask your name? Oh my. I'm so sorry, I completely forgot. I thought I'd already introduced myself. How silly of me, maybe it's my age showing. My name is Suzu. I'm Canade's. Mom. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in my ears. I turned around to find Canade standing there, looking surprised. Wait, what did she just say? Oh my, Canade, I heard you'd gotten separated, so I was worried. Don't worry about something like that. I'm not a kid anymore. Wait, why are you even here, Mom? Canade said that word again. It wasn't a mishearing or my imagination, that much was clear. Which meant, just to confirm, Suzu-san, you're Canade's mother. Yes, that's right. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Suzu, Canade's mother. Thank you for always looking out for my daughter. Suzu-san smiled warmly as she dropped a bombshell revelation. Afterward, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is Suzayama Rin. This time's new character is a ghost maid. At first, I had envisioned her as a cheerful, big sister type with a spirited personality, but before I realized it, she was speaking in fake Kansai dialect. I honestly don't know how that happened. Really, why did that happen? That being said, I've actually grown quite fond of Tina. Whenever Tina's around, things just feel brighter, more lively. Writing her scenes always lifts my own mood, too. So I'd be really happy if you end up liking Tina as well. Please take good care of her. Cast your pure and noble vote for Tina. Not that this is an election. There's also another new character who makes a surprise appearance near the end this time. I won't go into details, but this character also turned out quite differently from my original plans. I'd intended for them to be super energetic, but somehow they ended up the way they are now. Where did the original plan go? Still, and I know I'm praising my own work here, I think they turned out to be a pretty good character. What do you think? Well then, I'll wrap it up here. Thank you very much. End of Volume 3.